In the grand court of the Sandfil's kingdom, the nobles offer a round of sarcastic, mocking applause. Before them, the 17th Prince Heel kneels before his father, King Errol. The king's voice booms, "My son Heel, today is your 15th birthday. To celebrate, I will grant you your own dominion." But the king's next words send a chill down Heel's spine. "You will go to this land and heal it." That land turns out to be a tiny boat in the middle of a raging sea, with a single, barren rock on the horizon. His new dominion is Sheol Reef, a remote island 10 days from the capital, a place so worthless that not even pirates bother with it. As the truth of his situation crashes down on him, Heel can only think one thing: "You've got to be kidding me." He watches in horror as the royal ship that dropped him off turns and sails away. They're not even going to check if I landed safely. This wasn't a mission, it was an execution. Staring at the jagged cliffs, he realizes the brutal reality. From now on, this is my post, the dominion of the 17th Prince. There's not even a beach. Where am I supposed to land? A flashback reveals the contempt of his own family. His brother, the 11th Prince Valpas, sneers, "PFF, that reef is perfect for him." And his sister, the 9th Princess Thalia, hides her amusement behind a fan. Oh my, it sounds interesting. Heel knows exactly why they all laugh at him. It's because of the one thing that defines a royal's worth: their crest. His brothers were blessed with incredible powers, bearing crests with epic names like Sword God and King of Magic. But Heel's crest was a complete unknown, a mark on his hand with no discernible power or purpose. Because of it, his father and brothers resented him his entire life, seeing him as a source of shame for the royal family. Back in the throne room, Heel had begged his father, asking if a representative could be sent instead. But King Errol's reply was absolute, his voice thundering with rage. "This assignment is the word of the oracle." It was a divine command, sealing Heel's exile. Now back in the present, Heel struggles against the waves, thinking that being executed for treason might have been a kinder fate, but he quickly shakes his head. No, it's too soon to die. He spots a small, treacherous-looking inlet. I might be able to land there. I need to slow down so I don't smash into the rocks. Hoping to cushion the impact, Heel summons what little magic he has, shouting "Wind." The spell goes off. But the result is absolutely pathetic. A tiny puff of air, barely strong enough to move a single feather, is all he can muster. He grits his teeth in frustration. This is the real power of my magic. Wind magic should produce a stronger gust, but his boat crashes violently against the rocks. Somehow, he survives the landing and manages to secure his meager supplies on a small rocky outcrop. With nowhere else to go, his eyes fall on the only possible shelter, a dark cave entrance. He cautiously steps inside, but what he sees makes his blood run cold. The cave is a mass grave, filled to the brim with a horrifying mountain of skeletons. Pure, unadulterated terror grips him. Everywhere he looks, there are more bones, more skulls, a testament to the countless souls who perished here. But with a storm brewing and no other shelter, he has no choice. There's nowhere else, let's bring the supplies in. He carefully places his belongings among the skeletal remains. Sitting on a chest surrounded by the dead, Heel stares out at the endless ocean, a prince abandoned in a tomb. The waves crash against the shore. For a moment, a strange sense of peace washes over him. The birds fly free over the sparkling water. He thinks to himself, it's beautiful, and it's far away from all the strife in the capital, if the situation was different. But the grim reality of his situation comes crashing back, and he clutches his head in despair. But Heel refuses to give up. A fire ignites in his eyes as he screams into the void, "I'm going to survive, no matter what." His mind races, calculating the odds. Waiting for a rescue ship is a fool's hope. This area has no trade routes, and any ship he finds would likely be foreign or pirates. He takes stock. The food and water I brought will last a month at best. I can't rely on my magic, so I need to store rainwater and fish. First things first, he decides, I have to clean up this cave and bury these bones. Rummaging through his supplies, he finds a sturdy mining pickaxe. I'll try digging with this. The moment he grips the tool, a strange message appears in his vision. Acquired mining tool. He looks around the empty, bone-filled cave. A voice echoes not in the cave but directly inside his mind. What? Say it again. The voice repeats the query. Acquired mining tool, do you want to mine? Heel shouts into the darkness, who are you? His crest glows brightly on his hand. The voice calmly explains, the Crest Cave King has an advisor function. It is not a living organism. Heel stares at his hand in disbelief. Cave King, the crest I was born with, why now all of a sudden? Then it clicks, Cave King, cave yes, I lived in the royal palace so I was never even close to a cave before. The advisor begins to explain its functions but Heel cuts it off, completely overwhelmed. Wait, hold on. Deciding to just go with it, he says, I don't really get it but, what if I say I'm going to start mining? The advisor replies instantly, understood, optimizing mining. Heel is confused, optimizing. Suddenly, glowing patches of light appear all over the cave walls. What? The wall is shining. The advisor explains, the shining white parts are the most suitable for mining. It is calculated so it is easy to break but also prevents cave-ins. With this divine guidance, Heel raises the pickaxe. Here I go. He swings and the rock face shatters with impossible ease. He stares in shock. All it took was one light blow, it's just like the advisor said. A plan begins to form. Alright, let's just start by making room for me to sleep. He also notices he can see perfectly. It's very bright even though I'm in a cave. Is this one of the support effects? The advisor confirms. Yes, it is the night vision effect. With his newfound abilities, Heel gets to work. He swings again and again, the rock breaking away effortlessly. The sound of mining echoes through the cave as he carves out his new home. A smile creeps onto his face. Against all odds, he's actually enjoying himself. You know, this is pretty fun. He quickly clears out a massive section of the cave, the pile of rubble growing rapidly. He notices the chunks of rock are getting bigger with each swing. Is the amount I can dig at once increasing? The advisor confirms. The amount you can dig increases as your mining skills rank up. As he steps back, he trips on the massive pile of rocks. The system chimes in, retrieve 168 rocks. Retrieve, Heel asks. The advisor explains, the Crest Cave King allows you to store what you mine no matter how much. An infinite inventory. With the problem of clearing debris now solved, Heel continues his work with renewed vigor. He gives the command, all right then. In a flash of light, the entire pile of 168 rocks vanishes into thin air. A menu appears showing the rocks safely stored. The system then asks, activate automatic retrieval. Heel's face lights up with excitement. Yes, please. With no need to worry about space, he decides to aim bigger. At this rate, I'm going to reach the other side. It's time to start digging down. He carves a tunnel deep into the island, the advisor occasionally updating him on his depth. After losing track of time, he stops to check his progress. He opens his inventory and is stunned. It's not just rocks anymore. He's found iron, copper, bronze, and even gold ore. But two items catch his eye. I don't know this one, magic stone, the advisor responds, activating mining field guide. He scrolls through the guide. So even my poor magic, and what about this turtle stone? He finds the entry for magic stone and his jaw drops. It increases the user's magic power. Then he sees the turtle stone. Using it increases your lifespan by 1 day. L lifespan. The truth hits him like a tidal wave. I had no idea what Cave King did, but this crest is amazing, and this Sheol Reef, it turned out to be an incredible domain. He clenches his fist, a determined grin on his face. The crest that had brought him so much shame was actually his greatest gift. All thoughts of being rescued completely vanish from his mind. He is consumed by a single, exhilarating purpose. Let's go, mine. In no time, he reaches a depth of 30 meters, his inventory overflowing with precious resources, including a whopping 90 magic stones. He looks at his haul. The ones I'm most curious about are these, especially this magic power crystal. It would be nice if I could use more advanced magic. The advisor asks, use 90 magic stones. Heel's eyes narrow with determination, of course. The system confirms, using 90 magic stones. Heel stands in the massive cavern he's carved, waiting for the power to surge through him. He feels nothing, no sudden jolt, no visible change. He flexes, checking himself over. Did you use them already? Doesn't anything happen to my body when my magic power increases? The advisor simply replies, yes. Heel smirks, let's test it, by cleaning the path I dug. He raises his hand just as he did on the boat and shouts the same simple spell, wind. But this time it's not a gentle breeze. A cataclysmic vortex of wind erupts from his palm, a miniature hurricane tearing through the cave. The blast is so powerful it scours the cavern clean, launching the mountain of skeletons he'd left at the entrance out into the sea like cannonballs. Heel is blown back, kneeling in the aftermath, completely stunned by his own power. He can't believe it. Was that me? 90 crystals powered me up that much. I'm so sorry, dead people. Suddenly, a soft plop catches his attention. Something small and blue is bouncing towards him. It lands right in his lap. A slime. Wah, what is this? 3 days have passed since Heel, the 17th Prince of Sandfills, was banished to this desolate rock in the middle of the ocean, the Sheol Reef. But for Heel, this is a new beginning. He checks his pack, a determined look on his face. Tools, check, I have food. Now, he thinks with a grin, let's start another day of digging. He calls out to his only companion, a small, unassuming slime, Shell. With a shout of go, Heel rides atop the bouncing slime. This is Shell, his very first companion in this new life. It all started 3 days ago. Heel was exploring the cave when a small creature bounced right in front of him. What is this? He yelped, startled. He quickly recognized it. I've read about this. This is a slime. Did he jump out because my wind magic scared him? Suddenly, a notification popped into his vision. Tameable monster found. Heel was shocked. The tame skill was infamous for being useless. He'd always been told it doesn't work on hostile monsters, and his kingdom's official policy was to destroy all monsters on sight. But out here things were different. In this place, he realized, there is no one to judge me. As he activated the skill, another message appeared. To complete the taming process, you need to name him. Heel thought for a moment. Name, connected to the Sheol Reef, she. He found the perfect name. Shell, from now on, you're Shell. The system confirmed the bond was made. Nice to meet you, Shell, Heel said, officially making his first friend. Back then, Heel assumed Shell couldn't understand him. But just having another living being with me makes me feel better, he thought, grateful for the company. He would soon learn he was wrong. That's what I thought at first, Heel narrates. Now Shell. In an instant, Shell stretched upwards, lifting Heel high into the air. Whoa. It turned out Shell was incredibly smart. By lifting him, Heel could now reach mineral veins he couldn't before. Now I can reach it, thanks Shell. They quickly developed a system. Using simple gestures, Heel could direct Shell, and their mining operation became a well-oiled machine. The results were staggering. In just 3 days, his haul of ore had tripled, a testament to their perfect teamwork. With his magic powered up by the magic stones he'd mined, survival was no longer a concern. He could conjure fresh water and cook fish with ease. And as a bonus, Shell turned out to be the world's most comfortable self-adjusting bed. Ah, there, a little more to the right. Heel had seen other slimes in the cave, but none of them had Shell's intelligence. It was clear his new friend was special. As night fell, Heel's thoughts were consumed by one thing: what will I dig tomorrow? He drifted off to sleep, dreaming of ores and minerals. The next morning, he was woken by Shell bouncing around frantically. Good morning, Shell, why are you jumping around? Shell nudged him insistently, pointing towards the shore. Heel followed his friend's gaze and saw the wreckage of a ship crashed against the rocks. Ah. He immediately hopped on Shell and they sped towards the crash site. Hey. As they got closer, his eyes widened in disbelief. Lying unconscious amidst the debris were two figures, a massive, muscular goblin and a small, frail one. Green-skinned goblins, Heel realized. Their boat crashed into the rocks. He cautiously approached and checked for a pulse. A faint groan confirmed his fears. He's alive. Heel hesitated. Humans and goblins were mortal enemies, taught to kill each other without a second thought. But looking at their helpless forms, he couldn't just leave them. He made his choice, casting a recovery spell. He turned to his friend. I wouldn't feel good about leaving them to die either. All right, Shell, let's get them to the cave. Heel gently lifted the small goblin princess. Shell helped by carrying the old goblin shaman. And together, they struggled to haul the massive general up the rocky cliffside. Safely inside his cave, Heel laid them down to rest. For now, their lives aren't in danger. He decided to get back to mining to pass the time, but left Shell on guard duty. Shell, if there's any change, let me know right away. As he walked away, anxiety began to creep in. Was I careless? What if they wake up and attack me? He gripped his pickaxe, the familiar weight calming his nerves. Let's just mine. He threw himself into his work, the rhythmic clang of his pickaxe filling the cavern. He dug deeper and deeper. The force of his swing sent shards of rock flying. Lost in the rhythm, his worries melted away. Mining sure is nice, makes me forget everything else. After a while, he paused to check his inventory, a crazed look of anticipation in his eyes. Now, what new rocks do I have? He'd found a misogi stone that lifts curses and a shining stone. He shrugged. I have night vision and there's no one here to curse me. Useless. But the thrill of discovery was enough. Whatever, finding new stuff feels good, let's keep digging. Just as he raised his pickaxe, Shell bounced over urgently. Heel immediately understood. Shell, did the goblins wake up? As he neared the main cavern, he could hear them arguing. Let go of me, princess, a gruff voice yelled. General, please stop, you can't just take someone else's food. Heel's entrance cut them short. The massive goblin general spun around, weapon drawn. Who's there? The young goblin princess, Rai, rushed to intervene. Put down your weapon, general, this person saved us. But the general, L, refused to listen. Princess, I can't, he's dangerous. Heel was stunned. They speak the same language. Are they from the Balon continent too? He tried to de-escalate the situation. Wait, I'm not planning on doing anything to you, but L was having none of it. Stay back, you think I can trust a human? Looking closer, Heel realized their aggression was just a front. They're not hostile, they're actually afraid of me. L saw Heel's expression change and grew even more agitated. Why would he be laughing at us? The goblins stared, completely bewildered by the human's strange behavior. Shell stretched up behind Heel, adding to the bizarre scene. It was then the goblins got a good look at him. Covered in soot with a wide, unhinged grin from his mining frenzy, Heel looked absolutely terrifying. That guy looks super dangerous, they thought. Heel finally snapped back to reality. Stop, I get so engrossed in digging I become something not human. He quickly tried to appear normal. Excuse me, you can eat that food. To prove his good intentions, he decided a demonstration was in order, casting a bolt of lightning. He followed it with a gust of wind. In a flash, he'd perfectly cooked several fish and offered them with a beaming smile. See, let's all eat these fish I fried. The little princess looked down, chiding her guardian. General, why are you always so quick to? But the general was still on edge. He grabbed a cooked fish, holding it like a dagger. If you can use magic like that, why didn't you just kill us? Get it over with. But just as the tension breaks, Princess Rai suddenly collapses. The other two goblins rush to her side in a panic, crying out her name. Heel is confused. He's sure he used recovery magic on her. Are her wounds not completely healed? He wonders. The old shaman Vari looks up with a grim expression, a single tear rolling down his cheek. No, he says gravely. He explains the horrifying truth while tending to the pained princess. The princess was cursed with the life-shrinking curse. Heel's eyes widen in shock. A curse. Vari turns to the distraught General L. I'm sorry, General, but the time is coming. L's grief turns to grim resolve. We can't let the princess die alone. We also will receive our ancestors' punishment in the other world. Heel, still holding his cooked fish, can only stammer, hold on. It dawns on him what they're planning. Wait, are they going to kill themselves? He quickly steps in, I think I can cure that. But L, blinded by despair, roars back, don't lie, we tried everything. Heel pulls out a peculiar bean-shaped stone from his inventory. I've never used it before, but the item description is clear. Misogi stone, lifts all sorts of curses when used. Without hesitation, Heel uses the stone. A brilliant light erupts from Princess Rai, stunning the two goblins who can only watch in disbelief. Heel notices the curse also shortened her lifespan. Might as well fix that too, he thinks, pulling out his stash of turtle stones and using 79 of them to restore her life force. The goblins are completely bewildered. Wah, what was that light? El stammers. Heel calmly explains, the Misogi stone lifts curses. A stone, where did you get? El begins to ask, his voice trailing off. His disbelief quickly morphs into pure, wide-eyed shock. Heel looks on, slightly bewildered by their intense reaction. The shaman Vari is equally stunned, his jaw hanging open. In the center of it all, Princess Rai sits up blinking. What happened? I thought I was dead. Suddenly, a deafening thud echoes through the cave. General L has smashed his forehead into the stone ground in the deepest possible bow, cracking the very rock beneath him. What did I do to the princess's savior? He cries out. How do I apologize? Heel is completely freaked out. Eek, he smashed rock with his head. Goblins are scary. Trying to calm the situation, he gestures to the fire. Well, come here and eat something, we haven't introduced ourselves yet. The goblins formally introduce themselves. The shaman is Vari, the general is El, and the young girl is Rai, princess of the Belden tribe. Heel returns the gesture. I'm Heel, I am a prince of the kingdom of Sandfills, or I was. El's eyes light up with understanding. Prince, so that's why you can use all that magic. Heel shakes his head. No, that's thanks to the stones I dug up. El's expression turns serious. Never mind that, why are you here? With a pained look, El begins their tragic story. Our hometown was burned to the ground by orcs. He recounts how the royal family was slaughtered, leaving only Princess Rai. They were chased away by humans and forced to flee across the sea, searching for a new home for over a year. Vari adds sorrowfully, that rundown ship, we don't even know if the others are safe. Princess Rai places a comforting hand on El. Vari, don't blame El, if we stayed on land our fate would have been the same. The shaman bows his head. You're right, I'm sorry, princess. Rai then turns her gaze to Heel, her eyes full of gratitude. Mr. Heel, thank you very much for saving monsters like us. The word monsters catches Heel off guard. He doesn't see them that way at all. Rai smiles peacefully, placing a hand on her chest. I know, I won't live long anyway. Still, that pain in my chest is gone. I'm happy just being able to die peacefully. Heel immediately cuts in, his voice firm. Yes, but it's too soon to give up. He reveals the island's greatest secret. There are still turtle stones lying dormant underground. We can extend your life as much as we want as long as we have these. The goblins stare dumbfounded as Heel makes a bold claim. Really? At this rate, if I dig for a week, I think I can buy you more than a year. The weight of his words hits El and Vari, and they are overcome with emotion, tears streaming down their faces. Heel just gives them a cheerful smile. It's fine. El pleads desperately, I know this is too much to ask, but will you let us dig as well? Princess Rai looks at Heel, her voice trembling. Why would you give us something so precious? Heel's answer is simple and shockingly honest. Don't worry, I dig because I like it, and I'm lonely all by myself. That simple confession of loneliness breaks through Rihanna's composure. Tears of pure gratitude stream down her face as she bows her head. Thank you, very much. Heel realizes that to share his mining buffs and prevent any accidents, there's only one option, his tame skill. He scratches his head awkwardly, unsure how to bring it up, but what now? He finally blurts it out. It's so we can dig together, you can refuse, I don't mind, I'll dig by myself and give you as many turtle stones as you want. The goblins are stunned. Tame us. El and Vari immediately agree. No, me and Vari will serve you, yes, but please let the princess. But Rai steps forward determined. Mr. Heel, please let me serve you as well. She looks at her retainers. I can't just sit back and let everyone else work for me, I want to repay my debt to Mr. Heel somehow. Heel, flustered by their eagerness, agrees. All right. Rai immediately requests a new name to seal the pact. El is first, Heel renames him Elvin. The newly tamed goblin general grins fiercely. Mr. Heel, no, boss, from this day forward Elvin will defend you. Vari becomes Varus, bowing with quiet dignity. It's an honor, Varus will serve you as much as his advanced age will allow. Finally Heel turns to the princess. Rai, I know Rihanna, how about that? Her eyes light up. Rihanna, that's my new name. With that the taming is complete. I promise you Rihanna will offer her everything to you. After their meal, Heel is itching to get back to work. Honestly, I just want to get back to mining. He leads his new companions into the darkness of the cave. When they ask about the lack of light, he pulls a glowing torch from thin air. It was in my inventory. They don't have night vision, so I made a shining stone torch. I'll teach you while we dig. As they walk, Rihanna marvels at the sparkling cave walls. Heel points to the glowing spots. Yes, those are the places that are safe to hit. I'll show you. To demonstrate, Heel winds up and strikes the wall with his bare hands. The impact is immense, sending shockwaves through the cavern. With a tremendous crash, the entire rock face shatters and collapses. The dust settles to reveal a massive new opening, leaving the goblins utterly speechless. Heel just casually remarks, "I didn't start out like this. I think you'll be able to break it like this if you get used to it." He then turns to his first companion. "Shell, can you give instructions to the other slimes?" he explains to the goblins. "It won't be collected automatically." Heel claps his hands together full of energy. "All right, just try it, practice makes perfect," the goblins nervously agree. And from that day forward, the once desolate cave became a lot livelier, filled with the sounds of mining as Heel and his newfound family worked together. After planting a seed, Heel watches as a tiny sprout pushes through the soil. In an instant, it explodes into a massive, fruit-bearing apple tree, leaving the entire group speechless. Varus explains the phenomenon. "The orange stones we found are sun stones. They accelerate the growth of living things," Heel realizes, "so that's why Terran is so big." He checks his inventory, noting he only has 678 of the precious stones. "I couldn't find them anywhere else, so I have to treasure them." Heel decides to entrust the new plantation to Rihanna. She's flustered, asking, "Are you sure you want me to take care of something so precious?" But her resolve hardens. "All right, I won't let you down, Mr. Heel." With the food situation handled, Heel's focus shifts back to his primary mission. He speeds through the mines on his slime, confident in his decision. "I was a little worried, but that's exactly why I can trust Rihanna." Now that everyone has a role, Heel can dedicate himself completely to mining. "Everyone is working on what they do best, so I can focus on digging." His motivation is singular and intense. "My goal is to get more turtle stones. Rihanna is only 15 just like me, she deserves to live a long life. I'm the most efficient digger, so I have to work hard." While digging, his pickaxe strikes something unusual. He pulls away the rock to find a strange, glowing white stone embedded in the wall. What is this? Without a second thought, he quickly mines the unique object. Checking his inventory, Heel's eyes go wide. It's a dragon orb, a legendary item that can bring a corpse back to life. He can barely process the words. Energized by the game-changing discovery, he immediately calls for backup. "Terran, everyone, come dig here with me." But despite their combined efforts, they find no more dragon orbs. Heel muses that it's probably for the best, since unlimited resurrection would be terrifying. A chilling thought crosses his mind. "If I die, I won't be able to take it out of my inventory." He decides he has to bring it outside for safekeeping. Just then a frantic voice calls out, "Boss." Heel turns to see Elvin rushing towards him. "Elvin, what's wrong?" In a hurry, Heel finds a prominent skull-shaped rock and places the dragon orb on top of it before running to meet Elvin. "For now, I'll leave it here," he thinks, pointing to the spot to remember it. He rushes to the cliff's edge, shouting, "Elvin, what happened?" Elvin points frantically out to the churning sea, his face alight with joy. "Boss, our comrade's ship is right over there." Heel is in disbelief. "Wah, really?" Varus confirms it. "Yes, no doubt about it." And there it is, a large ship, carrying the rest of their tribe battling the rough waves. The goblins are overcome with emotion. "I thought they were dead," Varus whispers while Elvin cheers. "My daughter is on that ship too." Heel smiles, genuinely happy for them. "I see, so they're alive after all." But he quickly assesses the danger. "Elvin, it's too dangerous for that ship to dock here, you should take my boat." He then presents them with a heavy bag filled with glittering gems. Heel offers it to them. "Take this as a parting gift. With this, you can restore the Belden tribe anywhere you want." Elvin is completely blindsided. "What are you saying, boss?" Heel explains calmly, "Your friends are here, you should leave this remote place." He even tries to soften the blow by suggesting a future trade partnership once they've settled. The goblins and Rihanna exchange worried glances, unsure how to react to Heel's sudden decision. Rihanna looks at him with concern. "Mr. Heel." Elvin grits his teeth, his gratitude warring with his shock. He finally explodes, roaring with desperation, "Please don't abandon us." The outburst stuns Heel. Elvin continues passionately, "Leave. No way, we would never be so ungrateful. We're going to that ship to make sure they pledge their allegiance to you too." Rihanna and Varus stand with him. "That's right, we're your subordinates, Mr. Heel." Heel tries to reason with them. "Wait, I appreciate it, but you won't get another chance like this." Rihanna looks him dead in the eye. "Then how about you come with us?" The question stops Heel in his tracks. He remembers that leaving this place was his original plan. He's at a loss for words. But he clenches his fist, the mark on his hand a stark reminder of his true purpose here. He can't leave. Rihanna watches him, sensing his internal conflict. She makes her own decision, her voice firm. "If that's the case, I'm not leaving either." Heel looks up, surprised by her unwavering loyalty. Elvin grins, his resolve absolute. Varus smiles, proud of his tribe's decision. But in that moment of connection, disaster strikes. A rogue wave slams into the ship. Heel, touched by their loyalty, can only mutter, "You guys." A horrifying crash echoes across the water as the ship is smashed against the rocks, splintering apart. Goblins are thrown into the violent sea. Elvin screams in terror, "This is bad, most of them can't swim." He knows their tiny rowboat is useless against this catastrophe. It can only hold a few people, they won't make it in time. Without hesitation, Rihanna sprints towards the boat, shouting, "I'm taking the boat to go rescue them." But Heel is frozen in place, his face a mask of pure horror. The familiar feeling of helplessness washes over him. It's no good. A traumatic memory flashes through his mind, a time when he was powerless, unable to do anything as chaos unfolded around him. The image of a terrifying monster from his past paralyses him. But he fights back, physically shaking off the memory and the despair that comes with it. In a split second, his paralysis turns into explosive action. Heel launches himself off the cliff, diving headfirst towards the raging sea below, shocking everyone. As he plummets towards the water, a determined glare on his face, Rihanna can only scream his name. We open on a flashback to a younger Heel, cornered in an alleyway. He's desperately trying to shield a small, chained demonic creature from a crowd of bullies. These aren't just any bullies, they're other nobles, sneering down at him for protecting something they see as worthless. The ringleader smirks, a magic circle flaring to life in his hand, ready to punish Heel for his compassion. But even then, terrified and outmatched, Heel refused to back down, shielding the small creature with his own body. That memory fades as Heel snaps back to the present. He's staring at a small vial when Rihanna's voice cuts through. "Mr. Heel, are you alright? You dug a lot today." Heel quickly dismisses her concern. "No, I was just thinking. My Cave King ability means I can dig all day without getting tired. Besides, something smells amazing." Rihanna beams with pride, presenting a perfectly baked apple pie. "Yes, today we're having apple pie," the whole group looks on in amazement. It's been 3 days since Heel met the goblins, and life on the island has started to find a rhythm. Together, they've managed to build some basic necessities, including a bathroom, a reservoir for water, and a simple kitchen. And thanks to that kitchen, Heel gets to enjoy Rihanna's incredible cooking. The taste is so good his heart is literally pounding. The flavor explodes in his mouth, leaving him utterly speechless. "So good," he manages to exclaim. Rihanna blushes, happy that he enjoys it so much. Thanks to Rihanna's skill, the simple ingredients Heel brought with him have been transformed into delicious meals. Even Elvin is fired up, finding a new passion. "I never thought mining would be so much fun." The elder Varus agrees. "Yes, and it's all worth it because we are extending the princess's life." Rihanna smiles gratefully at them all. "Elvin, Varus, and Mr. Heel, thank you very much." Their situation is slowly getting better, but Heel knows there's still a mountain of things to do. He worries about their dwindling resources. Their clothes are wearing out, and aside from fish, there's no food on this rocky island. His only hope is that a ship might pass by, allowing him to trade the gems he's mining for supplies. But he knows it's a long shot. The goblins, seeing his dedication, offer to take over, but Heel insists they rest. No, you need to rest. This is an order." He resolves to keep pushing forward. "For now, let's just keep mining. I want more turtle stones for Rihanna, and I might find some new materials." He swings his pickaxe deep in a new tunnel, and suddenly, the rock gives way with a hollow crack. It's hollow, he realizes, peering into the darkness beyond. He steps through and finds himself in a massive, undiscovered cavern. Wow, what are these stones? They're different from the others, emitting a soft, orange glow like a sunset. As he walks deeper, his foot sinks into something soft on the ground. He kneels down, confused. Is this dirt? Why is this here? Suddenly, a chilling sound echoes from the darkness. Looming over him is a monster straight out of a nightmare, a giant cave spider. His mind goes blank with panic. A spider, it's huge, it's going to eat me, I'm going to die. On pure instinct, he throws up a defensive spell. But instead of attacking, the giant spider screeches and it flees, scurrying away from him at high speed. Heel is left completely baffled. It ran. Cautiously, he follows it deeper into the cave and finds its den. The giant spider isn't hostile, it's a mother, surrounded by its tiny children. The realization hits him. I get it, it's protecting its children, so this is your den, sorry. Just then, a system notification pops up. Tameable monsters found, tame. A short while later, Heel returns to the main camp. The goblins hear him approaching and look up from their work. Elvin gets excited, thinking Heel has changed his mind about letting him mine. But as Heel walks into the light, the goblins scream in terror. BB boss, behind you. Heel just turns around calmly. Sorry for startling you, this is Terran and its children, they've just joined us. Varus is sweating bullets. See cave spider, who could have guessed there was such a big one here? Heel asks, are the ones on the continent smaller? Varus frantically explains, yes, normally they're about as big as I am. Their silk is stronger than iron, their poison is deadly, and they're known to eat people. Rihanna suddenly pieces it together. I was told to watch out if there was dirt in the back of a cave. That dirt is actually the cave spiders, you know. Is that so? Varus murmurs, a slow smile spreading across his face. But that is good news. He explains that this isn't just any dirt. This is cave spider dirt. It's full of nutrition and the silk mixed in helps it retain water. It's perfect for farming. Varus's excitement fades slightly. But where are we going to farm on this island full of rocks? Heel grins. About that, I want to show you something. Just come with me, peek inside this tunnel. The group gasps. The narrow, bumpy tunnel has been transformed into a wide, perfectly carved staircase. Wow, where did this come from? Heel explains. The path was too narrow for Terran, so I widened it using the new features of my Cave King skill. It turns out all his hard work paid off, and his Cave King crest was promoted to rank 2. This rank up unlocked incredible new abilities. Design lets him shape the cave as he mines. Workshop allows him to process and synthesize materials right from his inventory, and his tamed monsters now have night vision. With these new powers, a massive island remodeling plan is set in motion. That night, they decide to hold a welcome party for Terran and its children to prepare for the busy days ahead. The next day, the project begins. Using the new workshop, Varus and Elvin forge brand new ice axes. Varus admits they aren't perfect, but Heel is ecstatic. No, just making an iron tool in a place like this is a huge advancement. Meanwhile, Rihanna has started knitting with the spider silk. Heel is amazed by how soft it is, and she even offers to make him a futon. Heel puts Terran and its children in charge of farming, leaving them with the nutrient-rich spider dirt. But he soon discovers another surprising talent. The spiders, equipped with pickaxes, are natural-born miners, digging with a speed and efficiency that even puts Heel's cave king ability to shame. With the lives of the Belden tribe on the line, Heel makes a desperate leap of faith from the cliff's edge. "It's not hopeless," he screams, "I can do this." He steals his resolve, a voice echoing in his mind. Tapping into his immense power, Heel prepares to unleash a spell of unprecedented scale, consuming over 8,000 magic stones at once. With a single word, freeze, he slams his palm towards the raging sea. An explosion of Arctic energy erupts from the magic circle, racing across the water's surface. In an instant, the entire ocean between the shore and the shipwreck is frozen solid, stunning the onlookers. "What is this?" they cry out in disbelief. Even Heel is taken aback by the sheer magnitude of his own power. Yes, so this is what over 8,000 magic stones can do. He wastes no time turning to his general. "Elvin, forget the boat, use this ice bridge and save them." "Got it, boss," Elvin shouts, immediately charging onto the newly formed ice path. But their charge comes to a comical halt as they slip and slide on the slick surface, unable to get any traction. Heel watches them struggle, realizing his plan has a major flaw. "Damn it," he thinks, "I made a path but it's way too slippery." Thinking fast, Heel summons his giant spider Terran. "Terran, your legs will give us the grip we need." Elvin, despite his arachnophobia, forces a smile. "Right, I've suddenly had a change of heart about spiders." With Heel leading the charge on Terran, the slimes bounce along behind them, ready to assist. He yells out a command, "Shell, you and the other slimes do that thing." The plan comes together perfectly. Terran acts as a stable anchor while the slimes form a living chain, creating a lifeline for the goblins to cross from the sinking ship to the shore. Elvin and the others work tirelessly, carrying the weak and injured across the ice. It's a massive, coordinated effort, with everyone pitching in to save the entire Belden tribe. Heel oversees the operation, ensuring everyone makes it back safely. Once all 205 goblins are on solid ground, Heel immediately begins using his healing magic on the wounded, tending to them by the warmth of a bonfire. Looking over the crowd of survivors, a wave of relief washes over him. "I'm so glad everyone is safe." The elder of the Belden tribe approaches with Rihanna. "Mr. Heel, thanks to you, all 205 of us are safe. How can we ever repay you?" Suddenly, Elvin spots his daughter Fu in the crowd and rushes to embrace her, tears streaming down his face. "Fu, you're alive," she squirms in his grip, completely embarrassed. "Dad, let go." Heel watches the heartwarming, if slightly awkward, reunion. The elder chuckles. "That's Fu, the general's daughter, he's so happy. I guess she takes after her mom." Rihanna turns back to Heel, her eyes full of gratitude. "And everyone you healed is already doing so much better. Thank you for everything." Heel simply nods, humbled. He looks over his companions, human, goblin, spider, and slime. "But I couldn't have done it alone," he says. "Rihanna, Elvin, Terran, Shell, all of us saved the Belden tribe together." A genuine, heartfelt smile spreads across his face. "Thank you, because of all of you this time, I was able to save them." Rihanna looks up at him, touched by his humility. "Mr. Heel, you're too kind." But the elder's expression shifts. "By the way, something has been bothering me." "Who is that person behind you?" Heel turns, confused. And standing there, as if he appeared from thin air, is a large, bearded, and completely naked man. Everyone just stares, completely baffled. "Who is that?" Heel turns to the elder. "He wasn't on the ship." "No, I've never seen him before," the elder whispers back. "I thought maybe he was with you." Their eyes drift downwards and they're confronted with the most pressing question. "And why is he naked?" Trying to be polite, Heel cautiously introduces himself. I'm Heel, and you are." The mysterious man completely ignores him and walks off. He wordlessly plops himself down by the fire among the other survivors. He immediately starts devouring the roasted fish. Rihanna sighs. "I guess he's just hungry, I'll cook some more." "Thanks, Rihanna," Heel says, still confused. Heel crosses his arms, completely stumped. Seriously, who is this guy? For now, he decides, let's just get him some clothes. The next day, with the immediate crisis over, Heel turns his attention to logistics. Using his design ability to reshape the cave, he finishes his work. All right, that should do it. The goblins are amazed to find 41 brand new rooms carved into the stone. "Our population just grew by 205, Heel explains, "so I made new living quarters for everyone." With the rescue complete, Heel officially tames the entire Belden tribe, welcoming them as his new companions. He's happy the island is more lively, but the thought of naming all 205 of them is a little daunting. But it wasn't all good news. With so many new mouths to feed and very few supplies recovered from the shipwreck, everyone had to work overtime producing tools and necessities. As Heel takes a break, Rihanna approaches him with a drink. "Mr. Heel, great work on the rooms." "Thanks, Rihanna," he says. She smiles brightly. "I know this is sudden, but please try this." Heel takes the goblet, intrigued by the drink's deep purple color and sweet aroma. Rihanna explains proudly, "I used a sunstone on a grape seed I found on the boat." Heel is amazed. "It's delicious. I never imagined I'd be drinking fresh fruit juice here." He takes a long, refreshing sip. The simple pleasure of it brings a huge smile to his face. "It's just a small vine for now," Rihanna says, "but in a few years we'll have a whole vineyard full of fruit." Heel is impressed. "Wow, you're already planning for the future. I'm sure you can do it, Rihanna." His praise makes her blush. "Why, yes, I'll do my best," she stammers. Heel smiles warmly. "If you need any help, just let me know." Just then, their peaceful moment is interrupted by shouting from the workshop area. One of the goblin craftsmen is yelling at the mysterious bearded man who they've nicknamed Mappa. "What's your deal? You've been doing nothing but staring. Go bother someone else." "Mappa?" Heel asks. Rihanna nods. "Yeah, that's what everyone started calling the naked old man." Instead of leaving, Mappa silently picks up one of the pickaxes the goblin just finished. He inspects it closely, which only infuriates the goblin craftsman further. "What, is my work not good enough for you?" the goblin snarls, shoving his hammer into Mappa's hands. "You think you can do better, then you try it." Mappa takes the hammer, his expression unreadable. But as he grips the handle, his eyes snap open, revealing an intense, focused gaze that no one saw coming. Back at the settlement, the mysterious man Mappa gets to work, lifting a heavy hammer with practiced ease. He begins to work the forge, his movements fluid and powerful. With tongs in one hand and a hammer in the other, he starts shaping a piece of glowing hot iron. Heel and the others watch on, and he can't help but think, looks like he's used to this. Suddenly, Mappa's movements explode into a blur of speed, hammering the metal with incredible force and precision as sparks fly everywhere. The group is completely stunned. "He's fast," Heel exclaims, his eyes wide. In what feels like an instant, the work is done. The finished pickaxe is a masterpiece, so fine and elegant it looks more like a work of art than a tool. Heel holds the new creation, amazed, as Rihanna points out, "But ice axes are tools." A crowd gathers to see the new tool, but they're skeptical. "Can this fine thing break rock?" one of them asks. Mappa simply crosses his arms, confident in his craft. Heel steps forward to put it to the test. "Listen," he announces, holding a pickaxe in each hand. "On the right I have the usual one, and on the left I have Mappa's." With a powerful swing of Mappa's axe, Heel strikes a massive boulder. The impact is devastating. The entire rock face shatters, blowing a massive crater into the wall and leaving the crowd speechless. Any doubt they had was literally blown away. Heel stares at the axe in disbelief. "It should just be regular iron like the other one," he mutters, turning to the craftsman. "Mappa, what are you?" Mappa just gives him a proud thumbs up. As Mappa walks away, Heel's eyes are drawn back to the crater. He notices the shape of the hole is a perfect circle. A sudden, chilling thought hits him. The shape of this hole, could it be? He rushes back to the spot where he first found the skeleton. Rihanna follows, confused. "What's wrong, Mr. Heel?" He frantically scans the area. "Wait, I'm sure I left it here." Heel turns to the others. "I completely forgot in all the confusion. Have you seen the round rock that was here?" Then it all clicks into place. Heel pieces it all together in his mind. "I didn't see them in the shadow of the rocks, but I guess there were bones here. The dragon orb plus the bones. So the dragon orb brought Mappa back." Deciding not to question the miracle any further, Heel concludes, "Well, let's just be happy about getting another reliable comrade." And with Mappa's incredible tools, their progress on the island skyrockets. They quickly level the entire coast. They even begin the massive task of taking apart the ship to rebuild it from scratch. Their mining operations expand, and Heel even tames newly discovered slimes to help with transporting materials. But despite all the progress, one thing weighs heavily on Heel's mind. They've been finding fewer and fewer turtle stones. Rihanna, sensing his worry, puts on a brave smile. "I think I've had enough turtle stones," she says sweetly. But Heel knows the truth. "We only increased her lifespan by about 10 years. I'm sure Rihanna wants to live a lot longer." As he mines alone, he admits the real reason for his desperation. "To be honest, I'm the one that wants Rihanna to stay with me for longer." He pushes aside a curious slime, his resolve hardening. "I want to dig more, develop the island, and live with Rihanna," he shouts, slamming the pickaxe into the wall with all his might. The wall crumbles away, revealing a dark opening. A cave, Heel wonders, peering into the dust. As the dust settles, his eyes widen in shock. He's discovered a massive, man-made chamber deep within the island. What is this? There's a room, in the bottom. Among the rubble, he spots strange artifacts. "I thought it was just an uninhabited island." His gaze falls upon a strange, egg-like object on a pedestal. Did something happen here long ago? Deciding to investigate, Heel uses his ability to collect the mysterious items scattered around the room. The first is a heart stone, which his system explains can become the core of an artificial organism, a doll. A doll, Heel thinks. So basically, I can create a new comrade. Setting that thought aside for later, he approaches the pedestal. What about this golden stone? The system identifies it as a change stone, which allows a monster to evolve. Heal is confused. I don't know what this means. A more detailed description appears. It changes a monster into another species, keeping its age and personality but granting it a new body. The idea unnerves him. Change body, scary. But then a new possibility dawns on him. Wait, maybe. Later that night, Heal gathers his core group. He presents the stone, so that is the stone that makes monsters evolve. The others are shocked. Evolve, Heal turns to the goblin elder. Himi, do you know about it, Varus? Varus inspects the stone. Of course, every goblin knows about it. It is mentioned in our legends. He then asks Heal a pointed question. Mr. Heal, do you know of any species that resemble goblins? Heal thinks for a moment. You mean hobgoblins and leaf goblins? Varus nods. Precisely. They were originally regular goblins. It is said that the ones that wanted more power turned into hobgoblins and those who wanted to live deep in the forest became leaf goblins. It was thanks to this stone. Heal is stunned by the revelation. So that's what evolving means. He turns to their burly general. Aren't you a hobgoblin, Elvin? The general waves his hands frantically. No way, I've never used that stone. I was born with this body. Varus looks at the stone in awe. I am surprised to see it is real. I thought it only existed in legends. Heal holds up the stone, recalling the description he found. According to Cave King, it evolves a being into a new body and renews its lifespan. The phrase renews its lifespan sends a shockwave through the goblins. Heal looks around at his friends. Do you want to try it? The general flexes proudly. I am curious, but I am quite attached to this body. My body is too cool to be evolved or something. Rihanna speaks up timidly. I want to help Mr. Heal in any way I can, like magic and things like that. She quickly bows her head, flustered, but I can't use something so precious. Varus strokes his chin thoughtfully. That is not a bad idea. Goblins cannot use magic, but perhaps if you evolve. Heal kneels down, his expression gentle and encouraging. Yes, I'm sure it would help me a lot if you could use magic, and above all else. He looks directly into her eyes, his voice filled with sincerity. I want you to live longer. Rihanna is overwhelmed with emotion, her face hidden by her hair. She looks up, her eyes filled with newfound determination. Mr. Heal, I want to evolve. A warm smile spreads across Heal's face as he holds out the stone. Then it's decided. Rihanna takes the change stone, clutching it tightly to her chest. As she holds it, her one true wish echoes in her mind. I want to stay with Mr. Heal for a long. A brilliant sphere of light erupts from her, engulfing the entire area. The light is blinding, forcing Heal and the others to shield their eyes from the intense flash. When the light begins to fade, they lower their arms, their faces a mixture of confusion and awe. Heal stares, his eyes wide in utter shock, unable to believe what he's seeing. You are Rihanna. The last vestiges of light dissipate, revealing a completely new figure. Where the small, childlike Rihanna once stood, there is now a beautiful, fully grown woman with long, flowing dark hair, floating in a cascade of light. The transformed Rihanna looks down at her new body, confused. Mr. Heal, what happened to me? In the background, the sight is too much for Mappa, who collapses from a massive nosebleed. Heal's eyes flutter open, a groggy sound escaping his lips. His mind is a fog. When did I fall asleep? Then the memory hits him like a lightning bolt. Wait, Rihanna evolved. A gentle voice answers him, and he looks up to see a beautiful, unfamiliar woman. Yes, Mr. Heal, Rihanna is right here. Heal's brain short-circuits. The little goblin girl is gone, replaced by a stunning adult woman who is currently tending to him in bed. He can only let out a strangled cry as she smiles sweetly. He tries to bolt upright, completely flustered. Rihanna, she gently pushes him back down. You need to lie down, you collapsed all of a sudden. Heal remembers he wasn't the only one who passed out. Collapsed? Mappa, are you Al? He trails off, seeing Mappa unconscious with a massive nosebleed from the sheer shock. Trying to save face, Heal waves his hands frantically. No, I was just a bit tired, really. How long was I asleep? How's Mappa? Rihanna explains calmly, it's still night, and Mappa is resting over there, gesturing to the snoring dwarf in the corner. Heal finally calms down, taking a moment to process everything. I see, but... He looks at her, truly seeing her new form for the first time. Are you alright, Rihanna? I never imagined you would look like a human. Rihanna's cheerful demeanor fades, and she looks down at her hands with a hint of sadness. She confesses quietly, I actually didn't really like my old self. She begins to tell him her painful story. I was cursed as a child. It made me sickly and stopped my growth. My beautiful sisters always laughed at me, and eventually even my own parents cast me aside. So when I use the change stone, she continues, I wish to be beautiful. Tears well up in her eyes as she apologizes. I'm sorry, Mr. Heal, I used such a precious stone on a selfish wish. Heal listens, his expression softening as he understands the weight of her past. He struggles to find the right words. I don't really know how to say this, but I feel like I've changed since coming to this island too. He offers her a reassuring smile. So if you feel like you have a new life, that's fine, isn't it? Besides, he adds, it would be a waste if you evolved but didn't get the body you wanted, right? His words break through her guilt, and she begins to cry with relief. Through her tears, she manages a heartfelt, thank you very much. With newfound resolve, she looks him in the eyes. My body, my life, and my name were all given to me by you, so I offer my everything to you, Mr. Heel. She takes his hands in hers, her devotion catching him completely off guard. He holds her hands back, accepting her vow, Rihanna. The tender moment is interrupted by a grumpy Mappa, who has woken up just in time to witness the scene. Heel jumps startled. Mappa, you're awake. It turns out the entire tribe was just as shocked by Rihanna's sudden transformation. Soon after, Rihanna appears in a new dress woven from spider silk, shyly asking for Heel's opinion. The rest of the tribe can only whisper in disbelief, unable to connect this elegant woman with the princess they once knew. But Rihanna quickly proved she was more than just a pretty face. She threw herself into studying magic and training in martial arts with fierce dedication. And by working tirelessly alongside everyone else, she showed them that despite her new appearance, her hardworking spirit remained unchanged. It was clear to everyone that Rihanna's ambition was now boundless. One day, as Heel is walking, Varus calls out to him, noticing his attention is elsewhere. Heel had been watching Rihanna, who was diligently working the land with a shovel, her energy never seeming to fade. He couldn't help but smile, proud of how far she'd come. Varus appears beside him with a knowing look. No, I wasn't gazing at Rihanna's legs or anything, Heel stammers. Varus chuckles, as expected from you, Mr. Heel. You've noticed the princess's crest, farmer. Heel is confused. Crest. Varus points to a distinct mark now visible on Rihanna's thigh. The farmer crest makes crops plentiful. It was a wise choice to put her in charge of the plantation. This raises a question for Heel. Wait, a goblin like Rihanna has a crest? Varus seems surprised by the question. Yes, is that odd? Heel explains, sorry, in my kingdom we're taught that only humans have crests. Varus nods, then adds, indeed, even I have one. He holds out his hand, revealing an intricate and powerful symbol. Heel recognizes it instantly. This is the Sorcery King crest. He's in disbelief. That's an incredible crest. In my kingdom, only one of my brothers has it. Varus's expression is one of pure irony. Yes, but it is useless for a goblin like myself who cannot use magic. Heel is stunned by the cruel twist of fate, but Varus explains it allowed him to pursue his other studies without relying on magic. Dismissing the topic, Varus gets down to business. This is a pointless conversation. More importantly, let's discuss the plan I mentioned yesterday. Varus's grand vision is to reclaim land from the violent sea, expanding the island to create more territory for crops. A key part of the plan is to create a large, open space where the children can finally play safely. Varus presents his blueprints to Heel. Mr. Heel, if you can just provide the raw materials, I can handle the rest. Heel realizes his workshop ability isn't limited to the cave anymore. With a gesture, he summons piles of rock and sand. Activating his power, he synthesizes the materials into gravel and massive stone blocks, then launches them into the sea with pinpoint accuracy, constructing a giant seawall in seconds. The tribe can only watch, their jaws on the floor at this display of creation magic. With the wall complete, Heel uses water magic to instantly drain the thousands of gallons of seawater from the enclosed area. Finally, he fills the massive basin with gravel and a thick top layer of nutrient-rich cave spider dirt. Wiping a bit of sweat from his brow, he looks over his creation. All right, will this do for now? Before them now lies a vast, flat public square, miraculously pulled from the ocean itself. The tribe is utterly speechless. Without a moment's hesitation, the children, with Mappa leading the charge, joyfully storm the new playground. Hey, it's still dangerous, Heel calls out, though he can't hide his smile. The kids turn and shout in unison, their voices filled with pure gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Heel. Heel is taken aback by their heartfelt thanks, waving back awkwardly. Ah, you're welcome. Rihanna approaches him, her eyes shining. Thank you so much, Mr. Heel. I'm sure we can grow great crops here. He beams with satisfaction. Yes, I'm looking forward to it. But the moment of peace is shattered. As Mappa runs with the other children, he trips and falls face first into the dirt. In the next instant, a massive shadow covers the square, and chaos erupts as something swoops down from the sky, snatching him away. Chaos erupts as a massive flock of monstrous, killer birds descends upon the village square, one of them having already snatched Mappa in its talons. Heel immediately takes command, shouting at the top of his lungs, everyone get back to the cave. In the panicked retreat, a young child trips and falls to the ground. Full Elvin's daughter rushes to the child's side trying to pull them up. Idiot, get up. Meanwhile, Rihanna spots a bird diving straight for Heel while he's distracted. Mr. Heel, she screams. At the same time, another killer bird swoops down on Full and the child she's protecting. Full braces for the impact, shielding the smaller child with her own body. Suddenly, in a spray of blood, the monster is decapitated mid-air, its head flying past the terrified children. The camera focuses on a hand, tightly gripping the handle of a battle axe. Heel looks on, his face a mask of pure shock. The axe, having done its job, flies through the air and returns to its wielder. Standing guard over the children is Elvin, now armed with two formidable axes. Dad, Full cries in relief, but Elvin's gaze is stern. Full, get out of here. His expression is deadly serious, a warrior unleashed. Elvin becomes a whirlwind of destruction, cleaving through the flock with terrifying ease. Heel can only watch in awe. Strong, tremendous. This is the power of a general from the Belden tribe. Snapping out of his surprise, Heel readies his own magic. Good job, Elvin, I'll help. Before he can cast, a voice cries out, shield. Heel is startled by the sudden intervention. A magical barrier materializes just in time, deflecting a bird that was about to ambush Heel. It was Rihanna who cast the spell, shocking both Heel and Elvin. Rihanna stands firm, her voice filled with newfound resolve. I can protect as well, do what you must. Heel gives her a grateful nod. All right, thanks Rihanna. The three heroes stand back to back. Elvin gives the order, we don't know which one swallowed Mappa. Aim for the heads, Heel agrees, yes. Elvin takes the lead, I'll take the rear, you two protect the entrance. From the safety of the cave, an elder confirms everyone has taken shelter. Hurry up and come as well. But Heel has a plan, he pulls out a heart stone. No, I know who's perfect to protect the cave. He slams his hand onto a large pile of rocks. A system notification appears, doll production material, Rock X300. With a mighty roar, a massive golem erupts from the earth. Heel commands it, Golem, protect the cave. The stone behemoth immediately wades into the flock, smashing birds with its powerful fists. Amid the chaos, Heel notices one of the birds beginning to gag. It convulses, preparing to spit something out. A slime-covered Mappa is regurgitated, falling helplessly from the sky. In the nick of time, a friendly slime dashes forward and catches Mappa, cushioning the fall. Heel lets out a nervous laugh. Now we don't have to worry about hitting Mappa. With their friend safe, Heel turns to Elvin with a plan. Elvin, can you gather them? Elvin grins confidently. Leave it to me. He hurls one of his axes, a rope trailing behind it. The rope whips through the air, expertly tangling a huge cluster of the killer birds together. They're caught in the net, screeching and unable to fly freely. Elvin pulls the line taut, his muscles straining. This rope's made from spider silk, you're not gonna break it. This is the opening Heel was waiting for. Good, get down, he yells to his allies. Rihanna and Elvin immediately drop to the ground. Heel raises his arms, a massive magic circle glowing above him as he unleashes his most powerful spell, Blizzard. A colossal wave of ice and freezing wind erupts from the magic circle. The blast engulfs the ensnared birds, freezing the entire group solid in an instant. The surviving birds cry out in terror at the display of overwhelming power. Their morale shattered, the rest of the flock turns and flees for their lives. Heel watches them disappear over the horizon, breathing a sigh of relief. Ah, they're leaving. Victory is theirs. The villagers pour out from the cave, cheering wildly for their saviors. Elvin, covered in battle scars, gives his boss a thumbs up. Boss, very well done. Rihanna rushes to Heel's side, her face full of concern. Are you hurt, Mr. Heel? But as she reaches him, the adrenaline fades and her legs buckle. She collapses and Heel rushes to her. Rihanna, trembling, she confesses, I am sorry, I was actually scared. She clutches his sleeve, looking up at him, but you're with me so. Heel is touched by her honesty, softly saying her name, Rihanna. He then breaks the tension with a grin, pointing to his own trembling legs. Look, it's my first time actually fighting a monster too. An elder watches them, smiling warmly. I am glad to see you are all right. Heel and Rihanna share a genuine laugh, the shared fear and relief bringing them closer. They look at each other, a new, unspoken bond formed between them. Surrounded by all the people he fought to protect, Heel feels the true weight of his new role. He thinks to himself, everyone, it seems even someone like me can become kind of like an actual feudal lord. As the victorious group heads home, a practical question is raised. By the way, can you eat killer bird? The cheerful reply comes, yes, it's very good. Then we're eating roasted meat today. With the killer birds defeated, the Belden tribe wastes no time preparing for a feast, expertly carving up the massive carcasses. The entire community pitches in, washing the meat while the kids play with the giant feathers, a sign of their hard-won victory. Soon, the settlement is filled with the sizzle of massive steaks and the aroma of rich stew bubbling over open fires. Elvin, the tribe's powerhouse, throws a heavy arm around Heel, his voice booming with gratitude. I want to thank our boss over here. As night falls, the victory banquet kicks off. The entire population of Sheol Reef, from goblins to giant spiders, gathers to celebrate. The spread is legendary, a mountain of perfectly cooked monster meat, more than they've ever had before. The night they fought off the killer birds became the night of the most epic feast their home had ever seen. Rihanna sits beside Heel, offering him a prime cut. Dig in, Mr. Heel, she encourages, but he looks hesitant. Heel stares at the meat, a bead of sweat on his face. I've never eaten monster meat, but... He takes a tentative bite, the juices bursting from the tender flesh. The texture is unlike anything he's ever had. He chews slowly, processing the incredible flavor. And then a look of pure bliss spreads across his face. There's no doubt about it, this is delicious. Rihanna smiles, pleased. It looks like you like it. Heel, already digging into a bowl of soup, is ecstatic. This is great too, Rihanna, we have soup as well. But as he tastes the soup, he pauses, a look of confusion on his face. Wait, is this really the same meat? He asks. Rihanna grins. Ah, so you noticed. She explains that the killer bird is a culinary miracle. The taste is completely different depending on the part. The wings and legs are like chicken, the shoulder is like pork, and the breast tastes just like beef. Heel is floored. So it can taste like 3 different animals. Watching his golem stand guard, Heel realizes the birds are both a threat and a resource. It'll be dangerous if they attack again, but they're also a great source of food. The elder Varus approaches him. Good thinking, he says wisely. Killer birds don't attack anything bigger than them. They quickly form a plan. Varus will establish a guard unit and build watchtowers, while Heel handles the stone processing for the new defenses. Amid the celebration, Heel spots a young goblin girl squatting by herself, munching on a drumstick. She eats with a fierce intensity, completely focused on her meal. Suddenly, she's right in front of them, staring Heel down with a serious expression. Heel recognizes her instantly. I'm pretty sure this girl is Elvin's daughter. She speaks up, her voice sharp. It's Full, you're the one who gave me that name, right? Startled, Heel replies, sorry, do you need something Full? Full gets straight to the point, her eyes narrowed. Why are you so strong? Heel is confused for a second. Strong? Oh, you mean the magic, that's all thanks to mining. Her eyes widen with excitement. I became strong by digging up stones that increase magic power, Heel explains. Full practically vibrates with energy. This place has stones like that, can I dig for them too? Rihanna gently interrupts. Full, it's not that simple. For goblins to use magic, they first need to evolve using a change stone. Just then Elvin storms over and grabs his daughter. Full, stop bothering the boss. Full struggles against him, shouting, then I'm gonna evolve, Rihanna sighs, but we don't have any change stones. Heel watches, surprised by her determination. Elvin apologizes profusely. Sorry, she's obsessed with getting stronger, and stop being so rude, Rihanna adds, well, with a father as strong as you, it can't be helped. Full just crosses her arms, annoyed, as her father reacts with surprise to Heel's next words. Heel smiles kindly at the young goblin. Full, if you want to change stone, then go dig for one. If you find it, you can use it. Full is in disbelief, her jaw dropping. Really, are you sure? Without waiting for another word, she bolts. Yay, I'm good at mining. I promise I'll be helpful, Mr. Heel. Heel watches her go, thinking to himself, having more magic users can only be a good thing. He then turns his attention to Rihanna, deciding to invest in her potential by using 800 magic stones to boost her power. Rihanna feels a surge of energy and looks at him, confused. Mr. Heel, what was that? He explains casually, I just used some magic stones to increase your magic power. Rihanna is stunned. On me. Her shock quickly turns into fierce resolve. Understood, I'll do my best to improve. Elvin claps her on the back, laughing. That's the spirit. First things first, you need to eat well to get strong. That night under the full moon, they celebrated their accomplishments. And so, the day they reclaimed the land and feasted on meat became the very first Memorial Day in Sheol Reef. Sometime later, Heel shivers inside a massive ice cave. It was Rihanna's brilliant idea, a giant freezer to store all their leftover meat. They seal the cave with a massive steel door forged by Mappa. Now the meat won't spoil, Heel says, relieved. Rihanna adds, food preserved like this can last for over half a year. Mappa, the master craftsman, had not only forged the door, but also drawn up the complex plans for the entire facility. His work didn't stop there. He'd also completely renovated the forge, leaving everyone, including Varus and Heel, utterly speechless at his skill. Rihanna, glowing with a newfound confidence from her power-up, proudly declares, I'll cast freeze in here occasionally to make sure the ice never melts. With Elvin and Varus handling the settlement's defenses, Heel is finally free to return to what he does best, mining. He's joined by an eager Full, who seems almost disappointed by the lack of danger. I'm surprised nothing bad has happened all this time. Heel just smiles, yes. But Full quickly proves she's no amateur. Your Cave King's skill is amazing for preventing cave-ins, but going in without knowing the basics is just careless. She points to the air. This dust is bad for your lungs. We need ventilation, especially since you mine coal, right? Full explains the deadly risks of gas buildup from coal, poisoning, or even a massive explosion. We should get Mappa to build a device to pump in fresh air. Heel is blown away by her knowledge. You really know your stuff, that would be a huge help. Full puffs out her chest. I've been working in mines since I was little. To prove her point, she pulls aside her shirt. Look, she says, revealing a tattoo on her shoulder. It's a miner's crest. It's nothing compared to your Cave King skill, but I can mine too. Heel is genuinely impressed. That's reassuring. If you notice anything else, please don't hesitate to tell me. As he watches her work with practiced efficiency, Heel reflects. She might be slower than me, but her intuition for finding ore is outstanding. She's the greatest rival I've had since Terran. This thought sparks a question he hadn't considered before. Now that I think about it, do you have a father? Full's pickaxe stops mid-swing. Without turning around, she answers softly, I did. Heel immediately realizes his mistake, an awkward silence hanging in the air. I'm sure he was a great man. While mining, Heel is lost in thought, haunted by the image of his family. To be honest, I'm scared of my father, and my brothers too, he admits to himself. It's true I've acquired incredible magic power, but they have a boundless power that dwarfs even what I have. Noticing his troubled expression, Full asks him a pointed question. Do you want to be stronger than your father? Heel sweats thinking, she's so easy to read. As he's flustered, Full smashes her pickaxe into the rock wall. The wall crumbles, revealing a dark opening. I did it, Full cheers. I think there's something, is it a cave hollow? Caught off guard by Heel's internal comment, Full just scoffs, whatever. They step through the opening into a massive ancient chamber lined with stone statues. It's huge, Heel exclaims. Full adds, Mr. Heel, the change stone was in a stone room like this, wasn't it? Heel's eyes are fixed on the imposing figures. Why yes, these statues. Suddenly the stone cracks, and a statue's hand lurches towards them. Heel's instincts scream. Full wait, he yells, reaching out to stop her. He shoves her behind him and instantly casts Shield, a magical barrier deflecting the golem's crushing blow just in time. He turns to his companion. Are you all right, Full? Shaken but safe, she replies. Why yes. Heel realizes what they're up against. They're golems, but the one I made can't use magic, can it? Before he can process it, Full screams his name as another golem lunges from the side. All around them the statues animate, drawing massive stone swords. They're completely surrounded. As Full screams, Heel focuses his power, preparing to unleash hell. With a roar he casts his spell, Storm. Instantly, violent tornadoes of magical energy erupt around them. The golems are caught in the maelstrom, their stone bodies ripped to shreds by the sheer force of Heel's magic. As the winds die down, only rubble remains. Heel looks at the destruction, thinking, this exceeded my expectations the moment these golems appeared. He rushes to Full's side. Are you hurt? Full looks down, ashamed. No, I'm sorry, I rushed ahead without thinking. To prevent anyone else from stumbling into danger, Heel gives an order to his slime. Shell, go signal everyone. The slimes relay the message, forming large X's to signal an immediate halt to all mining activities. Amidst the golem debris, Full spots something. Mr. Heel, is this golden stone a change stone? Heel takes the peculiar gem. Oh, let me see. Full watches with hopeful eyes, but her face falls as Heel examines it. He identifies the item. No, this is different, it's a sorcery stone, it can store magic. Just then, a massive hairy figure looms over them, startling Full. It's Mappa. You, oh Mappa, why you scared me? Heel shouts. But Mappa doesn't even notice them. He's completely mesmerized by the giant sword dropped by one of the golems, fawning over it like a lost puppy. What is he doing now? Heel wonders. Mappa grabs the hilt and begins dragging the enormous weapon away. Full asks the real question, how long is he going to stay naked anyway? Heel just sighs. I've never seen Mappa so excited. Later, Heel and Full try to lift the sword themselves, but it's impossibly heavy. Feng Ai, it still won't budge, Heel grunts. I'll just collect it. He places his hand on the sword, attempting to use his Cave King ability to store it. But nothing happens. He strains, but the sword remains fixed to the ground. What is this? It won't budge. A system notification pops into his mind. Currently, Cave King cannot collect anything aside from minerals and mined items. Heel changes tactics, grabbing Mappa's special ice axe. I see, so processed things are no good, he realizes. In that case. Full is shocked by his plan. No way, even you can't break it. Heel ignores her, roaring, I'm not done yet, as he brings the axe down with all his might. With a high-pitched ping, the axe connects, chipping off a tiny piece of the sword. Heel stares at the minuscule damage. I managed to do it, but even Mappa's special ice axe barely scratched it. What is this sword made of? He examines the fragments that flew off. His eyes go wide as he identifies the material. Orichalcum, this comes up in legends. It's a mythical metal, lighter and stronger than any other. But the description confuses him. Chen, if it's lighter than metal, how come I can't lift it? Then the sheer scale of the situation dawns on him. Meanwhile, a huge crowd has gathered around the sword, with the mighty General Elvin stepping forward to attempt the impossible. Heel and Full arrive to see the commotion. What's going on? Heel asks. A villager explains, well, General Mappa brought a sword and everyone is trying to lift it, but it's impossible. Heel finally understands the problem and shouts to the crowd, that sword is made out of 300 orichalcum ingots. Seeing her father straining, Full panics. Father, stop, it's impossible. Elvin lets out a guttural roar, refusing to give up. With a final earth-shattering effort, he lifts the colossal blade into the air. The crowd erupts. General, that's our great warrior Elvin. A crest on his shoulder glows with immense power. The great warrior crest, Heel thinks, so that's why Elvin is so strong. Elvin holds the sword high, but the immense strain is clear on his face. He slams the sword down in victory, but a thin line of blood drips from his hand. He pushed himself too far. The hero collapses. Elvin, General, the crowd panics and rushes to his side. Heel quickly pushes through, placing a hand over the wound. I think he's all right, he says, casting a healing spell. It's not a big wound. As Elvin comes to, Heel chides him. Geez, you're a tough guy, but that was dangerous. Suddenly, Full barrels past Heel towards her father. She crashes into his chest, burying her face in his tunic. Tears streaming down her face, she yells, You idiot, father, you're an idiot, I was really worried. Humbled, the great warrior can only apologize. Sorry, Full, my bad, I'll be more careful. Sometime later, Heel finds Mappa back at the village forge, a piece of the legendary metal in hand. The dwarf is in his element, plunging the glowing orichalcum into water, steam hissing violently. As the narrator explains, dwarves are a legendary race with incredible strength and an innate talent for smithing rare minerals. Mappa holds up his finished creation with a proud grin. He turns and presents the new tool to Heel. Heel is taken aback. Is this for me? Can I hold it? The moment he takes it, his jaw drops in disbelief. He holds it up, stunned by its properties. It's light and orichalcum ice axe. Mappa went on to make all sorts of orichalcum tools, proving he was a master smith of legend. Though, as Heel notes, his preference for being naked probably wasn't part of any dwarven myth. Elsewhere, General Elvin and his troops face off against a massive, spiky creature. With a mighty swing, he brings his axe down, but it bounces off the monster's hide with a loud clang. His men are stunned. No way, even the general's axe didn't work. The force of the impact sends the axe flying from Elvin's hands, embedding it uselessly in the ground. But Elvin isn't fazed. Cracking his knuckles with a grin, he prepares for round 2, barehanded. Heh, bring it on. Meanwhile, deep in the mines, Full takes a deep, satisfying breath. Her eyes snap open, filled with excitement. Yes, it's perfect, she exclaims to Heel. The air feels a lot cleaner. Heel explains that this is all thanks to the new ventilation system Full had recommended. The system is powered by a massive water wheel designed by Mappa, which uses the tide's energy to constantly pump fresh air into the deep mining tunnels. Full is itching to get back to work. This is great, but I really want to get back to mining. Heel chuckles, haha, me too. But Heel recalls the dangers they've faced before. We never know when we'll dig up something dangerous again, he thinks, deciding to hold off. We need to wait a little longer. A look of determination crosses his face. In order for everyone to mine safely, I guess I'll head to the forge today. His plan: create a new squad of guard golems. He gathers the materials, magic stones and artificial hearts, and decides to have Mappa handle their equipment. But as he begins to design them, a spark of inspiration hits him. While I'm at it, I'm going to make them a little more intricate. Heel gets completely carried away, sketching out a ridiculously over-the-top design for a Super Ultra Max Golem DX. He immediately facepalms, realizing his mistake. Did I get carried away? He's so lost in his wild fantasy that he starts rambling out loud to Rihanna. It'll have the defensive power of orichalcum, a sword and a bowgun, magic implementation, and even artillery. He snaps back to reality, startled to see Rihanna standing there. Oh, Rihanna, I'm sorry, you were so quiet I didn't notice. Rihanna just gives him a playful, mysterious smile. It's more fun if you see for yourself, she teases, leaving Heel blushing and confused. Do you have some time, she asks. Heel, completely flustered, stammers, why yes, what is it? Great, come with me, she says, leading him away. Heel follows, wondering, it's rare for you to be so assertive. He can't help but blush as he follows her into the darkness. After a short walk, Rihanna stops. We're here. She leads him through a simple storage cave and out into a breathtaking secret, an entire underground orchard flourishing with fruit trees and vines with a view of the ocean. Heel is blown away. Apples, grapes, and now even lemons and palm trees. Great job, Rihanna. This is an amazing orchard. Rihanna beams at the praise. Thank you. She then approaches a palm tree with a strange intensity, confusing Heel. But we still don't have enough for everyone, she explains, so I had an idea. Her eyes narrow with focus. Break. In a shocking display of power, Rihanna punches the ground, sending a massive shockwave outwards. The vibration travels up the tree, shaking loose a volley of coconuts that rain down from above, much to Heel's astonishment. She lands gracefully after her powerful stomp. With incredible agility, Rihanna leaps into the air, kicking and chopping the falling coconuts open before gathering the halves with a triumphant smile. She demonstrates her new strength by effortlessly squeezing the juice from the fruit with her bare hands. Then, using a touch of magic, she purifies the juice. We can mix lemon and coconut juice with water, she explains, pouring the drinks. That way we can all enjoy it. Heel takes a sip, his mind racing. I knew she was learning martial arts from Elvin, but where did she get this kind of power? His eyes widen as the flavor hits him. It's good. Rihanna is thrilled. It's refreshing, sweet, and has just the right acidity. It's even better than juice. Enjoying the moment, Heel looks over to call out to the general. The scene cuts back to Elvin, who has just finished his own battle. Heel approaches the group. So do you think we can restart the mining? Elvin holds up a hand. Wait, take a look at this. Heel's eyes go wide with shock at the creature's defeated carcass. What is that? A shell. Elvin stands over the monster. It's a Satan shell. I took it down on the other side of the island. He points to a gash on its armor. Be careful if you find one. This thing's shell even repelled my axe. Heel can't believe it. So how did you? Before he can finish, Elvin rears back to smash the shell open. Varus explains, it's easy if you just force it open. But don't try this at home, only the general's incredible strength makes this possible. As the shell cracks, a strange liquid spills out. Mappa recoils at first, then begins collecting it, noting it's the numbing fluid the creature uses on its prey. Varus takes the collected liquid for inspection. As he pours the viscous fluid, Heel asks, what's that, Varus? Varus flashes a sinister, toothy grin. Depending on how it's processed, it can be a deadly poison. He then chuckles, breaking the tension. I'm only joking, we can harvest valuable Tyrian purple dye from it. Heel lets out a sigh of relief, thinking, I guess even Varus can tell jokes. Reflecting on all the threats: killer birds, Satan shells, ancient golems, Heel renews his vow to protect his domain, both above and below ground. Sometime later, his new defense force is complete. Heel has created 14 new golems, bringing his army to a total of 15. All right, from number 1 to number 15, form a line, Elvin commands. Heel explains the upgrades. Numbers 6 to 15 are equipped with magic stones, Some have defensive magic while others have elemental attributes like ice, fire, lightning, and wind. Suddenly, the frantic ringing of an alarm bell shatters the calm. A scout frantically yells from the watchtower, "We have trouble, more Satan shells." He points towards a vulnerable section of their defenses, there at the part of the wall that's not finished. A horrifying sight meets their eyes, a massive horde of over 50 Satan shells swarming their unfinished wall. Heel immediately turns to the expert. "Varus, what's their weakness?" Varus reports, "They can resist heat and cold. But they cannot withstand lightning." A plan forms in Heel's mind, his expression becomes steely. "All right." He turns to Elvin, "Can you leave this to me? I want to test the new golems." Elvin nods, "All right, but call me right away if there's trouble." "Yes," Heel agrees. Rihanna rushes to his side, worried. "Mr. Heel." Heel looks at her, his plan solidifying. "Rihanna, you know lightning magic, right?" He turns and summons his most trusted golem, number 1. Rihanna's face lights up with understanding and determination. "Yes, leave it to me." Heel helps pull Rihanna up onto golem number 1's massive stone shoulder. Standing tall atop their moving fortress, Heel points towards the enemy horde and issues his command. 6, 7, 14, 15, forward. The new golem squad charges into their first battle. A horde of spiky creatures, the Satan shells, swarms forward, met by the unyielding stance of one of Heel's golems. The creatures surge forward in an aggressive, unified charge. Heel immediately takes command of the battlefield, shouting, 6 and 7, guard. Instantly, golems 6 and 7 form a defensive line, their massive shields deflecting the enemy's opening volley. From atop her own golem, Rihanna unleashes a devastating lightning spell that crackles through the enemy ranks. Her eyes are locked on her targets, raw magical power arcing from her fingertips. The tribe members watch in awe. "Damn, the princess is incredible," one shouts while another marvels, "Those large golems are like mobile fortresses." Following the plan, 2 other golems unleash coordinated energy blasts from their arms. Heel praises Rihanna's powerful attack, "Good job, Rihanna," before issuing his next order, 14 and 15, fire 2. The combined assault of lightning and energy beams completely obliterates the Satan shell horde. In moments, the battlefield is littered with the smoking husks of the defeated creatures. However, the battle isn't quite over, as the shells begin to spew a viscous, numbing liquid. The golems stand firm, their shields raised to intercept the volley of paralyzing projectiles. The magical barriers on their shields shimmer, neutralizing the dangerous fluid on contact. The last of the shells are quickly dispatched, bringing the swift battle to a decisive end. Heel and Rihanna survey the scene from their golem's shoulder, the victory secured. One of the tribe members sighs in relief. The golems made sure none of that numbing liquid got anywhere near the boss. Rihanna smirks confidently, thinking to herself, "This was over way quicker than I expected." With the area clear, Heel addresses his forces. "All right, good job, everyone. Golems with magic are seriously overpowered," he adds with a smile. "Rihanna, you did even better than I expected too." As they prepare to dismount, Rihanna is already thinking about the spoils. "Let's take the meat to the freezer before it spoils." Heel agrees. "All right, number 1, put us down and help carry it." Back on the ground, they begin the task of cleaning up the battlefield. Suddenly, Rihanna's sharp elven ears pick up a faint skittering sound. She turns just in time to see a few surviving Satan shells lurching towards them for a surprise attack. One of the creatures spits its numbing liquid right at Heel. Without a second's hesitation, Rihanna screams, "Mr. Heel, watch out," and shoves him out of the line of fire. She takes the full force of the paralyzing attack herself. A nearby guard quickly finishes off the last of the ambushers. "Boss, are you all right?" Heel shaken replies, "Why yes, thanks Elvin." He immediately turns to Rihanna, his relief turning to panic. "Rihanna, are you Al?" She collapses against him, her body covered in the sticky fluid. "I'm sorry, Mr. Heel," she murmurs, "my body, it's completely numb." She struggles to stand, disgusted by the feeling. I'm all sticky." Heel, meanwhile, is completely flustered by their sudden and compromising position. Snapping out of it, Heel panics. "Don't worry, I'll heal you, cure." The healing magic works instantly, restoring feeling to her limbs. Rihanna beams, "Thank you very much." A flustered Heel tries to deflect the praise, "And no, it was thanks to you that." As he's talking, something shiny inside a nearby shell catches his eye. He's still worried about her being covered in goo. "That must feel so gross, I'll go get some water." But Rihanna insists, "No, I can do that." They both peer into the shell. "What is this?" Heel asks. Rihanna's eyes light up. "Ah, it's a pearl, what a find. Satan shell ones are especially rare." She holds the gleaming pearl in her hand, admiring its simple beauty. "It's really pretty." Heel casually offers it to her. "Here, you can have it, Rihanna." Rihanna is completely taken aback. He explains with a genuine smile, "I don't really understand the value of jewels, and I think it suits you." Rihanna freezes, his words echoing in her mind. A deep blush begins to spread across her cheeks. Her mouth hangs open, completely stunned by the gesture. She becomes a stuttering, flustered mess, unable to form a coherent sentence. Well, but I. Overwhelmed with emotion, she suddenly turns and runs for it, shouting, I'm sorry, Mr. Heel. I can't yet." Heel is left standing there, utterly bewildered by her reaction. He looks down at the pearl, realizing his simple gift was far more complicated than he thought. "Looks like I can't just give this to her." The next day, The mining operation is back in full swing. Heel stretches, calling out, "Ah, it's time to take a break." But Full, showing incredible stamina, keeps on working. "I'm going to keep going a bit more." Heel smiles, "All right, but make sure you don't forget to eat." Full's eyes sparkle at the thought. "Yes, the princess's food is great." Before leaving, Heel instructs the golem standing guard. "Number 15, ring the bell if something happens." With the powerful golems providing security, the tribe could finally resume their vital mining operations, with Full leading the charge with her boundless energy. Later, Rihanna presents a massive feast to the hungry workers. "Thank you for waiting, today we're having a Satan shell full course." The tribe digs in enthusiastically. "We have a lot, so don't hold back," Rihanna encourages them as they all enjoy the hard-earned meal. The narration explains that the Satan shells had nested nearby, providing a constant source of food, dyes, and durable materials for the tribe. But the currents around Sheol Reef were a double-edged sword. They brought not just blessings, but also the grim wreckage and corpses from battles fought far out at sea, hinting at a much larger conflict brewing beyond their shores. Using the Satan shells, the tribe finally perfects their new dye. Heel holds up a piece of cloth, admiring the rich, deep color, "So this is Tyrian purple." The entire tribe is buzzing with excitement. One of the elders declares it an honor, noting the quality is even better than what nobles use. They immediately begin planning to make new clothes. Heel proudly shows the finished product to an elder. "Check this out, Elvin, it came out beautiful." But his celebration is cut short as Elvin approaches from behind, his presence heavy and silent. The cheerful atmosphere vanishes. Heel and the elder turn, their expressions shifting from joy to confusion and concern. Elvin's face is a stone mask, his eyes narrowed with a grim intensity that chills Heel to the bone. The entire tribe has gathered at the edge of the reclaimed land, staring down at the turbulent waters below. Elvin finally speaks, his voice low and serious. "Boss, can you come with me to the reclaimed land?" There, washed up on the shore, is a horrifying sight, the bloated corpse of a massive orc warrior. A wave of fear and shock ripples through the goblins. It's an orc. They murmur, the name of their hated enemy hanging in the air. Heel stares, stunned. Elvin explains grimly, "He was caught in the embankment. We pulled him here." Elvin's eyes fixate on a specific detail on the orc's armor, a metal seal. His voice drops to a whisper filled with dawning horror. "That seal, no doubt about it." In an instant, his stoic demeanor shatters, replaced by pure, unadulterated rage. He roars, "It's the tribe that destroyed our hometown." His words are a spark in a powder keg. One of the younger goblins, fueled by rage, breaks from the crowd. "Why are you scared of a corpse?" he screams, delivering a vicious kick to the dead orc. Another goblin shouts at him, "Why, you idiots." But the fury is contagious. They all remember the horrors they faced. "How dare you, our friends, our families." The crowd surges forward in a frenzy of hatred, kicking and stomping the corpse. "Let him have it." Heel tries to intervene, shouting, "Wait." He calls out their names, trying to regain control, but his voice is lost in the chaos. Even Elvin and Varus can only watch, their faces twisted with the pain of old wounds torn open anew. Heel freezes, his body trembling. He realizes the truth. This orc is an enemy of the Belden tribe. I don't have the right to stop them. Suddenly, a clear, sharp voice rings out, cutting through the noise like a thunderclap. "Stop it." The enraged goblins halt, stunned. Standing before them, blocking their path, is Rihanna. Her eyes, usually so gentle, are blazing with fury and disappointment. The tribe members stare, shocked by her intensity. Rihanna's voice trembles with indignation. "Kicking a dead person is disgraceful. Did the Belden tribe lose even its pride?" One of the goblins stammers, "But princess." He tries to justify their actions, reminding her of the orc's cruelty. "What they did to our tribe. They even used the king's corpse to set an example." Rihanna's eyes narrow, acknowledging the truth of their painful memories. Still, she says, her voice firm and unwavering, "That doesn't mean we should act the same way." Another goblin, looking towards Heel, adds, "And Mr. Heel should decide how to deal with those that drift into this island." All eyes turn to Heel. Rihanna, realizing she may have overstepped, bows her head. "I apologize, Mr. Heel." But Heel isn't angry. He looks at her, his expression filled with gratitude and resolve. "Thank you, Rihanna." Inspired by her courage, Heel steps forward, finding his own. "Yes, that's right. Right now, I am the chief of this island and these people." He stands between his tribe and the corpse, addressing them as their leader. "So, I know you're frustrated and I get that you want to vent. But I don't want you to do something like humiliating a dead person. I have to take responsibility." Then Heel does something none of them expect. He bows his head low. "I'm sorry, please listen to my selfish request and contain your anger." The tribe is utterly shocked. Their chief is bowing to them. They rush forward, flustered. "Boss, please raise your head, you're putting us in a bind here." With the situation diffused, Heel turns to Varus. "Varus, can you handle his burial?" Varus nods solemnly, "If that is what you wish." But as they prepare, Varus delivers chilling news. He's not the only one. Heel looks out at the water and his blood runs cold. The sea is littered with bodies and the wreckage of ships. The tribe works to pull the dead from the water. "We pulled in 24 corpses." And there's another shock. As they lay out the bodies, they see it's not just one race. Among the orcs is the body of a kobold. "There are bitter enemies," a goblin explains, "and fought with the orcs too." Heel is deeply troubled. Did orcs and kobolds fight, but why are they in this remote area? Later, after the bodies have been arranged, Heel and Elvin survey the grim scene. Elvin confirms his suspicions. This is all very strange. They all have battle wounds, but some of them are really horrible. He points to a gruesome injury, scars that can't have been caused by an axe or a sword. If I had to say, they were caused by fangs, but I've never seen ones that big. He gestures to another body, charred beyond recognition. There's a corpse that looks like half of it was blown away by extreme heat. You can't do something like that even with blaze magic, right? The implication is terrifying. Heel's eyes widen in horror. Are you saying they were attacked by something else? Elvin admits, I don't know, but for now let's tighten our guard. Heel agrees, deciding not to spread panic. Yes, it's all very unclear, but I don't want to worry everyone. Heel takes charge, organizing the tribe. He tasks Varus with the burials and Elvin with bolstering their defenses. While the others work, Heel and Rihanna begin the unpleasant but necessary task of scavenging through the wreckage for any usable supplies. Rihanna sighs, holding up a piece of splintered wood. Everything is in terrible condition. It'll be hard to fix this. As they work, Heel hears a faint whimpering sound. He turns to Rihanna. Did you say something? She shakes her head, confused. No. His eyes then land on an ornate chest half buried in the debris. Rihanna, this box has a lock. The whimpering sound grows louder, clearly coming from the chest. Rihanna tries to pry it open, but it won't budge. Chen, I can't open it. Heel realizes the sound is coming from inside. Stepping forward, Heel summons his magic. Pick, a magical crest appears, and with a soft click, the lock disengages. Alright, it's open, he says, cautiously lifting the lid. Before he can even peek inside, something small and white shoots out of the box like a cannonball. It lands directly in his arms. Heel stares in disbelief. A puppy. The fluffy creature immediately pounces, licking his face excitedly. It begins climbing all over him, completely overwhelming him. Wah, Rihanna, what do I do about this? Rihanna can only watch, stunned by the sudden, chaotic appearance of the creature. Heel manages to get the creature off his face, only to find it's left a wet stain on his shirt. Yuhai, did it stain on the inside? But Rihanna is already smitten. She gently takes the creature and cuddles it, a bright smile on her face. I'm sorry, I'll wash it. Heel is still trying to process what just happened, but this puppy. Rihanna looks down at the creature nestled in her arms, her expression knowing. Yes, I think it's a kobold. She holds the baby kobold close, stroking its fur. A baby isn't guilty of anything, I'm sure. Everyone will understand. Heel isn't so sure. They've just found the child of their sworn enemy, but looking at the innocent creature, he knows they can't just abandon it. For now, they have to look after it. The next day, Heel is back on the grind, putting his new pickaxe to work. With powerful swings, he blasts through the rock face, continuing his mission to gather resources. He can't help but admire his new tool. Mappa's special orichalcum ice axe really is great. But as he works, his mind is heavy. A battle on coastal waters. I still don't have an answer for what Elvin pointed out. For now, the best thing I can do is keep mining. His strategy is simple: mine, collect, and repeat. The island's defense depends on the raw materials he can gather. While checking his inventory, he notices a problem: getting less and less magic stones. He thinks about the others. He wants to boost Rihanna's magic and hopes Full and Varus might be able to use it someday too. He sighs, well, nothing I can do if they don't appear. But then, his eyes catch on a strange, unidentified item in his inventory. Curious, he materializes it in his hand. What is this? He examines the object closely. It's not a stone, it's a seed. Did it get sucked up when I was digging? Suddenly Full comes running towards him, calling out, Mr. Heel. He turns, asking Full, are you here to mine too? She looks completely stressed out. Ah no, it's up there. Back at the camp, the situation is chaotic. One of the tribesmen tries to soothe the wailing kobold baby by making funny faces. It is not working. The baby just cries even louder. Another tribesman tries to distract it with a giant spider, which only makes things worse. Even one of their summoned beasts tries to help, letting out a roar that terrifies the poor infant. The entire crew is at a loss. That's weird, why doesn't he stop crying? Full loses her patience and decks one of the tribesmen. What is that nonsense you're doing? The guy is stunned. What? I did this with you too. Ah, Full looks mortified at the memory. Just then Heel arrives. No, you're just scaring him, he says plainly. The tribesman sheepishly welcomes him back. The baby spots Heel, its teary eyes widening. Instantly the crying stops, and the little creature dashes straight for him. It leaps into his arms, nuzzling him affectionately. Heel is completely caught off guard. Whoa, wait. Rihanna and Full explain the situation. Aha, he really was looking for you, Rihanna says. He started crying right after he woke up from his nap. Rihanna smiles, he probably thinks you're his father. Full chimes in, maybe he was marking you, didn't he pee on you? Meanwhile, Varus has been inspecting the chest the baby was found in. It seems shallower than its exterior would suggest. I was thinking perhaps there was a false bottom. He also offers a theory on the baby's behavior. Perhaps it's in their nature to imprint on others. Heel notices his focus. Is there something to that chest, Varus? The old man replies, yes, well. Varus demonstrates its incredible durability. Even though it appears to be a wooden box, even an orichalcum knife won't penetrate it. An idea strikes Heel. He hands the baby to Rihanna. Rihanna, please take him. Yes, she says, taking the infant. Heel places his hand on the bottom of the chest, activating his unique pick magic. A hidden compartment clicks open. The bottom was locked too, Heel exclaims. Varus leans in eagerly in what is inside. Within the secret compartment lie 3 ancient-looking books and a small, white pyramidal stone. Heel examines the contents. History of the Tybris tribe, Tybris Book of Techniques, Tybris Scriptures, so Tybris is the name of their tribe and this white stone. The others gather around, unable to decipher the text. What does it say, boss? One asks. I can't read difficult letters either. Heel is stumped as well. Suddenly a system message appears identifying the pyramid, Thought Stone, a stone capable of storing thoughts. Varus looks at the stone, a single tear rolling down his cheek as if he understands its purpose all too well. The stone begins to glow in Heel's hand. He looks at Varus in alarm. Varus. He realizes Varus must have activated it somehow, the Thought Stone. The stone floats into the air, projecting a brilliant column of light. From the light, the holographic form of a regal and powerful fox woman appears before them. Heel and Rihanna can only stare in utter shock. This. The projection speaks with a calm, commanding voice. I am the queen of the Tybris tribe, Ulhemina. The one you found inside the chest is my newborn baby. Rihanna whispers, stunned by her beauty, what a pretty. Ulhemina's recorded message continues. If you are listening to this, it must mean you have undone the chest seal. The name of her tribe triggers a hostile reaction from one of the Belden warriors, Tybris tribe. The queen's expression is grim. I do not have much time left, this may be hard to believe. The hologram shifts, showing a terrifying scene of a massive ship being torn apart by a legendary sea serpent. But our ship is being chased by the legendary beast, Leviathan. The entire group recoils in horror. Varus full and the others stare, their faces pale with shock. Ulhemina explains their hopeless situation. Our battle with the orcs has left us exhausted. Our weapons and magic will not work against it. We have no way to escape from this beast. Her image softens as she looks down at her child. I know this may be an unreasonable request, but please be my baby's foster parent. She explains the reward she left behind. All we can offer you are our 2 strongest warriors tasked with defending the chest, and our 3 books forbidden to outsiders. Her hologram begins to flicker and distort as the sounds of destruction echo in the recording. It seems I must go. Please take good care of my baby, and if possible, allow my baby to hear my last words one day. With her final moments, her expression turns into a warm, loving smile as she speaks to her child. Your mother, Ulhemina, loves you. The light fades and the Thought Stone clatters onto the table, leaving the room in a heavy silence. Heel is sweating, the weight of the queen's last wish crashing down on him. Rihanna clutches the now orphan baby, her eyes wide with disbelief and sorrow. The Belden general breaks the silence with a disgusted scoff. He sneers, it's just like those damn Tybris to leave their kid to someone else. Where's that escort anyway? Rihanna immediately scolds him. General, you must not talk like that. Another tribesman decides to report the news. Heel turns to his companions, guessing you all know about the Tybris tribe. Full explains the bitter history. Mr. Heel, the Tybris and Belden tribes have been fighting over territory for a long time. Her voice drops as she reveals a painful truth. My big brother died in that war. Heel listens, understanding the deep-seated animosity. I see, but... Rihanna points out, even after hearing that, Elvin didn't glare at the baby or anything. Full nods fiercely. Yes, my father would never hate a child. Varus clarifies the general's anger. Yes, the general blames himself for being unable to protect his son. Then Varus shares his own loss. I also lost a younger brother in this war, but I hold no grudge against this baby. Hearing their resolve, Heel makes his decision, his voice firm. I think I'll take care of him. Full and Varus smile, fully supporting his choice. Heel takes the baby, then realizes a crucial detail is missing. Having said that, did she say his name? Varus replies she only said he was her baby. Rihanna ponders the reason. Did she intentionally omit it, so the people taking care of him would treat him as their own? Heel looks to her for help. In that case, do you have any ideas, Rihanna? Heel holds the baby up, ready to give him a new beginning. Rihanna thinks for a moment then smiles. Alright then, how about Riel? Heel loves it. Riel, yes, from now on you're Riel. Just as he says the name, a system message appears. Naming complete, tamed Riel. Heel is confused, He looks at the happy baby. Tame, that's not what I was going for, but I guess it's good if Riel is going to live in the cave from now on. Full grins, having figured it out. I get it. Rihanna and Heel, you took parts from both of your names. Rihanna blushes furiously as Full laughs, while Heel tries to deny it, completely flustered. But the light-hearted moment is cut short as the general recounts the grim fate of the Tybris warriors. Marks of giant fangs, half of the body blown away by extreme heat, a beast immune to weapons and magic. Varus brings them back to the immediate danger. Now that this is settled, there is a problem that must be addressed. The name of the beast echoes in Heel's mind, a terrifying promise of the battle to come. Leviathan. Heel faces the stoic Mappa, a hint of concern in his voice. Mappa, are you sure about this? Mappa simply nods. Heel takes a deep breath, steeling himself. All right. He and the others brace themselves as an immense force barrels towards them. Heel unleashes a torrent of fire magic, engulfing the area in a massive explosion. The golem stands its ground, raising its new orichalcum shield. A magic circle flares to life, effortlessly absorbing the entire blast. Heel clenches his fist in excitement. The orichalcum shield is even stronger with shielding magic. This feels very reliable. Later, Heel checks in on the tribe's elders. Varus, Elvin, how are you doing? The entire tribe is hard at work constructing a massive ballista. Varus proudly explains, Mappa's design is magnificent. With this, we can defend the island even from giant monsters. Heel looks out at the sea, worried. The Leviathan, is it really that mythical monster? Varus admits, to be honest, I don't believe it either, but we have to be prepared. They recall the grim intelligence. An entire military unit, led by the feared Queen Elhemina, was completely wiped out by a monster lurking in these very waters. Suddenly a tiny yelp cuts through the air, drawing a goblin's attention. It's the kobold pup Riel, stranded high up on the construction scaffolding. Heel calls out in alarm, Riel, how did you get up there? That's dangerous. The poor pup trembles, too scared to move. A goblin shouts, are you stuck there? Heel and Varus look on, panicking. Without hesitation, one of the orc warriors begins scaling the structure. Hold on, I'm coming. Elsewhere, Rihanna tries to wrangle the energetic pup. Hey, Riel, don't bother them while they're working. She apologizes to the orc general. I'm sorry, are you alright? He waves it off, then asks, I thought Riel was in the field with you. Rihanna looks away sheepishly about that. It turns out Riel has been causing chaos all over, digging up seeds and even stealing a goblin's lunch. Varus chuckles, noting how fast the pup is growing. Kobold children mature quickly. Riel will be walking on 2 legs soon. The mention of the field sparks a memory for Heel. Hold on, speaking of fields. He pulls out a large, peculiar seed he'd found. Do you know this seed, Varus? Varus examines it, intrigued but stumped. It's big, I'm sorry, but I have never seen it before. As Rihanna looks at the seed, a single word escapes her lips almost unconsciously, Yggdrasil. Everyone turns to her in surprise. Rihanna, Heel asks. She snaps out of her trance, completely flustered. Why did it just slipped out of my mouth? Heel connects the dots. Was it your crest? Varus nods in understanding. I have heard that the farmer crest bestows knowledge about plants. The name, however, strikes a chord with Varus. Still, Yggdrasil, I do know about that. He explains it's a mythical tree from an old tale, a giant that blesses all living things. Varus holds the seed, his expression serious. Yes, it's a legend, but so was the changed stone, and this was found on this island. With a new purpose, Heel gets to work. Using his powers, he begins carving out a new patch of land from the rocky coast. The earth moves and reshapes at his command. Finally, he breaks through. All right, I'm through. Rihanna watches, impressed. Thank you, Mr. Heel. The plan is to create a new field, which will also serve as a defensive buffer for the island. Heel enlists the help of his insectoid minions. My retrieval function only works in the cave, so I need help moving dirt outside. I'm counting on you. He has more than enough raw materials to get the job done. By evening, they've finished creating a large, walled-off plot of reclaimed land. Heel declares, all right, let's go right ahead and plant the Yggdrasil seed. As he kneels to plant the seed, he notices Rihanna scattering something else. Rihanna, what's that? She smiles, showing him a pouch. They're flower seeds from our hometown. I thought they would look pretty here. Heel returns the smile. That's nice. He's suddenly startled by Mappa, who has appeared beside him without a sound. Mappa, you should say something if you're there. Just then, Rihanna cries out, Mr. Heel. Heel whips his head around. The Yggdrasil seed he just planted has already sprouted. Mappa looks at the tiny plant, then back at Heel, as if asking what to do. Heel shrugs. Oh well, try using the sunstone then. Rihanna holds the glowing sunstone over the sprout, bathing it in light. The sprout immediately begins to grow at an unnatural speed. Within seconds, it's a small tree. Heel is amazed. The sunstone really is incredible. But the growth doesn't stop, it accelerates. The ground begins to tremble. Rihanna, are you sure you only used one? He asks nervously. She confirms she did. The vegetation expands wildly, the earth shaking violently. This doesn't look good. The ground shatters beneath them. Heel grabs Riel and screams, run. As they flee, Mappa trips and falls behind them. He's swallowed by the collapsing earth and surging roots. A landslide of rock and dirt buries him completely. Heel can only scream his friend's name in horror, Mappa. From the fortress, the others watch as a tidal wave of green erupts from the new land. Varus and the orc general stare in utter shock. The vegetation consumes a massive portion of the island in an instant. Heel, Rihanna, and Riel can only look on, paralyzed by the sheer scale of the event. When the cataclysm finally stops, they stand at the edge of a new, impossibly dense forest. Heel whispers this. The view pulls back to reveal the entire island has been transformed, now home to a colossal, world-sized tree that pierces the heavens. The legend was real. This is Yggdrasil. Panic grips Heel as he stares at the devastation. Ma Mappa. Rihanna points towards the colossal new tree that has burst from the ground. He's buried under that trunk. Without hesitation, Heel resolves to save him. Let's go help him, Rihanna. Shell, go call Varus. The group rushes towards the base of the impossibly large tree, dwarfed by its sheer scale. They begin to climb its massive roots, which are more like small mountains. Still, it's really huge, Rihanna remarks. Yes, it's like we are going up a mountain, Heel agrees. Heel calls out, his voice echoing in the massive forest. Don't worry, Mappa, we'll get you out of there. But as they get closer, they find Mappa not crushed but sleeping soundly, drooling with a blissful expression on his face. Heel stares, his panic turning into utter disbelief. He raises a hand, signaling for quiet, completely dumbfounded by the scene. Seeing how peaceful Mappa is, Heel sighs. Do you want to stay? He asks the sleeping giant, who seems to nod in his sleep. All right then. Rihanna takes a deep breath, a gentle smile on her face. I can see how he feels, it smells very nice. I haven't felt the smell of the forest in a long time. Heel notices a faint, shimmering aura emanating from the tree's bark. Rihanna feels it too. Mr. Heel, I can feel a great power coming from this tree. Can you feel it too? Is that because you're learning magic? Looking at the entire tree from a distance, Heel confirms her suspicion. Magic energy is flowing, and it looks like holy magic around it is expanding. He looks around at the strange new landscape. This tree is full of mysteries. Let's have Varus investigate it too. Rihanna nods. Yes, everyone is here. Suddenly, a small, fluffy creature, Riel, pops out from the foliage with a happy yip. Riel, don't wander away by yourself, it's dangerous, Heel scolds gently, but Rihanna has another idea. Mr. Heel, how about we go a little higher while we're at it? She twirls happily in the serene environment. It's like I've returned to the forest in my hometown, so it would be a waste to go back right away. Watching her, a faint blush appears on Heel's face. I see. He makes a decision. All right then, Riel, let's explore Yggdrasil. Riel lets out an excited woof. The fluffy companion happily bounds ahead, leading the way up the giant tree. Rihanna effortlessly leaps up the steep incline of the roots. Heel follows, getting a helpful hand from Rihanna as they ascend together. They finally reach a high vantage point and the breathtaking view of the island spreads out before them. Yuwa, what a view. I've never seen the island from above, Rihanna exclaims in awe. Heel is equally impressed. So that's what it looks like. His eyes, however, drift towards the vast, empty ocean. A serious look crosses his face as he scans the horizon. I can't see any ships. It'd be bad if there were any ships from the kingdom. Rihanna notices the sudden shift in his mood. Her curiosity is piqued by his strange comment. She finally asks the question that's been on her mind. Mr. Heel, why were you alone on this island? The question hits Heel like a physical blow. Seeing his reaction, Rihanna immediately panics. I'm sorry, I should not have asked. Heel sits down, his expression somber. No, I guess I've never explained it properly. Rihanna sits opposite him, holding Riel ready to listen. Heel looks up, a sad smile on his face as he reveals his past. I was expelled from my kingdom because I was too powerless. Rihanna is stunned. What, you powerless? Heel's voice drops as the scene shifts to a flashback of a grand capital city. You say that because you didn't know me back in the capital. A much younger Heel, clad in a simple cloak, walks alone through the imposing stone streets of the royal city. His narration begins. After some land readjustment, the residential area of the servants was left abandoned. I used to sneak out of the castle and read there. Compared to the scornful eyes in the palace, being exposed to the wind wasn't so bad. One day, the quiet is broken by a sudden clatter from behind a nearby barrel. From the shadows emerges a small, winged monster, chained by a heavy shackle around its neck. Heel jumps back in shock. What? Behind the barrel, a monster in the capital. The creature hisses, baring its tiny fangs in a show of aggression. Heel is frozen, unsure what to do. The monster lunges at him, only to be violently yanked back by its chain. Heel's fear turns to pity as he gets a closer look. Why is it chained, and it's covered in wounds? The little creature collapses, exhausted and hurt. Heel immediately flips through his book, searching for a way to help. He finds a page on magic. How to do healing magic. Day turns to night, and Heel continues his secret visits. He rushes back to the abandoned alleyway the next day. He calls out to his new friend, Lopes. He offers the creature a piece of bread. I have bread for you today. Heel narrates his thoughts from that time. I gave a monster food and a name, Lopes. If someone saw me, they'd think I was insane. All the while, he fumbles with the lock on its shackle. But his efforts are useless. No good, I can't pick this lock. He refuses to give up, holding up his magic book with a determined grin. Wait, I'm not done yet. I have this magic book, so let's practice. His narration continues over a scene of him practicing a magic circle. But for me, my time with Lopes felt much more humane and fulfilling. As he reads, he makes a solemn vow to the little creature. Even if I can't do it now, one day I will remove that shackle around your neck. You'll be able to fly away from here. He gently pats Lopes' head. I promise, Lopes. Suddenly the sound of cruel, mocking laughter shatters the peaceful moment. Heel freezes in terror, a person more than one. He quickly tries to hide. If someone's here, that means. But it's too late. Confident footsteps echo on the cobblestones, approaching them. A boy with shining, pale golden hair and an almost ethereal beauty appears before them. The boy looks down at Heel with a condescending smirk. You look surprisingly well. I guess if nothing else, you do have plenty of vitality. Heel's narration identifies the intruder, his voice filled with dread. My younger brother, the 18th Prince of Sandfell's Orin. Orin's cold eyes glare down, for something so powerless. In Heel's past, a cruel lesson begins. A vortex of wind magic is unleashed, slamming into a small, terrified creature named Lopes. The beast cries out as the magical shrapnel tears at it, held in place by a heavy chain. Prince Oren, the architect of this cruelty, lectures a young heel. Listen, precision is key. It doesn't matter what magic you use if it doesn't hit. Surrounded by his entourage of elite academy students, Oren smirks. Now, let the lesson begin. His friends join the training, launching attacks that intentionally miss just close enough to terrorize Lopes. Hey, aim right, one jokes, but Heel sees the truth. It was all deliberate. Heel narrates that it wasn't just Oren, it was all of them, the supposed best and brightest of the Magic Academy. They were masters of precision, slowly whittling down the creature's stamina, torturing it without landing a killing blow. Forced to watch, Heel trembles with helpless rage and sorrow, while Oren's friends laugh at the spectacle. After they've had their fun, they leave Lopes battered and bleeding on the cold stone floor. As soon as they're gone, Heel rushes to the creature's side. I'm sorry, Lopes, he cries, his voice choked with guilt. The small creature can barely move. Heel explains that every day he would sneak away to tend to Lopes, but his own healing magic was too weak to mend the constant injuries. And it wasn't long before Oren and his cronies would return for another lesson. Heel was trapped, he couldn't heal the wounds or break the shackle. He knew that at this rate, Lopes was going to die. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, Heel resolves to confront the prince directly. He finds the group as they approach the courtyard. Oren stops, a look of mild surprise on his face. If it isn't Heel, what are you doing here? Heel swallows his pride, his voice shaking. I want to ask you a favor, Oren. He bows his head, begging, stop this, can you please let this monster go? Oren's cold eyes stare back at him. He turns to one of his friends, who seems surprised by Heel's audacity. The friend holds Oren back, as if to say, let me handle this. Heel waits, sweat dripping down his face, praying his plea got through. Instead of an answer, he gets a violent shove that sends him stumbling. Oren's friend scoffs at him, peeking, you're still royalty, you know, and you have the nerve to ask me to let a monster go. He begins to conjure a spell. Move, you powerless man, he sneers, a dark energy swirling around his hand. Or would you like to turn to ash with your powerless friend? Desperate, Heel falls to his knees before the prince. Please, Oren, he begs. The group watches in amusement as Heel pleads. Oren lets out an exaggerated sigh. Ah, this is such a buzz killer. Heel looks up stunned as Oren seems to relent. Fine, Heel, do what you want. Really? Heel asks, a flicker of hope in his eyes. I grow bored with this kind of training anyway, Oren says dismissively. I'm done with that thing. Heel immediately scrambles toward Lopes, relieved. But Oren's voice stops him, laced with a chilling amusement. Come on, undo the lock already. The prince's cruel smile returns. However, I can't ignore a monster running loose in the capital. I should dispose of it quickly. A tiny flame appears on his fingertip. But I will grant you 10 seconds. Heel is confused. Oren clarifies the twisted game. Like I said, do what you want, release it from its chains and set it free. The countdown begins. 10. Heel's blood runs cold. What? There's no way. 9, 8. The seconds tick away like a death sentence. Panic sets in. Heel frantically tries to use his magic to pick the heavy lock on Lopes' shackle. Oren's friends watch the desperate struggle with smug satisfaction. Tears of frustration stream down Heel's face as his magic proves useless against the complex mechanism. Through it all, Lopes, not understanding the danger, simply looks up at Heel and smiles trustingly. A wicked grin spreads across Oren's face as the timer hits 0. In an instant, a torrent of fire engulfs the small creature. Lopes is incinerated, leaving nothing but smoldering ash and the sound of Heel's shattered hope. As he turns to leave, Oren delivers one last verbal blow. You're awful, Heel. I simply cannot believe you let your dear friend Lopes die. His words echo in the courtyard, twisting the knife. Something inside Heel snaps. He slams his fist on the ground, the realization hitting him. This guy, he knew everything. It was never a chance, it was a setup. Consumed by pure rage, Heel lunges, throwing a punch aimed right at Oren's face. His fist stops dead, hitting an invisible hexagonal shield. Oren doesn't even move. What do you think you're doing, Heel? Tears of grief and fury pour from Heel's eyes. How dare you, Lopes? Oren's voice drops to a menacing whisper. That is not what I asked. His eye glows with terrifying power as he leans in. Do you think someone as powerless as you can touch me? The flashback fades. Heel's voice returns, somber. I woke up on a bed in a medical building. I somehow managed to get up and go to that place. There, he found that someone had collected Lopes' ashes and left them for him in a small vial. Clutching the vial, Heel finishes his story. Friend, how presumptuous of me. I made a promise I couldn't keep and did nothing as it died. That's the real me. As Heel finishes his tragic story, Rihanna looks at him, her expression hardening with conviction. I knew it. She leans in, her voice cutting through his despair. You are not powerless at all. Her words paint a different picture of his life, reminding him of all the good he's done. Whether it's us, the Belden tribe, or Riel, and Lopes too. Tears stream down her face, not of pity but of fierce belief in him. You're always doing your best to help others. Heel is taken aback by her tears. Rihanna, he stammers, but she's lost in her own empathy. I'm sorry, you're the one that went through something so painful. He looks away, confused by his own actions. Why did I tell her this pathetic story? He wonders if his motives were selfish. He realizes the simple truth. Did I just want someone to listen? Suddenly Riel breaks the heavy silence, bounding excitedly up a nearby hill. Heel's thoughts crystallize. It wasn't just anyone he wanted to tell. No, I wanted to tell Rihanna, he thinks as they follow the small creature. As they reach the top of the rise, they both stop in their tracks, completely stunned. Before them lies a beautiful hidden clearing, carpeted with the white flowers Rihanna had planted, now in full bloom. Rihanna recognizes them instantly. This is a flower from my hometown, and the one that was just planted. Riel joyfully leaps through the field of flowers and Heel can't help but smile. Haha, Riel looks so happy. With a gentle smile, Rihanna turns to him. Mr. Heel. I know you probably can't erase the regret you feel about Lopes. But don't forget. She gestures to the others in the distance, her voice full of warmth, that when something is troubling you, we're all here for you. The entire community is there, a testament to the family he's built. You're not alone anymore. Heel looks at Rihanna's radiant, reassuring smile. The weight on his shoulders finally lifts, replaced by a profound sense of gratitude. Rihanna, thank you so much. Later, Varus reports his findings on the giant tree, Yggdrasil. The sap is sweet, and the leaves can be processed into a salve or a pleasant tea. He does add a word of caution, however, as too much of the tea can put someone in a daze. The branches, however, are a marvel. They are incredibly light, yet so durable that even their strongest orichalcum tools can barely process the wood. They decided to test the wood by crafting new handles for their ice axes. One of the dark elves testing the new tool is amazed. Alright, apparently Yggdrasil branches have a fatigue reduction effect. Heel, seeing how late it is, calls it a day. It's already time for dinner. But the dark elf is still buzzing with energy. But I'm not tired. Heel just laughs, telling her she can continue tomorrow. That night, a sense of peace settles over the island. The giant tree seems to grant its blessings to all, and the new field of flowers promises a bountiful future. Life on the island is becoming richer and more stable with each passing day, and even Riel sleeps soundly. As Heel gets ready for bed, he thinks about his plans for the next day's mining. He lies down, content with their progress. But suddenly, he's jolted awake by a violent shaking. He sits bolt upright, seeing Riel in the slime trembling. Riel. He rushes to the small creature's side, filled with concern. Are you all right? The commotion wakes the others, who hurry over. Mr. Heel, what's going on? We heard Riel crying. Rihanna gently takes the whimpering Riel into her arms. I think Riel was having a scary dream. Did you? But as she comforts the creature, she notices something strange. A glowing, intricate crest materializes in Riel's left eye, pulsing with an otherworldly light. The crest flares, and a wave of energy washes over everyone in the room. In an instant, they're all paralyzed, their eyes glowing as a shared vision is forced directly into their minds. They find themselves on the deck of a ship, tossed violently by a torrential storm. The ship is a wreck, its mast splintered and broken. The deck is littered with the bodies of fallen soldiers, a scene of utter devastation. Amidst the carnage stands a single, defiant figure, holding a crescent-bladed staff. It's Queen Elhemina, Riel's mother. She raises her staff, conjuring a powerful defensive magic circle as she makes her last stand. A colossal beam of energy slams into her magical shield, which shatters under the immense power. Her staff is sent flying from her grasp. The force of the blast throws her backward, grievously wounding her. But even wounded, she summons another magic circle, refusing to yield. Her eyes are wide with desperation and defiance. But it's no use. The horrifying, gaping maw of the Leviathan rises from the sea, ready to swallow her and the entire ship whole. The vision abruptly ends and Heel slams his hand to the ground, a searing pain shooting through it. He looks down to see a mark, identical to the crest in Riel's eye, now burned into the back of his hand. Shaking, Heel looks up at the others, his face pale with horror. Did you see it too? Rihanna and Varus can only stare back, their faces a mask of terror. That was Leviathan. Riel lets out a sad, soft whimper, the trauma of its past now shared by all. Heel clenches his marked fist, the horrifying truth of what happened to Riel's mother now burned forever into his memory. Varus stares at the glowing symbol on Heel's hand. This crest is clairvoyance. He explains to the stunned Heel and Rihanna, while I don't know the specifics, it's also known as the all-seeing eye of God. The horrifying truth dawns on Heel, then what we all just saw. Yes, Varus confirms grimly, as the vision of the Leviathan flashes in their minds. Clairvoyance showed everyone what Riel witnessed when it was separated from its mother. The shared vision of absolute destruction rippled through the entire island. Heel now stands before his people, who are gripped by terror. Panic erupts from the crowd. Mr. Heel, is that thing really coming here? One shouts. What are we supposed to do? Cries another. All eyes turn to Heel, their voices a desperate chorus calling his name, begging for answers he doesn't have. Heel's mind races, sweat beading on his face. This isn't like any monster we've faced before, if the Leviathan comes. He looks out at the sea of terrified faces, the immense weight of their lives crashing down on him. Can I really protect them all? Suddenly, a furious roar cuts through the panic. It's Elvin, and he's not yelling at Heel but at the despairing crowd. Heel flinches, caught off guard. What's with all the sour faces? Elvin bellows. Have you forgotten everything we've survived to get here? He points directly at Heel, his voice filled with unwavering loyalty. As long as we stand together under our boss, there's nothing we can't do, right? Elvin's fierce determination shines through. Rihanna and Varus watch, a sense of hope returning. Alvin's words hit Heel like a lightning bolt, shaking him from his fear. Finding his resolve, Heel raises his voice. Everyone, calm down and listen. We don't know for sure if it will attack, but we must be ready. If we all join forces, we can stand against this threat. With all the conviction he can muster, Heel makes his plea. Everyone, lend me your strength. In response, a thunderous roar of agreement echoes from the crowd, their fear replaced by a unified will to fight. Later, Heel gathers his core leadership for a war council to figure out their next move. Heel thinks back to the vision. Judging by that battle, my magic will be useless against it. He turns to their master blacksmith. Mappa, what about orichalcum? Do you think weapons made from it would be enough? Mappa breaks into a cold sweat, the sheer pressure of the question weighing on him. Even orichalcum might not be enough. The mood in the room is grim. But Varus the Elder speaks up. There may be a way through this. He continues, hiding is an option, but I cannot imagine any cave deep enough to protect us from a beast of that size. The council discusses establishing a refuge deep within the island's caves. They even plan out logistics, like building a freezer for supplies. But Elvin raises a critical flaw in the plan. If that thing tackles the island head-on, the whole place will collapse. Hiding is pointless. Shouldn't we just retreat? But Heel shakes his head. No, I have an idea. His plan, to venture deep into the island's unexplored caverns, not to hide, but to find a weapon. With his crest glowing, he knows this is their only shot. This is the moment of truth. Back in the meeting, Heel lays out his proposal. I want to dig for new, undiscovered materials. This island has always rewarded us with new resources the deeper we explore, Heel explains. I believe there's something dormant down there, a material powerful enough to stand against the Leviathan. Rihanna suddenly has a spark of inspiration. Heel, you should take Riel with you. Riel can't control its clairvoyance yet, she adds, but that very power might be the key to finding what we need. And so the expedition begins. Heel, Full, and the mining crew head into the depths, with Full wishing their furry guide good luck. Heel checks his backpack. Riel, Their secret weapon is already fast asleep, drooling without a care in the world. The crew shares a laugh. It'll wake up eventually, Full says. Let's get to digging. Heel grins. All right team, let's show them what we can do. As the mining crew delves into the darkness, the rest of the island begins a massive undertaking. Using the sacred lumber from Yggdrasil, they gather materials. A colossal defensive wall begins to take shape, a testament to their unity and desperation. Meanwhile, deep underground, Riel suddenly jolts awake. Heel feels the movement. Whoa, did you find something? But it's another false alarm. Heel sighs. Oh, you just needed to pee. Despite its quirks, Riel's ability proves invaluable, its clairvoyance piercing through solid bedrock. Time and again, the little creature leads them to rich veins of ore, keeping the mission productive. A few weeks pass in the darkness of the mines. Then one day Riel goes wild, digging at a barren patch of rock with incredible urgency. Whoa, look at that reaction, Full exclaims. Heel looks at the spot. You want to dig there? Full is skeptical, but Heel trusts his guide. Yes. He feels it, this is the place. But there's no optimization light or anything, Full points out. Are you sure? Heel grips his pickaxe, his gaze firm. Number Riel found something here, I'm sure of it. He brings his tool down with force, shattering the rock. He strikes again, carefully this time. And the ground crumbles beneath him. Mr. Heel, Full screams as he falls. From below, Heel calls back, I'm fine, there's a cave down here. As the dust settles, Heel looks up, and his jaw drops in utter disbelief. Before him stands a silent titan, a colossal golem clad in impossibly ancient armor, its hand resting on a sword larger than any man. As the others climb down, Full gasps, a golem? Heel quickly assesses the situation. It's all right, it's dormant, no heart stone. He runs a hand over the metal, his eyes wide with discovery, and this armor, it's made of orichalcum. But it's not the golem that catches their eye, it's the colossal silver sword plunged into the stone before it. Full shivers, hiding behind Heel. It's pretty but kind of creepy. Heel, however, is intrigued. Should we get a closer look? As they venture deeper, the sheer scale of their discovery becomes clear. There, at the end of a long cavern, sits a dormant, giant golem of orichalcum, with the crew looking like ants at its feet. The task of processing this new find falls to Mappa and the island's blacksmiths, who work tirelessly day and night. But there's a problem. Heel examines the blade, completely undamaged. It's no good, it doesn't look like I can even scratch it. Full stares in disbelief, asking what is this even made of? Even Mappa, the master craftsman, is sweating buckets, completely stumped by the impossible metal. The legendary blacksmith collapses, overwhelmed by the challenge. Heel and Full rush over in concern. Mappa, when did you get here? But Mappa isn't defeated, he's staring at the sword with trembling reverence. His eyes are wide, not with despair but with the shock of a lifetime. Suddenly Mappa erupts in pure joy. Heel is stunned. He's even more excited than when we found the orichalcum. The blacksmith has realized exactly what they found. Heel understands instantly. He's going to process it. Let's go. Full nods, ready to assist. The entire forge is mobilized, feeding the massive furnace. The great bellows pump air, pushing the heat to its absolute limit. Using heavy chains, they lower the giant sword towards the roaring furnace, but the metal refuses to yield. One of the smiths reports the bad news. Apparently there isn't enough heating power. Heel turns to Mappa asking what's wrong. Just then Rihanna arrives, drawn by the commotion. What is that big sword? Her arrival gives Heel a brilliant idea. I know, lend me a hand, Rihanna. Heel lays out the plan. Is it ready? If I combine the heating power of the furnace with our magic energy. Together they unleash a torrent of fire magic supercharging the furnace. All right, a smith yells, send the sword, maintain the fire. With the combined heat, the legendary metal finally melts. Mappa carefully collects the molten silver into molds. The glowing liquid cools into gleaming ingots, a material unlike any they've ever seen. Heel stares at the new metal, a single thought echoing in his mind. With this, we can forge a weapon capable of killing gods. The sword was made of mithril, a legendary metal lost by the gods, said to be the hardest substance in existence. Heel's voice is filled with renewed hope. I'm sure Mappa can use the mithril to make the greatest weapon. He lifts Riel into the air, celebrating their victory. You did it, Riel. It was Riel's clairvoyance that led them to this miracle. With their new weapon in production, Heel turns his attention to their other preparations. Over the past few weeks, the entire island has worked to construct a massive defensive wall. It's more than a wall, it's a fortress. They know their opponent is a legendary beast, so they've planned, trained, and prepared for every possibility. The eve of the battle arrives. This will be the first great test for their new home, Sheol. As night falls, Heel walks the halls of the fortress, checking on his people. He stops at a doorway, surprised to see Elvin inside with Riel. Elvin turns, his voice soft as he addresses the small creature, Riel. Just as Heel is about to enter, Rihanna gently stops him. She puts a finger to her lips, signaling for him to watch. Elvin bows his head low, his voice heavy with regret. I'm sorry for what I said about your mother. He finally acknowledges the truth. As a general of the Belden tribe, I recognize that your mother, Ulhemina, was a great warrior. Elvin gently pats Riel's head, a gesture of respect and camaraderie. Just watch, Riel. His eyes burn with a cold fire as he makes a solemn vow. We will avenge your mother. In a touching moment of forgiveness, Riel licks the warrior's face. Heel smiles, and that's it for personnel affairs. With their hearts now united, they are truly ready. All they can do now is wait and trust in the strength of their new home, should the Leviathan appear. Suddenly, the warning bell clangs violently across the island. Heel leaps into action, grabbing his gear. He rushes to the wall, expecting the worst. Elvin, is it? But Elvin shakes his head. No. Everyone gathers on the fortress wall. On the horizon, they see ships, but something is off. Varus hands Heel a newly crafted telescope. Use this, Mr. Heel. Mappa made it. Heel raises the scope to his eye, focusing on the distant fleet. His blood runs cold as he recognizes the skull and rose emblem on their sails. He lowers the telescope, his voice grim. The orcs that attacked the Belden tribe, so there were survivors. Elvin bares his teeth, ready for a fight. Are they coming to attack the island? They won't take it. But the orc fleet isn't targeting them. Their cannons are firing wildly at something unseen in the water. Heel watches confused. Are they attacking something else? In that instant, an overwhelming wave of magical pressure washes over the entire island. Riel's clairvoyance activates, his divine eye flaring with power as the vision becomes reality. Everyone feels it. There is incredible magic energy coming from the sea. Riel trembles, the terrifying sight from his vision now playing out before him. A colossal armored appendage erupts from the depths, obliterating an orc ship in a single devastating strike. Finally, the Leviathan reveals itself. A gigantic black shadow that drives the seas mad, its roar reaching the heavens as the defenders of Sheol watch in silent, abject terror. From the decks of the orcish warships, a volley of cannon fire erupts, thundering across the waves. The cannonballs streak towards the colossal shape lurking in the water. They strike their target with a series of massive splashes. But the projectiles bounce harmlessly off the creature's impenetrable hide. The legendary Leviathan rises from the depths, a true god of the sea, and effortlessly splinters the warship like a child's toy. From the safety of their fortress walls, Heel and the others can only watch in horror as the monster continues its rampage. One of the defenders cries out in disbelief, it's attacking another ship. Panic sets in, the fortress's emergency alarm bell is rung with frantic urgency. The ringing echoes across the ramparts, a desperate call to arms. Elvin, the orc leader, turns to his stunned soldiers. Don't just stand there, get ready for battle, take your positions like we practiced. Heel looks over, questioning his intentions. Elvin. Elvin doesn't even turn to face him. I'm not doing this to save some orcs, he clarifies coldly. It's just best to attack Leviathan while it's distracted. Understanding the grim logic, Heel steels himself. All right. A young girl runs up to him, her voice trembling. Mr. Heel, everyone. Tears welling in her eyes, she begs them, please don't die. Heel turns to her, his voice firm but reassuring. Full, give the order to evacuate to the cave. With the civilians' safety secured, Heel and his trusted companions, Rihanna, Mappa, and the others, prepare for the fight of their lives. The order is given, bring out the heavyweight ballista. The command is relayed and acknowledged. It's time to unveil their trump card. Deep within the fortress, massive gears grind as a hidden platform begins to rise. A colossal ballista, a weapon of immense scale, is lifted into position on the battlements. One of the dwarves proudly points to the gleaming tip of the bolt. The mithril arrowhead Mappa put his very soul into, this thing'll penetrate anything. The crew lets out a unified battle cry, ready to operate the massive weapon. They take aim, the giant arrowhead pointing directly at the distant Leviathan. The gunner barks out the final adjustments, 6 to the left and 3 higher. Their target is perfectly lined up, as it looms over another helpless ship. With a look of sheer determination, the gunner screams, "Fire, now!" The firing lever is slammed down. The mithril bolt is unleashed, flying across the sea with incredible speed. But the Leviathan turns its head, its eyes locking onto the incoming projectile. The defenders watch in disbelief as the monster reacts. With an agility that defies its immense size, the Leviathan effortlessly dodges the bolt, which splashes harmlessly into the ocean behind it. Heel can't believe his eyes. Wah! It evaded it, he shouts in shock. That giant body is so nimble. An orc tries to rally him. "We can do it, boss." But there's no time. The Leviathan has spotted them and is now charging directly towards the fortress. Here it comes. Hurry up and load the next one. Amid the panic, Heel has a flash of insight. The hail of cannonballs didn't make a dent, but it dodged that, he realizes. It's proof that it will take it down if it does hit. They just need to buy enough time to reload. Heel begins issuing commands to his golems, 10 and 11 ice. He turns to Rihanna. "I'll hold it with the golems, prepare that magic, Rihanna." He continues his orders, 12 and 13 wind. Heel, Rihanna, and the 4 golems combine their powers, unleashing a massive vortex of elemental fury. The Mega Blizzard spell slams into the approaching Leviathan. But the beast barely slows, pushing through the magical storm. It's still coming. An elder mage grits his teeth. Magic really does not work. The Leviathan continues its relentless advance. It shakes off the ice and wind, as if they were nothing more than a mild inconvenience. Heel desperately formulates a new plan. "It's fine, if we freeze the water around it, I'm sure it won't be able to move." But he's too late. The Leviathan rears its head, its eyes glowing with terrifying power, and Heel freezes in horror. Steam rises from the monster's body, as it begins to gather an immense amount of energy in its maw. Seeing the cataclysmic attack charging up, Heel screams a new command. 6 and 7, maximum shield output at an angle, don't take it head on, divert it. The Leviathan unleashes its power, a blinding beam of pure destruction that rockets towards the fortress wall. The 2 shield golems deploy their barrier just in time. The beam is successfully deflected, but the sheer force of the impact is overwhelming, shattering the ramparts and sending the defenders flying. The Leviathan's deflected beam misses its target, but the beast isn't done. It unleashes the raw energy again, a blinding white blast tearing through the air. The beam carves a path of destruction, straight towards the sacred Yggdrasil tree. A colossal explosion erupts, shaking the very foundations of the world, but miraculously the tree stands. Heel and his golems recover from the shockwave, the stone constructs heavily damaged. Before they can regroup, a lookout screams, Leviathan is approaching again. A soldier rushes to the general. "Sir, the heavyweight ballista is ready," the general grins, "I've been waiting for this." Heel watches the monster charge, beads of sweat on his face. It's charging at us without hesitation. Is it confident it can dodge even at this distance? With the Leviathan now dangerously close, Heel gives the command. "Fire," he thinks, but this time it's different. The massive mithril bolt soars through the air, but something is wrong. It seems to vanish just before impact. Suddenly the bolt reappears, embedded deep in the Leviathan's hide. It was an invisible arrow, a hiding spell cast by Rihanna. The soldiers erupt in cheers. Direct hit, but a veteran quickly silences them. "Calm down, we only hit it once." The monster lets out a deafening roar of agony, thrashing violently in the churning sea. This is their chance. Harpoons attached to massive cables are fired from the fortress. A soldier yells out the plan. It's a special rope made by combining spider silk and steel wire. Don't let it run away. The cables find their mark, anchoring deep into the beast's rocky flesh. With the monster hooked, Heel screams the next command to his remaining golems. 1 to 5, now. 5 massive golems fire their own chains, piercing the Leviathan's hide to restrain it. The golem's powerful mechanisms launch the heavy steel chains. The chains anchor themselves deep into the seabed, creating an unbreakable tether. A golem digs its feet into the earth, pulling with all its might. The 5 stone giants strain in unison, holding the colossal sea dragon in place. But the Leviathan's power is immense. The golems are dragged forward, their stone bodies groaning under the pressure. The beast roars, its sheer force threatening to tear the golems apart. Inside the fortress, an engineer screams in panic. The gears are breaking. Heel shouts a desperate warning. "Elvin, we can't hold it for long." Just in time, the ballista is reloaded and aimed. "The next round is loaded," a soldier yells. "You, shoot it right in the head and finish this." But as they prepare to fire, the Leviathan's back begins to shift and crack. Strange, glittering lights emerge from between its rocky scales. Suddenly, things burst from the monster's back, swarming the golems. Heel can only watch in shock. What? Horrifying parasitic creatures begin tearing the golems to shreds. Rihanna stares in horror. "Those are..." The general finishes her sentence with a growl. "Sea stalkers." He explains the grim truth. They are parasitic monsters that latch onto giant sea creatures. They were hiding behind its scales. The sea stalkers relentlessly attack, their claws ripping through stone and steel. Watching his creation get torn apart, Heel screams out, "Number 1. A commander rallies the troops, archers, shoot down the sea stalkers. But it's not enough, the creatures are swarming the fortress itself. They are clinging to the wall too, keep firing, don't let them climb. While the defenders are distracted, the Leviathan renews its struggle, putting immense strain on the remaining chains. One of the golem's arms is ripped clean off under the tension. The line of golems breaks as they are shattered and pulled into the sea. Heel watches his last line of defense crumble. Now unrestrained, the Leviathan's dorsal horns begin to glow with an ominous, terrifying light. The defenders look on in terror, the horns on its back. Heel realizes with dread, it's not like the heat ray from earlier. The beast unleashes its ultimate attack, a storm of countless energy needles. Heel screams, "Everyone get behind the shield." The barrage of light rains down, hammering the fortress's magical defenses. Heel shields Rihanna from the blast. "Mr. Heel," she whimpers. "Hang on, Rihanna," he yells. The sheer force of the attack causes the fortress walls to crack and crumble. As the dust settles, Heel cautiously looks out from the rubble. Is it over? But his eyes widen in absolute horror at the sight before him. The Leviathan's rocky hide cracks and falls away, only to reform into a second, identical monster. They weren't fighting one Leviathan, they were fighting two. Deep within the evacuation caves, a massive explosion from the surface sends tremors through the rock, causing the civilians to cry out in terror. An elderly woman tries to comfort the crying children, assuring them, "They're there, it will be over soon." But a young elf girl clutches her mother, her eyes wide with fear. "Are we going to lose our home again?" she whispers. Her friend can only offer a worried glance, unable to give an answer. Still, she tries to be brave, looking towards the cave entrance. "Don't worry, I'm sure Mr. Heel and the others will get that monster." Meanwhile, on the ruined fortress wall, that same explosion sends Heel flying through the air. He braces for a brutal impact with the stone ground below. But instead of rock, he lands in something soft. His slime companion Shell has cushioned his fall. Catching his breath, Heel pushes himself up. "Thanks, Shell," he pants. As he gets to his knees, he sees the shattered remains of one of his golems. He looks up just in time to see two more golems being blown apart, realizing with horror, 6 and 7. They protected me. Overwhelmed by the sacrifice, Heel screams out in desperation for his friends, "Everyone." He and Shell stand alone, surrounded by nothing but rubble and smoke. Frantically, he scans the destruction, calling out for his comrades, Elvin. Varisterin Mappa. His heart sinks as he searches for the one person he dreads losing most, Rihanna. Just then the ground begins to crawl as insected monsters, sea stalkers, swarm over the debris. The creatures let out a horrifying shriek as they close in. Heel and Shell find themselves completely surrounded by a horde of the monsters, with one of the giant leviathans looming behind them. Panic sets in. This is bad, Heel thinks, if the sea stalkers break through. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning crashes down from above, as Rihanna unleashes her thunder spell from a distance. The blast fries several of the sea stalkers, stopping their advance for a moment. But the horde is endless, and more creatures immediately surge forward to replace the fallen. Heel notices the spell flickering. "It's losing power," he shouts. One of the monsters breaks through the weakening magic and lands a brutal kick, shattering Heel's defensive barrier. The sea stalkers lunge, their claws outstretched for the kill. Seeing no way out, Heel screams, "Shell, run!" But in the distance, a figure descends from the sky. In a flash, Rihanna lands between Heel and the monsters, armed with a farming hoe, and cuts down the entire front line in a single, fluid motion. She takes a defiant stance, planting her weapon in the ground. Heel can only stare in disbelief. Rihanna. With eyes blazing, Rihanna glares at the remaining creatures. "I won't let you," she declares, "lay a finger on Mr. Heel." Heel scrambles to his feet, overcome with relief. "Rihanna, you're all right." She turns to him, her expression softening. "Yes, what about you, are you hurt?" Before he can answer, a volley of arrows whistles past their heads. The projectiles rain down upon the sea stalkers, piercing their carapaces and dropping them where they stand. Heel and Rihanna look up to see where the attack came from. Reinforcements have arrived. Elvin, Varus, and the island's warriors emerge from the rubble, shouting, "Shoot, protect Mr. Heel." With a mighty war cry, the warriors charge forward. Led by Elvin, they crash into the monster horde, fighting with renewed vigor. They form a defensive line, holding back the sea stalkers with their spears. Their golems provide heavy support, blasting away at the enemy ranks. Elvin rushes to Heel's side. "Sorry we're late," Heel grins, "I'm just glad to see you're all right." But their reunion is cut short by a terrifying sound from the coast. One of the leviathans unleashes a colossal beam of pure energy. The beam slams into the warriors' large golems, vaporizing them on contact. The massive constructs crumble into dust and rubble, their power meaning nothing against the beast. The leviathan roars, triumphant after demonstrating its overwhelming power. The group watches in stunned silence. Even the large golems were taken out so easily. Heel clenches his fist, the crest on his hand a stark reminder of the power he wields. Rihanna turns to him, her face grim. "It's too dangerous, we have to use that strategy." Heel nods in agreement. "I know, but it's our best chance now that the Leviathan is so close to the shore." "Mr. Heel," Rihanna says softly, "give me your hand." She takes it before he can react. A brilliant light erupts as magical energy begins to flow from her into him. I only have a little magic energy left, she explains, so I'm giving it all to you. Her eyes burn with intensity as she gives him one final command: make sure you beat it. Filled with her power and determination, Heel's resolve hardens. Yes, he shouts, the crest on his hand glowing with immense energy. At that exact moment, the second Leviathan finishes charging its own attack, and the warriors cry out, oh no, it's going to fire again. The beast unleashes another devastating beam. The torrent of energy surges across the battlefield, aimed directly at the remaining forces. A lone golem stands in its path, its light about to be extinguished. With Heel acting as bait, the Leviathan unleashes a devastating beam of energy, but it misses its mark, tearing the earth apart just behind him. Riding atop his giant spider Terran, Heel taunts the beast, yelling, this way, Leviathan. The colossal creature roars, its attention now locked solely on Heel. Another blast narrowly misses them, the shockwave nearly throwing them from their path as they race across the broken landscape. The Leviathan gives chase, its immense body crushing everything in its path with mindless destruction. Heel leans forward, urging his companion on, please Terran, run all the way to that place. Watching from the fortress walls, his allies can only look on in horror. Mr. Heel, one whispers while Varus grits his teeth, all we can do now is believe in him. But Elvin refuses to accept their helplessness. No, there's something I can do. He rushes to the heavy-duty ballista, the only weapon capable of piercing the Leviathan's hide. But Varus delivers the bad news. No, Captain, the winch was destroyed, so we can no longer pull back the rope. They can't reload. Elvin's eyes burn with determination. Our boss is out there risking his life. A great warrior of the Belden tribe can't just sit back and watch. With a thunderous roar, he grabs the thick mithril cable and begins pulling it back with nothing but his own monstrous strength. Seeing his captain's resolve, Mappa rushes to his side, adding his own strength to the impossible task. Meanwhile, Heel finds his path cut off as the Leviathan's massive tail encircles him. Watch out, it wrapped around us. Just as the beast closes in, a sudden explosion rocks its head, throwing it off balance. Heel looks back, stunned and confused by the unexpected attack. From the sea, the remaining orc fleet has arrived, their cannons blazing. Unlikely reinforcements have just entered the fray. Another cannonball smashes into the Leviathan's face, providing a crucial opening. With the beast distracted, Elvin and Mappa successfully reload the ballista. Take that, Elvin screams as they fire. Seeing the mithril bolt fly, Heel shouts, fly, Terran. As the bolt strikes the second Leviathan in the distance, Heel arrives at his destination. We're here, now's the time. He raises his hand and the crest on it glows brightly, sending a signal into the sky. Full. Deep underground, Full and her mining team see the light. There's the signal. She immediately gives the order, let's go everyone, 1-2. On her command, the team begins smashing the massive support pillars holding up the cavern. One by one, the critical supports are shattered. The entire underground structure begins to groan and crack under the immense weight from above. On the surface, the ground itself begins to break apart. The earth gives way beneath the two Leviathans, their colossal weight becoming their doom. With a deafening roar of crumbling rock, both monsters are swallowed by the ground, plummeting into a massive, man-made chasm. Standing at the edge of the pit, Heel reveals their master stroke. We prepared this in case the heavy ballista wasn't enough. We dug a cave below the reclaimed land. Full finishes the thought from below ground, and now we destroyed the pillars supporting the top. Heel summons his ultimate weapon, just to bring you down here. He reveals a magnificent mithril battle axe. Mappa's magnum opus, the mithril ice axe. A system notification pops up, acquired mining tool. Without hesitation, Heel leaps into the abyss after the beasts, another prompt appearing before him. Do you want a mine? As he falls, he reaches out, his power resonating with the very earth around him. He lands directly on the head of the first Leviathan, right next to the embedded mithril bolt. With a powerful shove, he drives the bolt deeper, causing the beast to cry out in pain. He then uses the axe to strike the bolt again, hammering it home. The crest on his hand flares to life as he invokes his ultimate skill. Cave King, smash it, the system confirms, understood, optimizing mining. Leaping from the monster, Heel plunges the axe into the chasm floor. He channels all of his energy into the weapon, roaring, put the full power of Cave King into the god-killer metal. A blinding shockwave of power erupts from the point of impact, coursing through the entire pit. From above, Elvin and Mappa can only stare in disbelief at the raw power being unleashed. The other soldiers are completely awestruck by the cataclysmic scene. His friends watch, their faces a mixture of shock and awe. Even Full, from her vantage point, is stunned by the sheer force Heel is commanding. In a final, decisive move, Heel raises the glowing axe and brings it down with earth-shattering force directly onto the Leviathan's skull. The battle against the Leviathan reaches its climax. Inside the massive cavern, the islanders and Rihanna watch with bated breath as the final blow is struck. With a final, desperate push, Heel drives his mithril axe deep into the beast's hide. The feedback is immense, a shockwave of power that rattles him to his core. A direct hit, he thinks, gritting his teeth. It works, the Leviathan's legendary armor cracks and shatters under the force of the blow. Below, the islanders erupt in cheers. It's cracked, the legendary beast is defeated. Hanging from Terran's rope, Heel looks down at the crumbling beast, a wave of relief washing over him. "We did it," he shouts. But his celebration is cut short by a sudden, terrifying realization. It's not over. In its death throes, the wounded Leviathan turns and lunges straight for him, its body glowing with volatile energy. The islanders can only watch in horror. A blast of energy slams into Heel, severing his connection to the rope and sending him plummeting into the chasm. The beast lets out a final, deafening roar that echoes violently through the cave. The entire cavern begins to collapse. "Pull him up, Terran," the islanders scream, but it's too late. The rope snaps under the strain of the collapsing rock. Without a moment's hesitation, Rihanna leaps from the ledge, diving into the abyss after Heel. "Princess!" Terran screams, reaching out helplessly. Terran's desperate cry echoes as he watches her fall. The spider-like creature beside him can do nothing but watch the chaos unfold. Rihanna's face is a mask of pure determination. "No, don't give up," she screams into the wind. She reaches Heel mid-air, catching him. "Rihanna," he gasps, weakened. "Run, you're not going to make it if you hold me." She refuses, embracing him tightly as rocks fall around them. "I promise," she says, her voice unwavering, "we will." But their time has run out. A torrent of massive boulders rains down, threatening to crush them both. Suddenly, a massive wolf-like shadow leaps over them, shielding them from the deadly debris. Heel and Rihanna look up, stunned. The rocks are effortlessly shattered and deflected by their mysterious savior. They are completely unharmed by the rockslide. Before they can process what's happening, the giant wolf creature grabs them and leaps from the collapsing wall. It carries them out of the pit, just as a colossal boulder seals the entrance forever. A deep, powerful voice cuts through the chaos. "Have no fear." With incredible agility, the creature scales the crumbling cavern walls. In a single bound, it carries them to safety, landing far from the destruction. As the dust settles, they find themselves on solid ground, safe and sound. Heel, still holding Rihanna close, looks up at their rescuer. "Thank you, but who are you?" The creature looks down at him, impressed. "You defeated Leviathan, so there are heroes like you even among humans." Two of them stand there, massive armored figures that Heel recognizes. Kobolds. One of the kobolds sniffs the air. "There is no doubt about it, brother, I sense the smell of his highness in them." Heel is completely bewildered by the statement. The lead kobold addresses him directly. "I apologize, but we have urgent business. Did a box with a baby kobold wash up on this island?" Just then, the rest of the islanders catch up to them, shouting for their leaders. The kobold warrior recognizes the newcomers. "El and Vari, I heard the Belden tribe was chased out of its land, but..." Varus stares back in shock, recognizing the kobold's markings. "You." He quickly explains to Heel. "They are Ash and Hein from the Tibris tribe. They are most likely the ones Queen Elhemina tasked with guarding Riel." Hearing their queen's name, Ash and Hein's eyes widen. "So you heard of our queen, that means." At the mention of his own name, little Riel comes running forward with his dog. "Why?" The fierce warrior's expressions completely change. Overcome with joy and relief, Ash and Hein fall to their knees, shouting in unison, "Your Highness." On the shores of the island, Ash and Hein throw themselves to the ground, kneeling before Heel. With their heads bowed, they apologize profusely. "We are so glad to see you well, but we apologize for being unable to protect you. It was the greatest failure of our lives." Heel looks down at his loyal retainers, his expression softening with concern. Elvin, the goblin general, cuts straight to the point. "Hey Ash, how did you people get here?" Ash looks up, recounting their harrowing journey. "It was a strange course of events, if I may say so myself." He explains how their lifeboat was destroyed by the monstrous Leviathan, leaving them adrift for days with no hope in sight. "Until we were rescued," he finishes, gesturing to the massive galleon anchored just offshore, by the orc pirate Camus of the Corvus tribe. As if on cue, a lookout spots movement from the ship. "General, a boat is approaching." Elvin raises a hand, halting his archers. "Don't fire, wait for my signal." One of the goblins turns to Ash, confused. "What's the meaning of this? Weren't you at war?" Ash replies grimly. "You should meet with Camus." Another warrior observes the enemy ship, noting, "Their ship is damaged and that last bombardment depleted their ammunition. You could easily have your revenge now." But Ash and Hein stand firm. "We are putting the lives of bitter enemies such as ourselves in your hands as well." The island's inhabitants look on, tense and uncertain. Heel and his companion watch the approaching boat, their faces etched with worry. On the rocky beach, the two factions stand opposite one another, a tense standoff between the island's defenders and the newly arrived pirates. Stepping forward, Heel announces himself with a shaky voice. "I'm Heel, the lord of this Sheol reef." The imposing orc captain steps off the boat, his voice calm and deep. "I am Camus, the leader of the Corvus tribe. The previous battle was very surprising, but to see an island full of monsters ruled by a human." Camus towers over Heel, his presence completely dominating the beach. Heel can't help but think to himself, he's huge, even for an orc. Suddenly, Elvin pushes past Heel to confront the pirate captain directly. Camus sizes him up. You're a goblin in that large body. Are you El, the leader of the Belden tribe?" The goblin general's face twists with rage. "It's Elvin now. We ended up saving you, but we've not forgotten that you destroyed our hometown. How do you propose we get even, orc?" Camus grips the hilt of his ornate sword. "Yes, the Belden tribe being here must be fate." At the sign of aggression, Elvin's warriors ready their weapons. But in a shocking turn, Camus unbuckles his sword and lays it on the ground. I, Camus, the leader of the Corvus tribe, ask that you spare my people's lives. He then falls to his knees, bowing his head in complete submission. In return, I offer my own. Everyone on both sides is stunned into silence. Camus continues, his voice unwavering. I bear all responsibility for the actions of the Corvus tribe. Please spare my people, at least while we repair our ship, in return for my head. Elvin looks down at the kneeling captain, his expression cold as stone. So you've made up your mind as their leader. The onlookers are paralyzed with shock. One of Camus's crewmen, an orc with an eye patch, watches in disbelief. He can't hold it in any longer and screams, wait, it's not the boss' fault. Camus whirls on him, roaring, silence, but the crewman keeps yelling, it's all that traitor's fault. Do you want to shame me even more? Camus demands. No, but I can't just watch you die, the crewman pleads, Heel's eyes narrow, traitor. Elvin has had enough of the outburst, be quiet. Heel ignores him and addresses the kneeling captain directly, Camus. The orc pirates flinch at Elvin's command. Heel steps forward, his voice cutting through the tension. Let him speak. Regardless of what you decide to do, I want to know what happened. The eye patch-wearing crewman looks at Heel, grateful for the chance to explain. He begins the story. Claude was the second in command, and a traitor. That man waited until our boss was out on an expedition to target our main base and steal part of the fleet. He continues, Claude was always complaining that the boss methods were too soft, that the Corvus tribe had the power to get more fame and fortune. It's frustrating, but a lot of people sided with him. By the time our boss heard of it, Claude had already been running wild with the Corvus fleet and banner. Heel puts the pieces together, so, the one who attacked Belden and Tiberius. The crewman nods frantically. Why yes, it was Claude. Ash steps in to corroborate the story. In the middle of our naval battle, Leviathan appeared, Claude's fleet was annihilated. A look of understanding dawns on Heel's face. I see, so the bodies that washed up here, they were part of Claude's faction. Ash finishes, and then Camus, who was chasing Claude, rescued us. But Elvin remains unmoved, his hand resting on his axe. So, what does that change? Camus speaks from the ground, his voice filled with regret. I thought it was weird. The Corvus tribe is known for being chivalrous pirates. They wouldn't just attack other tribes for no reason. He lifts his head, his eyes burning with resolve. The fracturing of my tribe is my failure. I sullied the flag I inherited from my ancestors. I will bear this responsibility as Camus, their leader. Heel looks on, sweating, realizing the orc captain is a man of immense honor. Elvin turns his back to Camus, his voice low. Exactly. He continues, his words a heavy judgment. If you kept your people together, our homes wouldn't have been attacked. Elvin raises his axe high, its edge gleaming. You meant what you said, didn't you? Take responsibility with your life. Camus closes his eyes, accepting his fate. Elvin, great warrior of Belden, being put down by a man like you suits me just fine. Heel and the others cry out, wait. Elvin's daughter screams in terror, Dad. With a mighty roar, Elvin swings the axe down with incredible force. The goblins watch in horror. Even the elders can't believe what's happening. Heel is frozen in shock. Elvin's daughter shuts her eyes, unable to watch. But the killing blow never lands. Elvin's axe is buried deep in the sand, inches from Camus's head. He looks down at the orc captain. Take your sword, Camus. As Camus looks up in shock, Elvin issues a formal challenge, his eyes blazing with a warrior's spirit. I, Elvin, a general of the Belden tribe, challenge Camus, the leader of the Corvus tribe, to a duel. On the shores of the island, the stage is set. The goblin warrior Elvin faces the orc leader Camus, while both the islanders and the orc crew watch from the sidelines. The islanders watch with bated breath, Riena's face etched with worry for Elvin. Heel's voice is grim as he murmurs the single word that hangs in the air, duel. He knows Elvin is strong, but he can't shake his concern. After all, his opponent is Camus, the fearsome leader of the orcs. Panicked, Riena prepares to intervene. I should at least use a shield too. But Heel's hand firmly stops her. Riena, he says, his tone a clear warning not to interfere. His expression is resolute. This is Elvin's fight and his alone. Across the beach, Camus raises his elegant blade. Elvin, I was truly ready to offer my head to the Belden tribe. However, he declares, his eyes burning with pride, in a duel, I swear on my sword you will not take it so easily. Elvin meets his gaze with equal fire, gripping his axe. Good, I won't hold back either. Your head will drop in the blink of an eye. The tension is palpable, gripping every spectator. The wolf-like warriors watch intently. Even Camus's own crew looks on with nervous anticipation. The air is thick with the promise of a legendary battle. The declarations are made, the warriors take their final stances. Elvin grips his axe. Camus plants his foot. And in an instant they explode into motion, closing the distance in a flash. Steel clashes against steel in a blur of impossibly fast strikes and dodges. Camus's movements are fluid, almost like a dance. He's so fast, he's able to react in fractions of a second. He even parries one of Elvin's axes with his gauntleted hand. Then spotting an opening, Camus lands a powerful kick, sending Elvin's main axe flying from his grasp. Elvin is disarmed and thrown off balance as his weapon clatters to the ground. The onlookers can barely follow the action. Wah, what's happening? They're too fast. Even Heel is stunned by the sheer speed of the exchange. But Elvin isn't out of the fight. Already bleeding from a minor cut, he quickly switches to his two smaller hand axes. Camus presses his advantage, impressed by his opponent's tenacity. No one has ever evaded my sword so much, he thinks. Another one of Camus' lightning-fast strikes grazes Elvin's head, drawing more blood. Rihanna, despite her fear for Elvin, can't help but be amazed. While Mr. Camus is incredibly skilled, his attacks are so fast, sharp, and unpredictable. The tide of the battle seems to be turning against Elvin. But Elvin has a plan. He suddenly hurls one of his hand axes directly at Camus. Camus easily bats the projectile aside with his sword. The orc crewman looks on in shock. But Camus realizes his mistake too late. The axe was on a rope, from the back. The thrown axe whips back around, aiming for Camus' blind spot. He spins, ready to parry the returning weapon. How naive, he scoffs. But it was all a feint. While Camus was distracted, Elvin closed the distance, his second axe poised to strike. Camus is caught. What, now which will you block, your axe or my sword? The crowd gasps as Camus is forced into an impossible choice. Camus' eyes widen in shock as Elvin makes the decision for him, by taking the sword strike directly to his shoulder. The blade sinks deep, but the gamble pays off. Elvin's hand clamps down on Camus' sword arm like a vice. Got you. With a brutal grip, Elvin nullifies Camus' greatest weapon. Now your precious sword techniques are useless, Elvin growls. But Camus counters, grabbing Elvin's arm in turn. Got you too. The duel has become a raw contest of strength. Don't be fooled by my elegant appearance, Camus snarls. I am still an orc. I will not lose to a mere goblin in a grapple. He puts all his strength into his grip, roaring, I will crush you. The onlookers can only watch in horror as the two powerhouses struggle for dominance. But to Camus' shock, Elvin just smirks. Save the jokes. Elvin's confidence is unnerving, sending a wave of confusion through the orc spectators. Elvin's voice drops. That might be true for a regular goblin, but you're fighting me. As he speaks, a strange crest on his shoulder begins to glow with an intense light. He roars, his power surging to an unbelievable level. I am the great warrior of the Belden tribe. Camus can only stare in disbelief. In a massive surge of strength, Elvin completely overpowers the orc leader, lifting him into the air and slamming him brutally to the ground. With a final, earth-shattering roar, Elvin flips Camus through the air. The Corvus tribe leader can only watch in disbelief as the ground rushes up to meet him. The impact is brutal, shaking the very earth and shattering Camus' flask. The duel is over. The island's warriors watch on, stunned by the decisive victory. Heel and the others rush forward, calling out to Elvin as he stands over his defeated opponent. Heel worries, asking, is Camus dead? But Elvin scoffs, an orc's hard head doesn't crack that easily. And sure enough, Camus coughs, forcing out the words, I lost. Resigned to his fate, he tells the victor, now finish it, Elvin. Elvin looks down, his expression unreadable as he grips his axe. But instead of a killing blow, Elvin's voice rings with unexpected intensity. Yes, your life is mine, and I'm not gonna let you just throw it away. Camus is completely taken aback by this turn of events. Elvin then turns to the crowd, raising his axe in triumph. Did you all see that? It's settled. We won the war against the Corvus tribe. The islanders erupt in a massive cheer, celebrating their hard-won peace. Elvin walks over to Heel, looking almost sheepish. Sorry for jumping forward and showing off, boss, he says. But Heel just smiles warmly. No, it's just like you, Elvin, thanks. With the conflict resolved, Heel extends an olive branch to their former enemy. Camus, you and your crew can stay on this island to repair your ship. Use the time to get your tribe together, all right. Camus nods, a new resolve in his eyes. Yes, this time I will make sure. And just like that, the war is over, replaced by the first steps towards an alliance. But just as things are settling down, Elvin's eyes widen in alarm. He sees the tiny but formidable Full marching towards him. And without a word, she brings her foot down hard on his. Ouch, what are you doing, Full? Elvin cries out, hopping in pain. She stands before the towering orc, head bowed not in shame but in anger. Looking up, she scolds him like a child. Geez, I told you not to overdo it. With the formalities settled, Camus officially announces their new status. We will be under your care, my dear Heel. Greet him. The sheer intensity of over 100 Corvus tribe members leaves Heel feeling a little worried. Amidst the commotion, two imposing kobold warriors, Ash and Hein, approach Heel. They explain that they wish to serve him, asking, it seems the Belden tribe has received your tame. If it is all right with you, can you also give us new names? Heel, though exhausted, agrees. All right, but I only use my tame ability to grant the effect of my crest. It doesn't make you my underlings. He looks them in the eye, giving them a new purpose. I want you to protect Riel as my comrades. You will be Ashton. And you, Heinous. The newly named warriors pledge their loyalty without hesitation. Yes, with our lives. The weight of his new responsibilities hits Heel all at once. Looks like we're going to be busy, Varus. The elder agrees, saying he'll check on the wounded and prepare new living spaces. But suddenly the exhaustion catches up to him, and he lurches forward. Rihanna is instantly by his side, catching him. Mr. Heel, he tries to wave it off, I'm all right, just a bit tired. But she's not convinced. Placing a hand on his forehead, she realizes the truth. You have a fever. Rihanna immediately takes charge. I will take him to his room, take care of things here, Varus. The elder readily agrees. Heel weakly protests, but Rihanna isn't having it. It is a big deal, you're terribly exhausted. Without another word, she says excuse me, and moves in to lift him. To Heel's utter shock, she effortlessly scoops him up into her arms. As the onlookers watch in amusement, a flustered Heel stammers, Rihanna, this is, but she cuts him off. It's all right, I'm strong enough. Defeated, Heel realizes he's just going to be in the way like this. He decides to leave command to Varus and focus on recovering. Meanwhile, down in the chasm, the islanders gather around the massive carcass of the defeated Leviathan. To everyone's horror, Mappa the dwarf carves off a piece of its strange, gelatinous flesh and raises it to his mouth. He takes a bite and his eyes roll back into his head, making the others wonder if they should just bury the monster. But then he starts to chew and swallows. Everyone holds their breath. The strange meat glistens. Suddenly Mappa bursts into a dance of pure joy. It's not just edible, it's delicious. A relieved Varus sees an opportunity and calls 2 of his people over. They've made an incredible discovery. The cave underneath the reclaimed land is naturally freezing, acting as a perfect storage for their new, massive food source. At the same time, another group faces a different challenge: how to pull the giant golem out of the sea. As they ponder the problem, one of them notices they're not alone. It's the Corvus tribe. Their leader steps forward and offers, "Can you let us help? We have a boat and we're good on the water." A rope is handed over, symbolizing the first joint effort between the 2 tribes. It won't be easy, but the Belden and Corvus tribes begin working together, a crucial first step in mending their relationship. Heel knows the golem's heart stone survived thanks to its orichalcum guard. His priority is to rebuild its body as soon as possible. But as Rihanna's voice cuts through his thoughts, he's reminded of his current state. But first, I have to be able to move. Back in his room, Heel is bedridden and stubbornly refusing Rihanna's care. I said I'm fine, I can eat by myself, but she insists, no, you won't get better if you don't rest. With a bright smile, she holds a spoonful of soup to his lips. Here you go, open wide. Heel reluctantly accepts, thinking to himself that Rihanna is far more stubborn than she appears. He has to admit, though, he's feeling a lot better thanks to her, and the medicine Varus made from Yggdrasil leaves seems to be working too. Don't trouble yourself, Rihanna, he says, looking at his crest. At this rate, I'll soon have enough magic energy to heal myself. Rihanna looks down, a slight blush on her cheeks. Taking it easy like this, we don't get to do that often. She then smiles brightly. It's no problem for me. Besides, isn't this nice once in a while? Heel considers her point, but his mind drifts. So she says, but everyone's working while I'm just laying down. He glances at his mining tools hanging on the wall, anxious to get back to it. Meanwhile, in another part of the island's caves, 2 miners notice something strange. Hey, don't you think this area's warm? Before his partner can answer, a powerful jet of water erupts from the ground right in front of them. While water, they yell, scrambling back in surprise. As the steaming water pools around them, they realize what they've just uncovered, a natural hot spring. Heel's mind races, recalling his perilous journey. I sailed to an island on an abandoned reef, was attacked by a powerful monster, and was rescued from a wrecked ship. He reflects on his past, sweating under the current pressure. I've overcome my share of hardships. But as he looks down at the water in his hands, his internal monologue screams, but this situation might be the greatest danger I've ever faced. The source of his panic is revealed. He's sharing the newly discovered hot spring with Rihanna, who seems completely at ease. Mr. Heel, hot springs really are nice, she says cheerfully. As Heel stammers, Rihanna stretches blissfully. There was one in the Belden tribe's hometown and I enjoyed it every day. It really feels good. Heel is practically boiling from embarrassment, his mind short-circuiting. How did this happen? He panics internally. The scene flashes back to 1 week prior. Heel, determined to contribute despite his injuries, grabs a pickaxe to help with the mining. With a grunt of effort, he swings the tool, pushing his recovering body to its limit. Suddenly a sharp pain shoots through him, forcing him to stop. He collapses, crying out in agony. Just then Rihanna, Camus, and the others walk in, shocked to find him. Mr. Heel, Rihanna exclaims. Camus smirks, picking Heel up effortlessly. You're all here, that's rare, Heel manages, to which Camus replies, you are a very sinful man, little Heel, keeping a girl worried like this. Rihanna rushes to his side, gently scolding him. Geez, I asked you so many times to take it easy. Heel can only apologize, sorry Rihanna. Camus interrupts, more importantly Rihanna, take this Mr. Heel. He explains their presence. Rihanna is giving us a tour of the island, we just happen to be passing by. Heel takes the bundle Rihanna offers him, his eyes widening in surprise. This is my clothes, he exclaims, holding up his perfectly restored uniform. They were all tattered, but they look as good as new. Rihanna smiles proudly. They were repaired with spider silk, so they are stronger than before. Heel is overjoyed. Thank you Rihanna. As they continue the tour, one of the Corvus tribe members remarks, still, this island is full of surprises. Camus agrees, I have seen many lands, but never before have I seen Yggdrasil. The Corvus adds, it seems like just a small reef, but it has vast underground tunnels and sophisticated smithing equipment. Heel smiles, yes, and I want to continue making this a better place to live, so if anything catches your eye, make sure to say so. Camus nods, yes, the Corvus tribe will spare no effort. Camus continues, and we will do our best to be accepted as fellow islanders soon. Rihanna looks concerned at the wary glances from the other residents. I'm sorry if the Belden tribe has done anything too, but Heel reassures her, it is not your fault, this sort of thing takes time. He adds with confidence, they all get along with a human like me, so I'm sure they'll understand one day. Camus looks at him impressed, thank you, Heel. Camus ponders aloud, an island ruled by a human who is kind to monsters. How did you create such a dominion? Heel begins to explain, it's a long story. I'm originally from Sand Fales and the Sheol Reef is technically still a part of the kingdom. The name Sand Fales triggers a dark reaction in Camus. His eyes widen as he mutters, Sand Fales, we've got trouble. Before he can elaborate, a panicked miner named Full stumbles into the room. What is it, Full? Heel asks. Full shouts out of breath, there's hot water bursting out underground. The group rushes to the mines to find a massive, steaming underground lake. They can only stare in awe. An elder checks on Heel, how are you feeling, Mr. Heel? Heel, already analyzing the situation, replies, good enough to walk around. Still, that's an incredible find. One of the orcs gets excited, it's a hot spring, boss, I love this stuff. But Full is more pragmatic, voicing her concern. You're very optimistic about this, but what if the cave floods? She explains, we mined there and it came gushing out, and it's not stopping. Heel turns to her, Full, did anything like this ever happen in the mines on the continent? She shakes her head, water coming out, sure, but not this much. Heel strokes his chin, thinking logically. First, we have to make sure this water isn't harmful. Suddenly a huge splash erupts from the spring, shocking everyone. Mappa the dwarf has already jumped in to test it himself. Mappa, Heel yells in disbelief. The orc shouts, that's not fair, Mappa, while Varus the elder calmly observes, it seems fine, I will also examine it later. Heel can only offer a weak thank you, Varus. Heel considers the logistics. It would be one thing to make water flow from the top of a mountain to the bottom, but the opposite, it's hard, He turns to the dwarf relaxing in the water. I know, Mappa, is there a way to carry this water outside? Mappa's eyes shoot open, an idea has struck him with the force of a thunderclap. Without a word, Mappa leaps out of the water and sprints all the way to the blacksmith's workshop. Heel finds him there laying out plans. So, you want to use the workshop to make molds out of stone, and then iron ore. Soon, the workshop is a hive of activity, with workers casting countless iron pipes from the new molds. Heel discovers Mappa's other innovation. Mappa did some modifications to number 8 and number 9's arms. One of the golems activates its new arm, shooting out a concentrated jet of flame. Wah, it's like a line of fire magic, Heel marvels. He watches as the golem uses the torch on 2 pipes. I see, it's connecting the pipes by melting them, he realizes, they've invented welding. With this new technology, a massive project begins. The entire community works together to construct a pipeline to bring the hot water to the surface. At the source, Mappa directs the construction of a complex device to manage the gushing water. On the surface, another team begins building a large public bath, ensuring not a drop of the precious hot water goes to waste. Heel watches on, frustrated by his own limitations. I wanted to help at least a little, but I had no choice but to leave it to them. A week later, the colossal project is complete. The entire island population gathers at the base of Yggdrasil for the inauguration of their brand new, open-air bathhouse. Heel looks at the magnificent structure in awe. This turned into a great bathhouse. But Camus voices the final, crucial question, yes, but will the water come up here? With Mappa the golem powering the new pump, everyone watches in anticipation. A goblin turns the final valve, and with a thumbs up from the chief engineer, the system is a go. Deep within the rockwork, a heavy stone gate begins to grind open. A large carved stone face serves as the spout for the new bathhouse. Heel and the others hold their breath, waiting to see if their hard work paid off. A low gurgle echoes from the spout, signaling the water's arrival. Suddenly, with a powerful blast, a torrent of hot spring water erupts from the stone mouth. It's a massive success. Heel cheers, great job, Mappa, even if the design is a little unique. As the bath fills rapidly, the residents can barely contain their excitement. Amazing, it keeps rising, one of the elven exclaims, I wanna go in so bad. As a gesture of goodwill, Camus turns to the Belden tribe. You can have the first bath. He continues graciously, the Belden tribe can take its time. But his offer is cut short as a Belden warrior sends him flying into the water with a swift kick. Already splashing around, the warrior cheers, let's enjoy the hot spring. Camus surfaces, sputtering, what are you doing? An elven scolds the eager Belden, wash yourselves first, don't just jump in like the orc, while Camus yells from the water, you kicked me. Despite the chaotic start, everyone begins to properly wash themselves before entering the spring. Soon, the bath is filled with the sounds of splashing and laughter as the various tribes enjoy the water together. The Belden leader sighs in contentment, Kua, that feels good, it really washes away the exhaustion. Another villager thanks the orc leader, thank you for your help, Mr. Camus. But the elven can't resist a jab, this much construction work is enough to tire you. I guess an orc's muscles are just for show. Camus's relaxation instantly vanishes. Hey, are you insulting my beautiful body? One of his men tries to warn the Elven, "Sir, if you talk to our leader about his muscles." Too late, Camus is already on a rock striking a pose. "Pay your respects to my perfect body." Watching the familiar antics, Heel chuckles to himself. Haha, everyone's having a great time. He turns to his slime companion. "Are you itching to go in too, Shell? Then let's." As he prepares to get in, an orc yells at another in the background, "Hey fool, no swimming." Heel smiles, ready to relax. "Okay." But just as he's about to step in, he freezes. An elven girl looks over her shoulder at him. "Oh, Mr. Heel, you haven't come in yet." Heel's eyes widen in shock as he realizes the bath is filled with women. What is going on here? He whirls on Mappa's creator, Varus. Why you didn't keep us separated?" The old man just looks confused. "Separated?" Just then a familiar voice calls out, "Mr. Heel." It's Rihanna holding a wash bucket and towel. "I will wash your back," she offers with a bright smile. Heel's brain completely short-circuits. His inner devil cheers him on. It's your chance to take a bath with Rihanna, while his angel argues, taking advantage of cultural differences is wrong, but being open-minded is important. Heel's resolve hardens. He mentally crushes both his inner angel and devil. Making a hasty retreat, he yells, I'm feeling a little dizzy, so I'll go in later. Everyone take it easy." Rihanna watches him flee, confused. "Mr. Heel." Finding a quiet spot, Heel catches his breath. "Ah, that scared me. You could have gone in with everyone else though, Shell." He heads down a stone staircase, admitting, "Honestly, I wanted to go in too, but it feels like I'm tricking them." He spots the water pipe leading further into the cave. "Hold on." Following it, he finds a secluded private spring. He slips into the warm water, relieved. Great, there's still some perfectly good water left. Suddenly, a voice echoes in the cavern. "I knew you were here." Heel jumps as Rihanna appears at the water's edge. Before he can react, his mind flashes back to the construction. "I didn't actually think he could do it," he thought, "but that Mappa really is a genius." Snapping back to the present, he panics. Rihanna, why are you here?" She replies simply, "I couldn't just leave you." Rihanna smiles gently. "I'm sorry, everyone is just so excited. You wanted to enjoy it without all the noise, right?" She then asks, "Is it all right if I join you?" As Rihanna enters the water, Heel turns away, his mind racing. "I'm facing my greatest danger ever." Rihanna points to the cave ceiling. "Look, Mr. Heel, the ore peeking through the rock is shining like a star." Her tone suddenly becomes serious. "I have to talk to you about something important." Heel's mind goes into overdrive. "See, calm down," he tells himself, desperately trying to focus on his inventory screen. "Let's just check the inventory. We used a lot of iron ore." Rihanna's voice cuts through his panic. "Mr. Heel." His imagination runs wild. "Important, while we're alone, and no way is this a confession." But Rihanna's concerns are elsewhere. "I haven't been able to sort out the feelings of the people of the Belden tribe." She looks down, her voice heavy with guilt. "I'm sorry, I know Mr. Camus isn't at fault, but thoughts of our home are always in a corner of our heart." Still, she continues, her expression shifting. "The Belden and Corvus tribes, we're working together, eating together, and enjoying hot springs together." A genuine smile spreads across her face. "I'm really happy about that." Heel, seeing her true feelings, tells her gently, "You shouldn't apologize. It's not easy to break free from the past," he says, "but you want your tribes to get along, right?" "Then it's fine. Look at this island. We have goblins, slimes, golems, and even a human, and we all get along well." Moved by his words, Rihanna relaxes and leans back against him, letting out a soft sigh. She whispers gratefully, "Thank you, Mr. Heel." The sudden contact sends Heel into another panic. Rihanna, this is a bit." Rihanna murmurs too. Her breathing evens out as she begins to doze off against his back. Heel realizes how exhausted she must be. That's right, Rihanna used pretty much all of her magic energy, but she still kept working so hard. His panic subsides, replaced by a gentle warmth. He relaxes and says softly, "Thank you for everything, Rihanna." After a while, Heel suddenly jolts, feeling light-headed. "I've been here too long and the blood's rushed to my head." The movement startles Rihanna awake. She pulls away, flustered. I'm sorry, I dozed off." Later, feeling fully refreshed, Heel swings his pickaxe. "Maybe the hot spring had an effect. I'm finally back to my old self," he cries with joy. "I can mine again." Just then, Camus appears. "Congratulations on your recovery, little Heel." Camus's expression turns serious. "Can I have a moment?" Overlooking the bustling construction site, Camus takes in the sea breeze, with the repaired Corvus ship visible in the distance. He turns to Heel, presenting a large scroll with a flourish. "Here, little Heel, a surprise to celebrate your recovery." Heel unrolls it, his eyes widening in shock. It's a complex professional blueprint. Is this a diagram of a harbor? "Wow, did you make this?" Heel asks, amazed. Camus explains, "Varus asked me to. I figured we could use the reclaimed land as a base." Camus continues, "I hear you want to trade with the outside someday, but had to take Belden's ships apart." Heel nods grimly. "Yes, we didn't have enough lumber." "Then you can use Corvus' ship," Camus declares, gesturing towards the sea. Heel can't believe it. "Really?" Camus clarifies that the ship needs repairs first, but for that, we need a proper harbor and dock too. As Heel inspects the plans, he points out a specific mark. Camus sheepishly admits, I got a little carried away with the design. I don't think we can do it exactly like that." But Heel is thoroughly impressed. This wouldn't be outdone even by the kingdom's facilities. The mention of the kingdom makes Heel recall Camu's past. Oh, that's right, you're originally from San Fails. Heel looks down, his voice quiet. Yes. He decides to open up. I was the 17th prince of San Fails. I was a failure and was kicked out of the country. Camu looks genuinely regretful for bringing it up. I'm sorry, I see this as a difficult subject. Heel quickly reassures him. What I'm trying to say is that this is an abandoned island. It's part of the kingdom, but humans don't come here. We can live here without issue. With the air cleared, Heel's focus returns to the project. All right, let's talk to Varus and Mappa about the construction plans. As they walk, Camu watches Heel, thinking to himself that his own grand plans seemed almost impossible to achieve. But Heel has a surprise of his own. He steps forward, facing the sea, and unleashes his power as the king of Cave Crest. In a breathtaking display, the earth itself obeys his command, rising from the ground and instantly forming the massive, solid foundations of the harbor. Camu is completely stunned, his jaw on the floor. Varus, however, just smirks proudly. That's what the boss can do. Staring at the impossible structure before him, Camu can only whisper in awe, the king of Cave Crest is this. The reality of Heel's power sinks in, filling him with excitement. Incredible, we might actually build a perfect harbor. Heel turns to the stunned orc. I can only build the foundation. Can you supervise the construction? Camu points to himself in disbelief. Me. The others immediately voice their support, encouraging the flustered Camu. Filled with a new sense of purpose and confidence, Camu strikes a determined pose. Very well, leave it to me. I will create a fantastic harbor. Good, Heel says with a grin, then, I'll leave you with some reliable helpers. He reveals his trump card, Golems 1 through 7, destroyed by the Leviathan but now fully rebuilt and ready for duty. A brand new, heavy-duty construction crew. With the foundation laid and the crew assembled, Heel knows the next step. We still need more stone for the harbor, which means it's time to get back to mining. Heel and Full head deep into the caves to gather more materials. Full watches Heel work, clapping her hands. Oh, you've completely recovered. She eyes his tool. Aren't you using the mithril ice axe? Heel explains, I have it with me, but the one I normally use is smaller and easier to use. Suddenly, a deep voice interrupts them. Princess, please step back, it's dangerous. The kobold warriors Ashton and Heinous arrive, though they're a bit preoccupied with Riel, the small white dog, playfully nibbling on them. Full sees an opportunity for a challenge. In that case, she says with a smirk, Heinous will have to mine for his older brother too. She taunts the proud warrior. Weapons are one thing, but how are you with an axe? Heinous accepts the challenge without hesitation. As Heel watches, Heinous tells him, we should thank her. Full points the kobold to a promising spot, welcoming the powerful newcomer to her mining crew. As expected from someone so proud of his strength, Heinous is a natural, swinging the pickaxe with immense power and getting the hang of mining instantly. Heel watches on, clearly impressed by their new recruit's skill. In fact, Heinous is so good that he's already in a friendly competition with Full, the two of them tearing through the rock wall. Heel is fired up by their energy. Yes, our miner ranks are growing. Meanwhile, Ashton is still on puppy duty. Princess, I should get back to work, he mutters as Riel climbs on him. But then, Riel's eye catches a glint from a specific part of the cave wall. The little dog immediately starts barking and scratching at the spot, trying to get everyone's attention. Heinous is too busy enjoying himself to notice. Haha, mining is surprisingly fun, and this place is full of ore. Riel's persistent barking finally gets through. Mr. Heel, there is something odd here. Heinous grumbles playfully, my brother is jumping ahead of me. It's not fair to have Riel find them for you. The group gathers and uncovers a massive, ominous box made of orichalcum embedded in the stone. And the size, what if it was a coffin? Full wonders aloud. As they inspect the strange object, Heel notices a small, hexagonal stone lying on the ground nearby. He instantly recognizes it from his knowledge. It's a transport stone, capable of instant travel between linked locations. Heel picks it up to show the others. There is this stone as well, a new one. The gears in his head start turning. Transport, so basically if there's one of these stones somewhere else, we can move there. Full's sharp eyes spot the connection. Mr. Heel, doesn't this indentation on the box have the same shape as that stone? Heel brings the stone to the box and it slides into the indentation with a satisfying click. It fits perfectly. The group stares in shock. The moment the stone is in place, the orichalcum box hums to life, the front panel retracting to reveal a shimmering, active portal. Full, ever the adventurer, is immediately intrigued. Can we go somewhere from here? Heinous quickly cautions her. Wait, Full, we don't know where it will take us. Heel agrees they can't be reckless. As they debate the safety of the portal, Mappa, the small golem, wanders over curiously, and steps right through the shimmering gateway. In a flash of light, Mappa vanishes completely. Absolute panic erupts as the entire group screams his name in unison. Mappa. With Mappa missing, Heel prepares to use the portal. Wait here everyone, I'm going after Mappa, but Full grabs his arm, protesting, you can't. I will. Ignoring her, Heel activates his clairvoyance crest, which flares with a brilliant light, stunning the onlookers. The portal deposits them in a strange, rocky area. Riel looks around, confused. Clairvoyance, this place. Riel, is this where Mappa is? Heel scans their surroundings, deciding on a course of action. I'll go check it out, at least it doesn't look dangerous. He turns to his slime companion, Shell, go call Varus. But before he can take a step, his fluffy white familiar zips past him and into the portal. Full isn't far behind, rushing forward with determination. I want to go too. One of the kobold guards steps up, his voice firm. We guards really should come along as well. Suddenly, it's a chaotic dogpile as everyone tries to cram into the narrow portal at once. Do we all have to go at once? Riel cries out, while Heel gets squished in the middle of the mob. The chaos continues as they're transported, with everyone crushed together. Ouch, I'm getting crushed, Riel yelps. Heel tries to calm her down, but it's no use. The portal hums and flashes, signaling their departure. With a sudden lurch, the entire group is unceremoniously dumped out of the portal on the other side. They land in a painful, tangled heap on the stone floor. Heel groans, ouch, while Riel is left with her head spinning. However, is perfectly fine, perched on Heel's head and barking happily. As Heel staggers to his feet, his jaw drops. They're standing in a colossal, multi-story library with shelves stretching up into the darkness. Wow, seeing it with my own eyes is something else. He cautiously peers over a railing into the seemingly bottomless chasm below. Scary, he mutters. Full stares at the endless rows of books in disbelief. So many books, are we in Sheol? Heel nods, I think so. It feels just like the room where we found the change stone and the golems. The kobold guard Hanus points down a corridor. Mr. Heel, it seems Mappa is this way. Heel's expression turns serious. We should go right away, lead the way Hanus. The group hurries through the ancient, silent halls of the library. They follow Hanus past a deactivated stone golem standing guard. Rounding a corner, they finally spot him, Mappa, lying motionless on the floor. Heel's heart stops. Mappa is face down in a pool of dark liquid. Mappa, he screams. He rushes to his friend's side, panicked. What's wrong, were you attacked? Then he sees the open book next to Mappa, filled with illustrations of classical nude statues. Mappa groggily lifts his head, revealing the source of the blood, a massive nosebleed. Nosebleed. Heel slumps over, a wave of relief and utter exasperation washing over him. Of course you weren't attacked. He helps the dazed dwarf up. Let's go back, Mappa, everyone's worried. But Mappa suddenly stops, his attention captured by something else. He sniffs the air, his curiosity piqued. He's found another book, this one filled with bizarre diagrams of DNA, anatomy, and a strange, complex symbol. The symbol seems ancient and powerful, hinting at forgotten knowledge. Heel tries to get him moving again. Come on, Mappa. Mappa, completely absorbed by his new find, casually tosses the book of nudes aside. The book flutters down into the dark abyss of the library, lost forever. Just then a new group arrives. Heel turns, surprised. Shell, you brought everyone. Varus, the elderly scholar, is practically vibrating with excitement. Mr. Heel, what an amazing find. Heel smiles. Did you find a good book, Varus? The old man's face falls. Unfortunately. He shows Heel a page filled with an alien script. I have never seen these letters, I can't read this at all. Before Heel can respond, Camus grabs him, her eyes wild with adventurous fervor. It's all so adventurous, little Heel. She grins, showing off her sharp teeth. A teleportation device, a giant library, an unknown civilization, it all reeks of treasure. The group decides to investigate further. Let's explore around here, Varus suggests. Heel agrees, adding, yes, but be careful, some parts are crumbling and there might be golems. Varus and Camus set off, thrilled by the prospect of uncovering ancient secrets. The others split up as well, with Heel examining the parts of a broken golem. Riel and another girl browse the towering shelves, searching for anything they can understand. Suddenly one of them calls out, Mr. Heel, this book has pictures. They show him an incredibly detailed illustration of a sprawling city built around a mountain. What a detailed drawing, Heel exclaims. It looks so real. He leans in closer, a sense of familiarity washing over him. What town is this? I've seen buildings like these. Full points at the drawing. That mountain in the center. She traces the peak with her finger. Doesn't it look like Sheol? Full is skeptical. Does it? The size is totally different. The other girl just smiles. Sheol looks more lovely. Meanwhile, Shell stops in the middle of a hallway, as if sensing something. Heel notices his companion's pause. Is something there, Shell? The group follows the slime's lead. They arrive in a grand chamber dominated by a magnificent, towering statue of a serene goddess. The girls look up in awe. It's beautiful, Heel murmurs. She's probably a goddess, right? He gazes at the stone face, lost in thought. A long time ago, the people who lived here probably worshipped her. As they continue exploring, Heel wonders aloud, the kingdom has no records of ruins like these. Are there more waiting to be found here in Sheol? After a while, the group reconvenes. We managed to retrieve a few heart stones and magic stones from the golem remains, Camus reports, but this underground world is still a mystery. Heel puts his faith in their scholar. Varus offered to study the books, so I'm counting on him. Varus, however, sweats under the pressure, thinking, I'm not sure if I can decipher them. Suddenly, Full's ears twitch. Her keen senses pick up on something no one else noticed. She stares at a section of the wall, sensing an anomaly. Tapping it with her pickaxe, she hears a distinct hollow sound. She turns to Heel, her eyes wide with discovery. Mr. Heel, it looks like there's an open space behind this wall. Camus looks at the seamless wall, unconvinced. We looked around but saw nothing that could be an entrance. Full grips her tool, impatient. Can we just dig already? Heel uses his ability to check for danger. I don't feel any magic energy and my power is showing me the ideal place to strike. All right, he prepares a spell. I'll protect you with defensive magic just in case. With Heel's go ahead, Full swings her pickaxe with all her might, shattering the stone wall. The wall crumbles, revealing a hidden passage. Nice catch, Full, heinous cheers. Full peers into the dark opening and lets out a small gasp of surprise. Without hesitation, she dashes into the secret room. Heel smiles after her. Congratulations, Full. Inside, Full stands before a pedestal. On it rest 3 priceless artifacts. Those are changed stones, and 3 of them no less. Full groggily sits up in bed, the exhaustion of her recent efforts clear on her face. Before the sun even fully rises, she's already moving. Quietly climbing down from her bunk, she makes sure not to wake anyone else. She quickly gets ready for the day ahead. Tying her gear with practiced hands. With a final tug, she's dressed and ready to go. Heel explains that lately no one has been more obsessed with mining than Full. Let's go, number 15, she'd shout, heading into the tunnels first thing in the morning and being the last to leave at night. He admits he was worried, but he knew there was something she was desperately searching for. Later, the whole crew gathers as Heel explains the truth behind his own power. It's true, he says, I evolved thanks to a changed stone. The revelation sends shockwaves through the group. Our princess used to be a regular goblin. The Wolf brothers can't believe it. Is that even possible? Another warrior is completely lost, asking, wait, so the princess is a Belden princess? He continues, I thought for sure Rihanna was an elven princess that eloped with Heel, causing both of them to do a massive spit take. He looks over at a proud Full. One is for her, she worked her tail off to find it after all. Then Heel turns to the elder of the group. Varus, if you're willing, how about we use one on you? Varus looks down, feeling his age. Me? No, surely there's someone more suitable. Heel reveals his plan. I've always thought it was a shame that your Sorcerer King crest is dormant. The others are stunned. Sorcerer King, that's the greatest sorcery crest there is. It would be incredibly useful if you could use it. Varus falls silent, contemplating the offer. One of his comrades speaks up gently. Varus, you are getting on in years. It'd be good if you got a new body and could stay healthy for longer. The younger girls immediately panic. Mr. Varus, are you dying? But he quickly reassures them. Now, I'm not that old. With newfound resolve, Varus looks to Heel. Mr. Heel, I ask that you allow me to use a changed stone. He glances at his hand, a small smile on his face. It's true, I once dreamt of using this crest. With 2 stones claimed, one of the wolves notes, there's 1 changed stone left, but it doesn't look like anyone else wants to evolve. Suddenly an idea strikes. Now that I think of it, doesn't Mr. Camus have a crest? I saw it in the hot spring. Camus coolly confirms, yes, I do. He reveals a powerful-looking crest on his hand, surprising everyone. I've never seen it, Heel admits. Varus recognizes it instantly. The Sea Dragon crest, a powerful mark for controlling water, but I've only heard of aquatic monsters like mermen being able to use it. Camus immediately recoils in disgust. Let me make it perfectly clear, I have absolutely no desire to use this thing. When a sailor points out how useful it would be, Camus just scoffs. What a joke. He throws a fit, screaming, aquatic monsters have slimy scales. It simply does not fit my beauty. I absolutely refuse. Seeing he won't be convinced, Heel decides to just save the last stone. And so, with the recipients decided, the group gathers in a clearing to witness the evolutions firsthand. Full nervously holds the stone. Princess, I'm kind of nervous. What am I supposed to do? The princess encourages her. Picture what you want to become and wish for it with all your heart. Good luck. Full closes her eyes, focusing her thoughts. What I want to become. Her mind flashes back to all the times she'd been protected by her friends, by Heel, by everyone. She thinks about always being the one left behind, the one watching others go off to fight. That ends today. The stone in her hands erupts with brilliant light as she makes her wish. I am the daughter of the great warrior Elvin. The flash is so intense that Heel instinctively calls out to Rihanna. The rest of the crew can only stare in shock. Number way. As the light fades, Full's first thought is, oh, I feel like my line of sight is higher. She looks down at herself, now taller and physically mature. Did it work? The princess appears with a towel. Do you want to see? A nearby slime transforms into a perfect mirror, and Full gets the first look at her new self. Her eyes widen as she takes in the reflection. Overcome with joy, she tackles the princess in a hug. I did it, I evolved too. While one of the warriors complains she's still spindly, Heel reassures her. Don't worry, Full, I can see the magic energy flowing inside you. You'll be able to learn how to use it. At the mention of magic, Full's eyes light up. She gets curious. Wait, I wished for a body that could use magic, so why does the princess look human? Full smiles, relieved. Great, unlike the princess, my skin stayed the same, so I was a little worried. Heel looks puzzled while the princess gets incredibly flustered, stammering, who knows? I guess evolving differs from person to person. Next up is Varus. Then that means I might evolve into something different as well, he says, holding his stone as the others cheer him on. The changed stone flashes with light once more. But as the light fades, the group just looks confused. Varus stands in a cloud of smoke, seemingly unchanged. I wonder what happened. Camus states the obvious, nothing changed, did it? But then Varus feels a sudden jolt. He moves his back, bending slightly, a look of pure shock and relief on his face. Oh, ooh, this is. Varus throws his arms up in triumph, his old body feeling brand new. My back, he shouts, my bent back, the pain I've had for so many years, it's completely healed. Heal, however, is focused on something else entirely. That's great, Varus, but what about the crest? As if on cue, the Sorcerer King crest on Varus's palm begins to glow with an ominous, dark energy. Watching from a distance, Full is in awe. Mr. Heal, the magic energy bursting out of that crest is incredible, Heal can only agree. Intrigued by the raw power, Heal suggests, Mr. Varus, I'd like to test it a little. Varus examines the swirling mark on his hand. If it's just basic magic, he muses, I'm fairly sure the Sorcerer King already knows how to use it. Stepping away from the group into an open field, Varus prepares himself. Here it goes. He focuses his will, a complex magic circle materializing above his palm as he chants a single word, fire. But this is no simple flame. A colossal, uncontrolled torrent of black fire erupts from his hand, tearing across the landscape and shocking everyone. The sheer heatwave blasts past the onlookers. Whoa, that's hot, they yell, shielding themselves. From within the smoke, a new, more slender hand with black nails emerges. A different voice says, oops, excuse me. The smoke clears to reveal a transformed Varus, younger, horned, and radiating power. The Sorcerer King's power is incredible, he says in a deeper voice, but adjusting its magic energy is difficult. His companions can only stare, their jaws hanging open in utter disbelief at the sudden transformation. Elvin points a trembling finger, stammering, are you, V. Varus? The transformed Varus looks on, a profound emotion in his eyes. This is a moving experience for me, General. I never thought the day would come when I could use magic. I feel like an entirely different person. Heal frantically waves his hands. No, the magic is surprising, sure, but your appearance. Varus looks down at himself, confused. My appearance. Thinking fast, someone holds up a polished shield, using it as a makeshift mirror. Varus catches a glimpse of his new, demonic face and lets out a piercing shriek of pure shock. What? The shock is so great that the transformation instantly breaks, and Varus reverts to his elderly form, collapsing to the ground. Later in his study, Heal explains what happened. Yes, I've heard of this phenomenon. The Sorcerer King crest has the power to change its owner into the form that uses magic energy most efficiently. Varus nods, processing the information. I see, so that's the crest's effect. Heal scratches his head, admitting, sorry, but that's all I know. Back in the kingdom, no one would dare show me their real abilities. But Varus isn't discouraged. In fact, he's thrilled by the mystery. No, this is fantastic, I'm looking forward to studying it. While Varus diligently buries himself in research, Full proudly shows off her new training gear to Heal. Mr. Heal, what do you think? Does it look good? Heal gives her a thumbs up. Your new outfit looks cool. Princess Rihanna did a great job. Full beams, now let's get started. And immediately begins her training by smashing a nearby boulder. During their training, Heal points out a valuable resource. Magic crystals, we can use these as we find them. He reflects internally that their supply of crystals, used to boost magic energy, is starting to run low. Heal considers their progress. His own magic and Rihanna's have been strengthened and Varus's crest is a powerhouse on its own, so he concludes we should prioritize Full for now. But he knows there's a catch. All that raw power doesn't matter if she can't learn to control it and actually use magic. So the lessons begin. First, you need to learn the secret letters that compose the magic circles, Heal explains, drawing a diagram. You transform magic energy into elements like fire and wind using these. The theoretical part is clearly a struggle for Full. Rihanna asks with concern, are you alright, Full? She clutches her head, why yes. It feels like my head's about to burst, but... With gritted teeth and fierce determination, she pushes through. I'm fine, keep going, Mr. Heal. While classroom learning is a tough battle for Full, her practical intuition is surprisingly sharp. Putting theory into practice, she summons a magic circle and yells, freeze. A powerful, albeit chaotic, wave of ice magic erupts from her hands, impressing everyone with its raw force. Full jumps for joy, ecstatic at her success. I did it, I used magic. She stands proudly, admiring her handiwork. Unfortunately, her target was one of their small monster companions, now encased in ice. Elvin sighs, good grief, her aim is a total mess. Heal remains positive, hey, it's pretty good for her first time. As Heal watches Full and Rihanna, he turns to Elvin. He smiles, remarking, she really looks up to her father's strength, doesn't she? Elvin looks away, I'd be happy if that was all it was, but I think you're wrong. He asks Heal, do you know the stone-taking game? I see the kids playing it sometimes. Elvin recalls, Full made me play with her a lot when she was little. Heal is surprised, I didn't think she'd be into a strategy game like that. Elvin chuckles, I thought it was strange too, but then Varus told me something. In a flashback, we see a young Full on the verge of tears after losing a match to Princess Rihanna. Heal's eyes widen in realization, haha, so that's. The pieces click into place. Wait, so Full's drive to get stronger was because of that? Elvin nods grimly. He explains she really hates losing. She feels ashamed of it, especially since she's the princess's subject. Elvin looks over at the two girls, and it's even worse when she loses against a friend. Just then Full and Rihanna share a laugh, their friendly rivalry clear. Full grins, I'm kind of jealous. Heel watches them, a warm, understanding smile on his face. Meanwhile, at the newly constructed harbor, the Corvus tribe's repaired ship is carefully guided into the dock. The massive vessel is finally moored, a symbol of their progress and hope. The water churns against the new sea walls, a sign of a bustling port to come. But something seems off. The water near the wall is dark and unnaturally turbulent. A Corvus tribesman explains their urgency to Heel. As for the harbor, we prioritized ship repair. Our family stayed behind in hiding, so we want to go back as soon as possible. Heel reassures him, don't worry about finishing the rest of the harbor. You can set sail as soon as the ship is ready. He adds, but our island will start trading too, so start thinking about what commodities you can bring back. The crewmen are fired up. Mr. Heel, leave the sea commerce to us. We'll make sure to build a stock of good items. Heel watches the energetic crew preparing the ship. Everyone from the Corvus tribe looks so excited. They can't wait to sail again. He crosses his arms, satisfied. We're finally going to start trading. Looking out at the water, he plans their next steps. We can start by selling gems from Sheol, and maybe even harvest from Yggdrasil. We also have to discuss what to buy. His thoughts are cut short as a massive, scaly tail breaks the surface of the harbor, sending ripples through the water and shattering the peaceful moment. At the newly constructed harbor, the Corvus sailors are hard at work, moving heavy timber into place. One of the sailors chuckles, wiping sweat from his brow. Finally, back to our real work. We sailors get anxious staying on land too long, but as they celebrate, something small breaks the surface of the water with a quiet plunk. It's just a strange, dark shape bobbing in the water, barely noticeable. Suddenly the water erupts with violent force, shocking the nearby sailors. From the depths rises a monstrous, eel-like creature with a single, horrifying eye. The evil moray has come, and the sailors are frozen in terror. The commotion reaches Heel further down the dock. Wah, what is that thing? Without warning, the monster's massive tail whips around, smashing through a stack of logs and sending a sailor flying. The beast looms over the wreckage, its slimy form dripping as it corners another terrified crewman. But before it can strike, Camus flies in, delivering a bone-crushing kick to its face. How brave you are, he snarls, attacking a harbor protected by the Corvus tribe. He turns to his paralyzed men, furious. What are you doing? Get ready to counterattack. But his words are useless. He looks back to see his entire crew collapsed on the ground, paralyzed by fear. Their minds are trapped in the past, flashing back to the terrifying day they faced a true Leviathan, a sea dragon that tore their ships apart like toys. The traumatic memory takes over and they can only scream one word, El Leviathan. Camus is exasperated. You idiots, look, how is that thing a Leviathan? But his crew is lost to their fear, cowering behind whatever cover they can find. As the moray lunges again, Camus is forced to fend it off alone while his men remain useless. Seeing his captain in trouble, Mappa roars and steps up to fight. Camus shouts his name, Mappa, as the dwarf hurls his shield like a discus straight at the monster's head. The shield connects with a sickening crunch. Seizing the opening, Camus blitzes past the beast, his saber flashing in a clean arc that decapitates the monster in a single, fluid motion. He lands and gives his blade a confident flick. Very well done. This orichalcum saber is incredibly sharp. But Heel, watching from the sidelines, sees something wrong. The monster's headless body isn't falling. As the severed neck writhes, Heel yells a desperate warning. Camus, what is this monster? Don't be careless. To their horror, the wound begins to bubble and stretch, sprouting 3 new heads from the stump. Heel can't believe it. No way, but you cut its head. Camus stares, his confidence shattered. No. He recognizes the creature's terrifying ability. This is called an evil moray. The monster reveals its true form, a writhing mass of eel-like tentacles around a central, star-shaped maw lined with teeth. Camus realizes his mistake. All I cut was the tip of its arm. We have to crush its main body. Or it will keep regenerating. Just then, a powerful blast of fire magic slams into the creature's core. Full leaps into the fray, landing with a grin. Full is here to help too. She nimbly dodges the snapping heads, narrowly avoiding being eaten. She unleashes another blast of magic, but the creature barely flinches. Full starts to panic. What do we do? This thing's just going to keep coming. Heel directs her this way, Full. Camus explains the dilemma. At sea, we just blow it away with cannons, but Heel finishes the thought, damn it. If we use powerful magic, we'll destroy the harbor. Watching from a small boat nearby, Varus assesses the situation. Full did a good job distracting it. He holds up his hand, a magical crest glowing as he taps into his true power. Lend me your strength, Sorcerer King. In a flash, he transforms into his imposing sorcerer form. From the boat, Varus unleashes his magic. Water magic flow. Tendrils of seawater rise from the harbor, shooting towards the monster like liquid spears. The water ropes begin to coil around the moray's thrashing heads, much to Heel's surprise. In seconds, the entire beast is ensnared. Ropes? No, it's water. It's like the ocean itself turned into ropes to bind it. Varus shouts across the water, Mr. Heel, I've opened a path. Heel instantly understands the plan. He grabs Full. I see, Full lightning. Together they channel their energy. Lightning magic, spark, a crackling ball of electricity shoots from their hands. The spell hits the water ropes and the electricity surges through them, converging directly on the evil Moray's main body. The monster is engulfed in a massive, sizzling explosion. As the creature disintegrates into nothing, full and heal high five, we did it. Varys, back in his normal form, gives a casual wave from his boat as the last remnants of the monster dissolve. Mappa approaches the young mages, impressed. That was great, you two. I didn't think you'd gotten this strong already. Full puffs out her chest proudly. Hee hee, I've been training. She beams, basking in the victory. Meanwhile, Elven's warriors look on from a distance. General, we didn't even get to do anything, one of them remarks. The general's face is grim, but... In the now quiet harbor, the Corvus crew slowly gets to their feet. They approach their captain Camus, their heads hung low in shame. Boss, we're so ashamed. Camus watches them, a somber look on his face. He understands. The deep-seated fear of the Leviathan had paralyzed even his strongest sailors. Under the quiet moon, Camus stares out at the endless sea, his mind heavy with a single thought. What a blunder. He confesses to Heel and the others, his back turned to them. I didn't have a good grasp on my crew's mental state. As things stand, they can't handle another voyage. His crew's faces are etched with fear. They've heard the rumors spreading like wildfire. That wasn't the only Leviathan. At the very least, it had a mate. The elder tries to reason. Yes, that's natural for living beings. It's a legendary beast, but something like that doesn't come around every day. Rhianna explains the deeper issue to the orc captain. The fact that they're so skilled means it's harder to get over that fear once they become scared of something. Their expertise has become their prison. The elder offers a practical solution. Mr. Camus, you could recruit members of the Belden tribe as your crew. But Camus immediately shuts it down. No, they can't handle that patched-together ship. Camus clenches his fists, his voice low and firm. The Corvus are people of the sea. If they can't sail, their pride is lost. Heel, Rhianna, and the others look on, finally understanding the true weight of the problem. This isn't just about a broken ship, it's about a broken spirit. Suddenly Rhianna's expression shifts, an idea is forming. She speaks up, her eyes wide with inspiration. What if we make a really strong ship, one that even a Leviathan can't break? Surely that would ease their worries. Heel's face lights up, instantly catching on. I see, we could reinforce the hull with metal armor. But Camus, the veteran sailor, pours cold water on the idea. It's interesting but difficult. A ship that heavy would be slow and easy to capsize. One of the dark elves tosses her pickaxe. What about orichalcum? This stuff's pretty light. The elder shakes his head. We can only get orichalcum from the underground golems, and we don't have nearly enough to cover a giant hull. Just as they hit a dead end, Mappa the dwarf lets out a sudden cry of realization. As Mappa frantically gestures, Heel asks, Do you have an idea, Mappa? Without a word, Mappa grabs them and starts pulling them towards the shore. He leads them to a staggering sight, the colossal, preserved corpses of the two Leviathans they defeated. The solution has been lying there the whole time. The elder's eyes widen as it all clicks into place. Ooh, I see. Standing before the massive carcass, now surrounded by scaffolding, Heel is in awe. Now that I get a good look at it, it really is incredible. The sheer scale of the dead monster is overwhelming. He can hardly believe it. We actually defeated this thing. He remembers its impossible durability. Those scales withstood a rain of magic cannon fire, and normal tools can't even scratch them. Heel summons his power, his pickaxe glowing brightly. All right, let's do it, Cave King. With a mighty swing, he shatters a piece of the armor, discovering a crucial fact. The Leviathan's scales are lighter than they look. That must be why it was so nimble. But mining the material is only the first step. The next challenge is clear. How do we process this tough armor? The answer comes in the form of Mappa's hammer, striking true against the nigh indestructible scale. Soon, specialized drills are boring through the material, shaping it for their needs. A massive workshop springs to life. The islanders melt down mithril arrowheads, forging them into custom tools capable of working the Leviathan hide. Camus and Mappa pore over blueprints, completely redesigning the ship from the ground up. It's not just the exterior, Camus insists, the entire infrastructure needs to be reinforced. Everyone gets to work, driven by a single goal, to build the strongest ship imaginable without sacrificing its speed or agility. The new vessel begins to take shape, a masterpiece of engineering. Its frame is forged from orichalcum, its mast and boards are carved from Yggdrasil wood, and its hull is plated with impenetrable Leviathan scales. Watching the work, Camus feels a flicker of hope. Later, as the sun sets, Heel finds Camus alone by the shore once more. He approaches a makeshift memorial of stacked stones. Camus, it's time for dinner. Camus, kneeling, replies softly, Little Heel, yes, I will go soon. Heel looks at the grave marker for Camus's fallen crew. I'm sorry if it doesn't match the customs of your tribe. Camus shakes his head. It's more than enough, thank you. Camus then begins to share a story from his people's history. It was about 100 years ago. He speaks of a time when the orcs were broken and scattered after wars with humans. One man brought them all together, he says, and took to the sea. Heel listens stunned as Camus reveals the hero's name. His name was Camus. He describes the legendary Camus of the Corvus tribe, an orc hero who built a fleet so powerful it could challenge entire nations. Camus lowers his head. That name has been passed down to the leaders of the Corvus tribe for generations. His voice fills with shame. But when my turn came, I was betrayed from within, and I failed to inspire my loyal crew to return to the sea. Heel breathes his name, finally understanding the immense burden he carries. Camus. Camus's hand tightens into a fist, his resolve hardening like steel. I want to be strong. He looks up, his eyes blazing with a newfound fire, strong enough to not bring shame to the proud name Camus. Deep within the island's dockyards, the order is given. All right, open the water gate. With a tremendous groan, the massive gates part, unleashing a torrent of seawater. Guided by powerful golems, the colossal new vessel finally tastes the ocean for the first time. On the shore, the island's residents, including Heel, watch with jaws agape, completely stunned by the sheer scale of the project. And there it is, a magnificent galleon, its hull plated with impenetrable leviathan scales, setting sail under the open sky. Onlookers marvel at its construction. Hiya, the ship looks so strong. It is truly both strong and mobile, armor from leviathan scales. Heel watches the ship depart, a bead of sweat on his face betraying a hidden tension. His companion notices the mood on the ship. The Corvus people all seem a little nervous. Aboard the vessel, Captain Camus addresses his anxious crew. Listen up, today we'll be training and testing this ship. Everybody look alive. Camus's expression is stern. He knows this maiden voyage is more than just a simple cruise. Despite the captain's words, the crew can't shake their nerves, their movements stiff with anxiety. The helmsman grips the wheel so tightly his knuckles turn white, his fear palpable. Back on the shore, Heel closes his eyes, focusing his energy. He raises a hand towards the sea, beginning an incantation. As he stares out at Camus's ship, he steels his resolve. With a silent thought, he sends his support across the waves. I believe in you, Camus. Then Heel roars, his voice echoing across the harbor. Come, number 16. The crowd around him recoils in confusion, wondering what he's just done. Miles away, deep beneath the waves, a monstrous shadow begins to rise from the abyss, targeting the ship. Suddenly, a massive geyser of water erupts right beside the hull, shocking the crew. The lookout screams in panic. Watch out for starboard, something's there. Crew members rush to the railing, pointing with trembling fingers. Hey, is that? With a deafening crash, a gargantuan form breaks the surface. It's a monster of living rock, a golem crafted in the terrifying image of a leviathan, and it towers over their ship. The crew is paralyzed by pure, unadulterated terror. The golem slams into the ship, the impact shaking the entire vessel and sending the crew screaming. It then begins to charge an attack, unleashing a blast of energy that smashes against the hull, but the leviathan scales hold strong. The crew descends into chaos. Leviathan, it really came again. Boss, we gotta get out of here. But Camus's voice cuts through the panic like a thunderclap. Calm down. He points towards the beast. It's all right, the ship didn't even flinch. Compose your breathing and take a good look at your opponent. As the crew stares, they begin to notice something isn't right. They see the cracks and seams of stone. Rock, it's not a real leviathan. On the shore, the others finally understand. A leviathan-shaped golem, why did it attack them? Heel turns to them, his expression serious. Everyone, please don't interfere. Camus reveals the truth to his stunned crew. A mock battle based on fighting Leviathan is about to start. But the crew is still terrified. Wah, even if it's fake, we can't take on something that huge, Camus nods grimly. I understand your fear. We prided ourselves on being invincible, but we lost without making a dent. He pulls a glowing object from his coat, the last changed stone. But I refuse to give up, to challenge the sea again. The crew gasps in recognition. That stone. With a determined cry, Camus prepares to make the ultimate sacrifice. Goodbye, my perfect body, watch closely. He leaps from the ship's railing, plunging into the churning sea below. This is the debut of the new Camus, leader of the Corvus tribe. Heel's companions watch in utter shock, unable to believe what they're seeing. On deck, Camus's own crew can only stare, mouths agape, as their captain disappears into the waves. The golem pauses as a brilliant pillar of light erupts from the spot where Camus landed. From within the light, a new, powerful silhouette emerges from the water. It's Camus, reborn. His body is now a powerhouse of muscle and scales, his transformation complete as he charges forward to face the golem head-on. In his new sea dragon form, Camus rises from the water, a determined glint in his eye. With a sharp-toothed grin, he announces his first move. Here I go. In a flash, Camus rockets across the surface of the water, leaving a massive wake as he blitzes towards golem number 16. He moves so fast he's just a blur of raw power. Skimming across the waves, he closes the distance in an instant. The water itself seems to bend to his will, propelling him forward. From the ship, his crew watches in disbelief. He's so fast, it's like he's flying on the water. Camus can feel the power surging through him. Incredible, he thinks. So this is the power of a sea dragon, he realizes, a body that manipulates the very flow of water, moving at unbelievable speeds. He draws his blade, locking onto his target. Now it's my turn, dear 16. Camus unleashes a flurry of strikes, his sword clashing against the golem's stone body. But the golem retaliates, swinging its massive tail with crushing force. Camus braces for impact, realizing the golem's defense is no joke. I should have expected such defensive power. The blow sends him flying across the water. On the ship, his crew cries out in alarm, "Be boss." Watching from the shore, Heel and Rihanna look on with concern. Even after evolving, Camus is. A crew member grips the railing, his knuckles white with tension. Camus quickly recovers, planting his feet in the churning sea and facing down the towering golem. He's momentarily submerged but grits his teeth, refusing to back down. Suddenly, the Corvus tribe's ship surges forward, its unique golem figurehead aimed for battle. It's a declaration that Camus isn't fighting alone. Camus looks over, a flicker of surprise on his face. His crew mans the cannons, roaring with newfound courage. We're the Corvus tribe too, don't let our boss fight alone, shoot. A volley of cannonballs erupts from the ship, slamming into Golem 16 and providing the perfect distraction. A surge of power flows through Camus as the crest on his hand begins to glow brightly. A small proud smile crosses his face. Took you long enough. He raises his hand to the sky, and the sea begins to answer his call. The water around the golem churns violently, pulling it into a powerful vortex. Golem 16 is trapped, unable to escape the rapidly forming whirlpool. The crowd on the shore gasps as a colossal water tornado erupts from the sea, completely engulfing the golem. From within the storm, the golem looks up to see Camus, floating calmly at the eye of the tornado he created. He channels the raging waters into his blade, preparing his final attack, become a raging stream. Sorry, Camus says to the golem, little Heel will patch you up later. Water, come to my sword and drill through this rock. Camus dives, striking the golem with his water-infused sword and triggering a massive explosion that shatters it to pieces. The crowd on the shore erupts in cheers. Heel and Rihanna are beaming, amazed by the spectacular victory. Even the stoic members of the crowd can't help but be impressed. Aboard the ship, the Corvus tribe roars in celebration for their boss. With the mock battle over, the remains of the golem lie in the harbor as Camus and his reunited crew gather on the dock. Heel runs up to him, ecstatic. Camus, that was incredible. Camus closes his eyes, giving a humble reply. It was all thanks to my crew. He turns to face his men, his expression serious. I not only doubted my own strength but also that of my crew. My distrust was palpable. I'm sorry, he says, looking them dead in the eyes. I will ask once again, will you challenge the seas with me? His crew doesn't hesitate for a second. What? We're the ones who are asking. Boss, let us go with you, we're not running away this time. One of them adds, but you had to give it up. The so-called perfect body you were so proud of. Camus simply scoffed at the notion. He strikes a dramatic pose, showing off his new physique. This splendidly handsome shining body has awakened into a new stage of beauty. Turning back to Heel, his confidence is absolute. Little Heel, I have the perfect ship and the perfect crew, our voyage can't possibly not be a success. Heel's face lights up with excitement, yes. Over the next week, Camus and his crew fine-tuned the ship, while Heel and the others decided on what goods to trade for their journey. The night before they set sail, they threw a massive farewell party, with the Corvus tribe eating enough for a small army. Later that night, under a crescent moon, the ship rests peacefully in the harbor. Heel and Rihanna stand on the deck. Sorry for dragging you along, Rihanna, but she's thrilled. No, it really is a great ship. I wanted to come aboard before it leaves. Rihanna asks, do you like ships? Heel hesitates, Chen, it's not really that. He looks out at the ocean. I've always been fascinated with the outside world that can be reached with them. Rihanna looks surprised. Are you going too? Travel by ship one day too? Heel replies, no, I haven't thought about it that far. It's just a fantasy I had back when I couldn't find a place for myself in the royal palace. But now. He smiles warmly. I live here with all of you in Sheol. This is my home. Rihanna blushes, touched by his words, Mr. Heel. Suddenly, Riel starts barking, sensing someone else on the ship. What is it, Riel? Camus steps out from the shadows. Camus, I can't fool young Riel's eyes. I was just spending some time alone on the ship before we set sail. Did I disturb you? Heel gets flustered. Sorry, we got on board without telling, but Camus just waves it off. Oh dear, at this point this ship is partially yours. He gives Heel a pointed look. You are always welcome here, as the only human I approve of. Camus' tone then shifts, and I actually wish to discuss something with you anyway. Heel is curious. What is it? You sound serious. Camus' expression becomes grim. He looks directly at Heel, whose eyes widen in shock at the topic. It's about your homeland, the kingdom of Sandfills. The scene shifts to a cold throne room where a stern king sits, flanked by guards. The king's face is a mask of shadow and contempt, hinting at the darkness Heel left behind. On the deck of the Corvus tribe ship, under the quiet of the night sky, Heel's thoughts drift to his past. He turns to the tribe's leader, Camus, with a heavy question. Camus, do you know anything about my homeland, the kingdom of Sandfills? A new chapter of Revelations is about to begin. Camus' answer is a bombshell. He reveals that Claude's faction, the very mercenaries who betrayed him, were acting on orders. They were hired by the royal family of Sandfills. The words hit Heel and Rihanna like a physical blow. Staggering back, Heel can't process it. No, that can't be. Rihanna tries to rationalize it, but people from the kingdom hate monsters. Camus looks away, a hint of guilt in his eyes. I apologize for staying silent about this. He begins to recount the story. After Claude's crew was annihilated by the Leviathan, Camus' tribe found a single, dying survivor amidst the wreckage who confessed everything with his last breath. The survivors' mission, paid for by Sandfills, was to hire mercenaries to suppress the powerful monster tribes near the kingdom's borders, like the Tigris and the Belden. Camus adds their original plan was to hire my tribe, but Claude was against it. I suppose he was right about one thing. The horrifying truth dawns on Heel. It can't be, my own father ordered this, but why? Camus' gaze hardens as he speaks of the man responsible. Little Heel, about your father, King Rui of Sandfills. He explains that while Sandfills is an old country, it was under King Rui's ambitious reign that it grew into the largest on the continent. Hiring the Corvus tribe was just another move to expand his power. But Camus pivots to an even deeper mystery. I've had a concern for a while. You were expelled from the kingdom, correct? Heel nervously confirms. Camus leans in, his voice low. But is that really the truth? Heel is left speechless. Camus lays out the facts. The remote island of Sheol and Heel's unique title, the Cave King. He connects the dots. A crest that lets you freely access a treasure trove of underground resources. Don't you think it all fits together a little too perfectly? The implication is staggering. Heel shouts, are you saying my father knew about the power of the Cave King and what's hidden beneath Sheol? Heel's mind races, trying to make sense of it. No, but it's strange. If he wanted to develop the island for its resources, he would have sent more people. He wouldn't have kept the crest's power a secret. A new, chilling possibility emerges. What if there's something dormant here, something he didn't want anyone to discover? Camus admits, it's just a hunch on my part, but... Rihanna gasps as she realizes what they're talking about. Could it be those ruins underground? With a snap of his fingers, Camus confirms her suspicion. We are on the same page, Rihanna. Camus then confesses to Heel, you know, I had my doubts about you at first. I thought you might be playing dumb about all this. He smiles faintly, recalling Heel's actions on the island. But living here with you, it made me realize you are different. Suddenly Camus grabs Heel's collar, his expression turning deadly serious. He pulls him close. But keep this in mind, you are a prince of Sandfills, and this island, Sheol, is technically your country's territory. His warning is a grim promise. The day will come when you have to face your own country. The weight of his royal blood settles back on Heel. He clenches his fists, a new fire in his eyes. He's right. I've been away from the capital for so long, I forgot. Staring out at the dark ocean, he accepts his reality. No, I was just looking away. My connection to Sandfills isn't in the past. It's right here, right now. Rihanna watches him, her face filled with concern for the burden he now carries. The next morning, the islanders gather at the port to see Camus and the Corvus tribe off on their journey home. With the repaired golem number 16 as an escort, their voyage to reunite with their families is sure to be a safe one. After their departure, Heel gathers the leaders of Sheol to share the heavy news. He bows his head, taking full responsibility. I'm sorry, the one behind the attacks on the Belden and Tigris tribes was the royal family of Sandfills. But they refuse to let him bear the blame. An orc slams the table. You have no reason to apologize. Varus, the werewolf chief, agrees. You are not at fault, Mr. Heel. The real question is, what do we do now? Elvin, the elder dark elf, ponders the future. Contact from your country is a problem we will have to face. One of the orcs flexes, ready for a fight. If they have a problem with monsters living here, we'll just send them flying. Elvin sighs, knowing it's not that simple thinking. That could very well start a war. Heel is horrified, realizing his presence has put them all in danger. Does this mean I've involved you all in something terrible? An orc immediately shuts him down. Boss, don't you dare talk about sending us away again. One by one, the faces of Sheol's residents appear, their voices joining in a single, defiant chorus. Sheol is our home now. Their loyalty and resolve wash away Heel's fear. He stands tall, his voice ringing with determination. You're right, this is no time to be timid. I need your help for what's to come. Rihanna and the others cheer, their spirits lifted. Now you're talking, of course. Elvin begins to strategize. At the very least, they know about the island's resources. That means they'll eventually come to open up trade. He continues, let's be blunt. Coexistence between humans and monsters is rarely about understanding, it's about mutual interest. Elvin lays out their path forward. If Sheol can bring great riches to your country, it will justify your rule here. A dark elf warrior adds, but I doubt that alone will be enough to stop them from interfering. Varus cuts to the heart of the matter. What you're saying, Varus, is that we need to be strong enough to negotiate with the kingdom. Elvin nods grimly, yes. Rihanna asks the obvious question, so what do we do? Her friend answers with a fist pump, we develop the island even more. Varus contemplates their position. To negotiate, we first need to find out their true intentions. Heel agrees, recalling his conversation with Camus. Yes, and Camus and Rihanna already pointed to the answer. His gaze turns to the entrance of the caves. The key might be hidden in the ancient civilization lying underground. Elvin rubs his head in frustration. In the end, we know nothing about Sheol, if only we could decipher the books in that library. As Elvin laments their lack of knowledge, Heel looks at the Cave King crest on his hand. He knows what must be done. He grabs his trusty pickaxe. Turning around, he sees that his friends have already assembled, ready for action. You're all here. They're all armed with pickaxes and tools. Even the Tigris tribe is ready to dig, their sharp claws primed. Heel stands before his loyal crew, werewolves, elves, spiders, and slimes. he proudly declares the formation of the Sheol Ruins excavation team. The Dark Elf Warrior deadpans, isn't this just the same group that always mines? Heel laughs it off, it's all about setting the mood. Rihanna chimes in, exactly, it's like we can mine with a fresh feeling. As Heel prepares to lead the new Sheol Ruins excavation team, Rihanna sees him off with a packed meal. Take this portable ration, she says with a smile, but make sure you're back in time for dinner. Heel nods, grateful. I know, thank you, Rihanna. With his resolve hardened, Heel declares their mission. We are going to excavate new ruins. His mind is set on the goal ahead. My father is after the mystery of Sheol, he thinks, and since we don't know what it is, we'll just have to dig it out ourselves. Deep in the caves, Full looks around, pickaxe in hand. So how do we start looking for these ruins? Heel gestures to their surroundings. Well, first, he lays out the plan. Let's start by investigating around the ruins that have already been excavated, but be careful, we don't want to accidentally break anything important. For an entire week, the team digs tirelessly. They carefully chip away at the rock, searching for any trace of magic energy and keeping a close watch on Riel, hoping for a reaction. But after 7 days of back-breaking work, they've found nothing. The team sits exhausted and demoralized. It's strange, we can't even find any passages connecting the rooms. Taryn reminds Heel of a crucial clue. Remember, we reached the library using that transportation device. Heel pieces it together. The ruins they've found are all isolated. Perhaps there were never any passages, he theorizes. What if each ruin had its own transportation device, but they've all been lost to time? The implication is daunting. If that's true, what do we even use as a reference to guide our digging? Heel wonders. Suddenly, a faint clang echoes through the cavern. Taryn decides to call it a day. It's almost dinner time. Let's just take this one step at a time. Heinous agrees, adding, Princess Rihanna will have our heads if we're late. Heel nods. All right, everyone, let's pack it up for today. As the team gathers their things, Heel notices their smallest member is missing. Huh, where's Riel? The others look around in concern. The princess, did she wander off on her own again? Just then, Heel's ears pick up a frantic scratching sound nearby. He follows the noise and finds Riel desperately clawing at a solid rock wall. Thank goodness, there you. His relief turns to horror as he gets a closer look. Riel. He sees that Riel's paw is raw and bleeding from scratching the unforgiving stone. The others rush over. That looks painful, Full exclaims. Heel tries to grab the frantic creature. Calm down, Riel, I can't treat your paw if you keep struggling. Heel looks at the claw marks on the wall. It seems Riel is determined to dig right here. Full steps forward, brandishing her pickaxe. I see. Everyone, step back a little. With a powerful swing, Full shatters the rock wall, revealing a dark cavity behind it. But what she sees inside makes her gasp in disbelief. Heel and the others are equally stunned into silence. Even the stoic Tybris warriors are taken aback by the discovery. Inside the hidden chamber lies the massive, fossilized skeleton of an ancient bird. Bird bones, this deep underground, Heel mutters in awe. A soft whimper from Riel pulls his attention away from the colossal skeleton. He sees Riel nudging something nestled within the bones, a large, perfectly preserved egg. Taryn examines the find. It's fossilized. The body must have been down here for so long that it completely turned to stone. Heel looks from the stone egg to Riel's hopeful face. Riel, that egg, it's just a rock now. But Riel doesn't seem to understand, hugging the fossilized egg protectively. Taryn sighs. It seems Princess Riel wants to save this egg. Heel scratches his head, unsure how to handle the situation. He decides it's better not to break Riel's heart. It might make her sad later, but for now, we'll go along with it until she understands. Back at the village, Rihanna presents her handiwork. All right, Riel, it's done. She's crafted a padded carrier for the stone egg, which Riel now wears with a joyful bark. The team is impressed. An egg holder. Wow, that's actually really cute, Full says. Riel happily scampers around, proving the stone egg isn't too heavy. Heel can't help but laugh. Haha, it seems fine. Riel's attachment to the egg grows. She refuses to leave its side, even curling up to sleep with it every night. Watching them, Heel finds himself getting swept up in her devotion, seeing her care for it so much. It almost makes me feel like it could actually hatch. He quickly dismisses the absurd thought, not that that's even possible. But as Riel sleeps soundly, 2 faint motes of light begin to pulse deep within the petrified egg. One day, while exploring a new section of the caves, Heinous suddenly stops. Wait, do I hear water? Trusting his keen senses, he points toward a solid wall. It's coming from over there. He analyzes the sound. It's not a hot spring, there's no change in temperature or smell, but the sound, it feels unnatural. Heel presses his ear to the wall but hears nothing. You can hear water. Full shakes her head. I can't hear it either, but Heinous has the best hearing in the entire Tybris tribe. Heel turns back to Heinous. What do you mean by unnatural? Heinous struggles to explain. It's hard to put into words. He elaborates. The sound is too consistent. There's no fluctuation at all. With Riel napping soundly, Heel makes a decision. All right, let's trust your ears and try digging. Following Heinous's guidance, they begin to excavate. After a short while, Heel's face lights up. He's right, I can hear the water now too. With a final powerful blow, they break through the rock face. Heel peers into the darkness beyond. The sound is coming from this hollow. Suddenly, Taryn lunges forward. He grabs Heel by the arm and yanks him back from the opening. Heel stumbles backward, his foot landing just inches from the edge of a sheer drop. They've broken through onto a narrow ledge, overlooking a vast, bottomless chasm. Heel catches his breath, his heart pounding. Thanks, Terran, that was a close one. As his eyes adjust to the darkness, he stares out into the chasm in utter disbelief. Rising from the depths is a colossal, ancient pillar with streams of water pouring from its peak. What is that? A tower? No, a pillar that's producing water. Heinous finally understands. So the sound was systematic because it's man-made. We've found another ruin. The team peers over the edge, but the pillar descends into pure blackness. How far down does it go? Even with my enhanced vision, I can't see the bottom. Terran squints, noticing something peculiar about the water. He points it out. Mr. Heel, look closely. The water isn't coming from an outlet, it's gushing directly from the surface of the pillar. Heel focuses and sees it too. The water is materializing from a glowing blue stone embedded in the structure. He immediately knows what they need to do. Terran, can you get that blue stone for me? Without hesitation, Terran fires a sticky web across the chasm. The web latches onto the stone, and with a sharp tug, he plucks it from the pillar and brings it back to the ledge. Heel examines the artifact. It's a spring stone, a relic that creates pure water using magic energy. He holds it in his hand, amazed. So this is what was creating all that water. This is incredible. With this, we can have a source of water anywhere we want. Terran realizes the stone's importance. Mr. Heel, if this is the source of water for this entire underground world, Heel nods, forming a plan. Then we should be able to find more ruins by following the water's flow. Let's head down. He's cut off by Heinous. Wait, what was that noise? Heel pauses. The water? No, Heinous says grimly, this is something else. Heinous's ears twitch as he pinpoints the new sound. It's the sound of digging, and it's coming from that wall. At the same time, Heel feels a surge of power. Magic energy. The Tybris warriors immediately take a defensive stance, shielding Heel and Full. Something with magic energy is coming. The nearby cavern wall begins to crack and glow ominously, as whatever is on the other side prepares to break through. Deep within the ruins, the very cavern walls begin to tremble. Heel's group is on high alert as he shouts, "Everyone, watch out. Something with powerful magic energy is coming." Before they can react, the wall explodes inward, sending a shower of rock and debris flying towards them. From the dust and chaos, a colossal, shadowy beast with piercing white eyes smashes through, its sheer presence overwhelming Heel and his companions. Rihanna stares in pure terror, her voice trembling. WW, what is that? Heel is equally stunned, trying to make sense of the impossible creature before him. A lizard? No, this overwhelming size and intensity, is that a legendary? Varus finishes his thought, recognizing the mythical beast with a growl. Dragon. But instead of a roar, the dragon looks just as surprised as they are, letting out a comical yelp. Underground people, the group is floored. Varus can only mutter, it talked. In its shock, the massive dragon missteps, tumbling right off the ledge and into the chasm below. Help me, it screams. As it falls, Heel instinctively shouts, Terran. Terran's web shoots out, catching the dragon mid-fall, but the creature's weight is immense and the whole group struggles to hold the line. Oh no, it's too heavy, Rihanna cries out, it's going to drag us down. Straining against the weight, Heel grits his teeth. Hold on for a second. He lets go of the web and sprints towards the cliff edge, prompting Rihanna to yell, what is Mr. Heel doing? Reaching the precipice, Heel slams his hand down on the rock. He activates his unique skill, Cave King, Process Rock. Instantly, massive stakes of solid rock erupt from the cliff face. With precise gestures, Heel continues to form more stakes, creating a makeshift staircase down the chasm wall. The falling dragon lands safely on one of the newly formed platforms. With the tension suddenly gone, the rest of the group tumbles backwards onto the ground. Having already made his way down, Heel calls up to the creature. Are you all right? Climb the rock stakes. As they watch the dragon descend, Varus remarks, we saved it without even thinking. Rihanna, still nervous, adds, but it's not gonna eat us, right? Safely at the bottom of the chasm, the group cautiously approaches the unbelievable sight, a talking dragon. The creature's massive clawed foot touches down on the cavern floor. It adjusts a pair of large goggles on its head, sighing in relief. Eek, I thought I was dead. Lifting its goggles, the creature reveals a surprisingly friendly, lizard-like face. What are you people, the owners of the underground ruins? The tense standoff is suddenly interrupted by a deafening growl from the dragon's stomach, startling everyone. The scene shifts to the surface, where the islanders watch nervously from the bushes as the dragon devours a massive feast prepared for it. The creature happily munches away. Tasty, I've been eating nothing but preserved food lately. Good food is amazing. Rihanna approaches cautiously, asking, are you all right? The dragon grins, confirming its identity. Yep, Roydon the Earth Dragon. Heel watches Roydon chug a barrel of ale. So you're Roydon. Mappa is in awe. My goodness, to think I would ever lay eyes on a being I have heard about in legend so much. Rihanna smirks, but it's a little different than I imagined. Heel gestures back towards the cave. Are those underground ruins yours? Roydon shakes his head. That weird pillar in the shaft? No, I'm not from these parts. I came from the Elto continent. The name is completely foreign to Heel and Mappa. Roydon describes his home. It's a red-hot land where volcanoes explode, rivers of magma flow, and many territorial dragons fight all the time. Heel is stunned. Is that near here, that Elto continent? Roydon thinks for a moment. Anya, I dug through the bottom of the ocean and straight east for about a month. Heel can't believe it, be bottom of the ocean. Roydon nods. You people scared me cause I've never seen people like you, thanks for saving me. The sheer scale of Roydon's journey is too much for Heel to process. Rihanna smiles. I froze there for a second, but it's nice that we can talk. Roydon lets out a laugh. Haha, from your point of view it looks like I'm talking. He clarifies I'm communicating through thought. It's called telepathy. Heel is alarmed, so you can read our hearts. Roydon replies close but no. He explains when you talk you send out thoughts with your voice. I sense that and get the meaning. Mappa pieces it together, and the words we hear from you translate my thoughts into your own words inside your head. Roydon taps the horn on his helmet. I dunno about magic or crests, but we earth dragons read and send thoughts with this here horn. Rihanna gets excited. Is telepathy magic or some kind of crest power? Can I do it? Varus observes the horn closely. I see. Magic gathers in the horn. I expected as much from an ancient species like dragons. They have strange powers we don't. Having finished his explanation, Roydon's attention shifts. By the way, I'm curious. He gazes at the massive tree in the distance. That huge tree back there. Isn't that Yggdrasil? Heel is surprised. It is. You know about Yggdrasil. Roydon stares in awe. I knew it. I've heard about it a long time ago. It's more majestic than I imagined. He seems to be connecting the dots. If something like this is in front of me, that rumor might not be just a fairy tale either. Looking out at the island, he turns back to Heel. Hey Heel, is there a continent around here called Paradise? Heel is confused by the name. Roydon elaborates, yes. I heard it's a continent far in the east where humans and monsters and all sorts of races coexist, and it has a rich culture and it's full of nature. Rihanna whispers from the side, this is a small island, but it kinda matches those rumors. Heel racks his brain. Continent, Balon, that's farther north. There are humans and monsters there, but it's hard to call that coexisting. Roydon sighs, realizing he's in the wrong place. My original goal was a miss, but meeting you people might be a stroke of luck. Mappa asks, are you looking to move to a new place? Roydon shakes his head. So it was all fake. Well, I did hear from old Hei. He cuts himself off thinking, HN, now it's not that. Suddenly, a brilliant idea strikes him. He grabs a large woven basket from his back and presents it to the group. Gather round and take a look. With a click, he unlocks the basket. It's a rare selection of items from the faraway land of Elto. Roydon proudly puffs out his chest. Have a look at Roydon, the traveling merchant's incredible items. Heel is completely taken aback. Merchant. Roydon explains his business strategy. Business is poor in Elto cause of all the fightin', so I expanded to a new land. With a flourish, Roydon opens his compression basket, and an entire shop's worth of goods spills out. The group is stunned, marveling at the intricate vases, rings, and weapons. Heel inspects the wares, his eyes wide with realization. The vase was made from process scales, the knife is nails. Everything is made with exquisite dragon materials. No wonder I've never seen this before. Rihanna struggles to lift a giant fork, asking, but isn't everything a bit big? Roydon chuckles, oh dear. Everything is made to be used by dragons. Then Roydon presents his specialty item. How about this then? Heel recoils in shock. No way, dragon eggs. Roydon confirms, yep, fire dragon and wyverns. Mappa the Elder examines them closely. Fire dragon and wyvern, those are flying dragons. Heel is horrified at the implication. This is food, Roydon grins. That's cause they taste better fresh, right? You can boil them, roast them, or just eat them raw. Seeing their shocked faces, Roydon tilts his head in confusion. Something wrong, are mammals different? For dragons, it's perfectly normal to use the bodies of other dragon species as resources. An idea sparks in Heel's mind. Really? Will it become attached to us if we hatch it? Roydon shrugs, holding out an egg. Well, if you're not eating it, I guess you could warm it and hatch it. It's pretty tasty though. The others are immediately on board with the idea. How about we raise one, Mr. Heel? It'd be useful if it could fly too. They reason that the hatchling will see them as its parents. Heel's mind is made up. Roydon, I'll take an egg. How much do you want for it? Roydon's request is unexpected. Can I get some saplings from near Yggdrasil, trees? He explains his reasoning. Elto is a wasteland now, but it used to be a green continent a long time ago, full of nature, and there used to be a few of those Yggdrasil. Rihanna is touched by his noble goal. You want to make your home come to life again, wonderful. But Roydon reveals his true, capitalistic motive with a greedy cackle. Yep, think of how much I'll make when the time comes and I corner the market for saplings. The group's wholesome image of him is instantly shattered. The deal is struck. Heel trades the precious saplings for a dragon egg and a few other dragon items for Mappa to study. As a final gesture, Roydon offers a bonus, and I'll throw this in as thanks for the food. The bonus is a bag made from the same material as his basket, filled with rocks and dirt from his travels. Heel is overjoyed. Really? The dirt in particular is a big help to expand our fields. Roydon gives a sly grin. Hee hee, I can see you're gonna be a regular customer. After resting for a night, Roydon departs back into the earth, promising to visit again. He had unexpectedly become Sheol's very first business partner. The encounter leaves them pondering the vastness of the world. There was a whole world they didn't know beyond the ocean, with countless civilizations. With their new ally gone, the group returns to the massive chasm. Alright, let's restart our investigation of the ruins. Heel lays out the plan. Water gushes from the pillar with the spring stones. If we follow it, we should find more ruins. We'll have to depend on Terran for the descent. One of his wolf-like companions reminds him, we have no problem with cliffs either. Heel smiles now that you mention it. Just as they prepare to leave, a voice calls out, thank you for waiting. Rihanna rushes over, now fully kitted out in exploration gear. Sorry, I took a while to get ready. Thank you for letting me tag along. Heel is surprised by her enthusiasm. Rihanna apologizes for the delay, eager to join the expedition. Without a second thought, the wolfmen leap down, scaling the sheer cliff face with ease. One of them, Ashton, calls back, I will go ahead and see if it is safe. Heel gives the order, be careful, Ashton, follow me. Not long after, Ashton disappears into the depths with incredible speed. Rihanna is impressed. Let's go too, Heel says to the others. The small dark elf girl asks the other wolfman, Heinous, for a ride, and he readily agrees. Heel turns to Rihanna, who is left with him, and you two can go with Terran, right? Rihanna climbs onto Terran's back, holding onto Heel tightly for safety. Flustered, Heel tries to focus and not get distracted. With everyone mounted, the two groups begin their descent into the darkness. We'll be going then. All right, be careful not to fall. Later that night, Heel can't sleep and finds himself sharpening one of the dragon knives from Roydon. He pauses, inspecting the gleaming edge of his handiwork. Rihanna finds him working late. Mr. Heel, are you still up, Rihanna? Heel sighs, admitting, I couldn't sleep. Rihanna asks why he's working so late. She senses his unease. Are you concerned about exploring new ruins? Heel deflects, showing off the sparkling knife. What do you think? Mappa taught me how to tend to it. But he quickly sobers up, admitting the truth. Yes, these ruins are probably what my father's after. Honestly, I never really tried to know what he was thinking. He looks down sadly. I don't even remember us ever talking. Rihanna is shocked, but Heel clarifies, of course, we exchanged words. A flashback shows a young Heel kneeling before his father on the throne, but those were orders, I just followed them. To him, what others thought didn't matter. He remembers the cold reality of the royal palace. My father's orders were absolute, and everything was as he said. Back in the present, Heel sighs. If me digging up the ruins under Sheol is what he wants, that's kind of annoying. He stares at his pickaxe, conflicted about his own desires versus his father's ambitions. Suddenly Rihanna grabs his arm, startling him out of his thoughts. Rihanna. She looks at him with fierce determination. Let's go, Mr. Heel, uncover the secrets of Sheol and learn what your father wants. Her words cut through his uncertainty, and his own resolve hardens in response. Standing at the edge of the abyss, Heel's thoughts crystallize. I turned my back to the kingdom and my father, and even though I've done that, I still want to dig. A small creature leaps off the cliff, signaling the start of their journey down. As they descend on Terran's back, Heel feels a new sense of purpose. Now I feel like I can face them. Together they plunge into the deep, dark unknown, ready to uncover the secrets buried below. With Heel and Rihanna on its back, the giant spider Terran begins its descent, rappelling deep into the darkness of the chasm. They plunge deeper into the abyss, the world above them vanishing completely as they become a tiny silhouette against the sheer rock face. As they descend, Rihanna suddenly spots something in the gloom below. Mr. Heel. Heel's eyes follow her gaze, locking onto a distant glow. I see a faint light. He realizes what it means. We've reached the bottom. Terran expertly navigates the final stretch, preparing to land them inside a vast, dilapidated structure. Its sharp legs touch down on the ancient stone floor with a soft click. Heel and Rihanna dismount, their eyes wide as they take in the sheer scale of their surroundings. They've landed in a massive, crumbling reservoir, dominated by a colossal pillar of water crashing down from a hole in the ceiling. The sheer size of the ancient architecture dwarfs them, making them feel like ants in a forgotten world. Rihanna looks at the decay. Is this a reservoir? This place is in pretty bad shape. Heel eyes a potential path forward through a collapsed wall. Yes, it'd be good if the path ahead was intact, but... He then realizes the rest of their party is missing. Where are the others? He calls out. A voice echoes back, its full, waving from across the reservoir. Over here, on the other side of the pillar. She points excitedly towards a dark opening in the wall. There's a canal that looks like it goes deeper. Heel sees Ashton already heading towards the canal to scout. Over there, where's Heinous? Ashton. Ashton keeps his hand on the hilt of his sword, ready for anything. Without hesitation, he dashes into the pitch-black tunnel to ensure it's safe for the others. The rest of the team waits anxiously for his report. Heinous remains vigilant, his sharp eyes scanning the darkness. A moment later, Ashton and Heinous return with good news. It seems fine, Heinous reports. It doesn't look like we have to worry about the canal collapsing. He turns to Heel with a warning, but it becomes more intricate as it goes deeper, so we need to be careful not to get lost. Heel is amazed by his perception. Why you can tell all that? Rihanna offers a clever solution. How about we leave pyroxene as a marker as we go? Heel immediately agrees. Good idea. Full, meanwhile, is just thrilled by the adventure. Hee, this is kind of exciting. And so, the team ventures into the dark waterway, leaving a trail of glowing pyroxene to mark their path. As they walk, a strange shape shifts in the murky water, catching Heel's eye for just a moment. Whatever it was, it vanishes back into the depths. The group stops on a stone bridge, awestruck by the underground city. So there was a ruin this big down here this whole time, Heel muses. Who made this and why? Rihanna recalls something from her research. Probably humans. There was a relief of a human woman on the wall in the library. Heinous considers this. Maybe they are unknown to Balon, but their descendants are living in some other land. Heel laughs, haha, then maybe they really are the underground people Roydun talked about. And maybe they're building underground over there too. As they continue, Full suddenly freezes, sensing a presence in the darkness behind them. She whips her head around, startled. Heel notices her alarm. What's wrong, Full? She stammers, something just moved. One of their small companions speaks up calmly. Don't worry, Full, this smell. The source of the noise reveals itself to be a group of harmless slimes. Oh, it's slime, Heel says, relieved. Startled by the group, the slimes quickly bounce away. They ran away, Heinous notes. We scared them, Heel adds, but they're not harmful, so let's leave them alone. Rihanna smiles, so slime are living in the ruins too. This sparks a thought for Heel. Now that I think about it, I met Shell and Terran underground too. He remembers the ancient golem, and Mappa, thinking back, what era did he come from? A new possibility dawns on him. Could he actually know something about these ruins? His train of thought is broken as Full points ahead. Oh, the canal. Heel refocuses on the mission. Let's try to follow the sound of the water as best we can, Rihanna nods. Yes, I'm counting on you. Following the sound, their glowing markers lead them up a set of stairs. The tunnel opens up into a massive tiled hall. At the far end stands an ornate, imposing door. This is. Full gets a bad feeling. It feels really typical, you know, their companion notes. It seems the water sounds continue deeper inside. Heel makes the call, then let's keep going. But as they step into the room, Shell suddenly bounces off an invisible barrier. Heel turns confused. Shell. His instincts scream that something is terribly wrong. Suddenly, with a deafening boom, the massive door they just entered through slams shut behind them. It grinds to a halt, sealing them inside the chamber. The entire team whips around in shock. The door closed. And the entrance, Heel shouts, realizing they're trapped. Ashton and Heinous rush to the door, trying to force it open, but it doesn't budge an inch. Heinous pounds his fist against the solid stone. Nah, is this a trap to defend against intruders? Heel prepares to take action. It looks really solid, but the mithril ice axe should. Before he can move, Rihanna cries out in alarm, Mr. Heel. Heel's senses flare up as he feels a strange power building. I feel magic energy from the walls. All around them, stone panels on the walls begin to slide away, revealing strange black cubes. Heel and Rihanna can only watch, stunned, as the room itself comes to life. More and more cubes push out from the walls, extruding into the open space. They detach and begin to float ominously in the air. Wah, the stones are floating off the walls. The smooth black surfaces of the cubes begin to glow and shift. With a whir of mechanical parts, they unfold, transforming into bizarre, weaponized constructs. An entire squadron of these ancient defense drones now hovers before them, their glowing cores fixed on the intruders. Rihanna looks on in horror. Doesn't this? Full finishes her thought, her voice trembling, feel like dangerous. The construct's central cores flare with energy, locking onto their targets. The trap has been sprung. Suddenly, the ancient ruins come alive as a swarm of floating, mechanical guards rockets towards the group. Heel reacts instantly, shouting, watch out, as he throws up a magical barrier. He recognizes the threat immediately. Are they the ruins guards? Deciding to go on the offensive, Heel gathers his power and unleashes a powerful spell, Thunder. But instead of destroying the guards, the lightning is absorbed directly into their cores. The entire party, including Heinous, can only watch in shock. Heel can't believe his eyes. It absorbed my magic. The guard immediately fires the supercharged energy back, blasting Heel and shattering the ground around him. Rihanna helps him up, realizing their terrifying ability. What power! They turn the magic they absorb into their own strength. Full looks on in horror, her own magic shield being drained away. No way, it even sucked up the shield, she cries out as her defense vanishes. The terrifying reality of their situation sinks in. Wait, that means we can't attack. With their magic rendered useless, the swarm of guards closes in. This is bad. Just as the guards are about to overwhelm them, a flash of white fur blurs past. The guards halt their advance, turning their attention to the newcomer. Heel recognizes their protector, Ashton. Ashton sizes up the enemy, a plan already forming in his mind. If magic doesn't work, we must cut them down directly, he declares, turning to his brother. Heinous, cover the main force. With a powerful stance, he announces his presence. The captain of the Imperial Guard of the Tybris tribe, Gale Ashton, is here. He explodes forward, a blur of motion charging straight into the enemy swarm. Ashton becomes a whirlwind of steel and fur, effortlessly parrying and deflecting the guards' attacks. His eyes are sharp, tracking every enemy movement. He weaves through a barrage of energy blasts without a scratch. The guards' lasers miss their mark, unable to keep up with his incredible speed. In a stunning display of swordsmanship, Ashton single-handedly holds off the entire mechanical army. Watching from the back, Rihanna is in awe of his speed while Full cheers him on. Get him. Heel notices the guards are changing their tactics. They're all moving towards Ashton. he shouts, realizing they're trying to corner him. The guards begin to coordinate their movements, tightening their formation. Heinous places a reassuring hand on Heel's shoulder. Don't worry about us, Mr. Heel, rest easy. With that, Heinous leaps into the fray to support his brother. My brother is enough for the vanguard, he says with complete confidence. Ashton notices the change in their attack. Beams of light begin ricocheting between the guards, creating an inescapable net of energy. For the first time, Ashton is forced into a defensive stance. He analyzes their strategy mid-battle. It seems they are bouncing heat rays off each other. They don't just overwhelm with numbers, they're coordinated. Heinous, now surrounded himself, simply smirks. Interesting. Suddenly, several guards explode in mid-air, struck down by unseen projectiles. Heinous stands calmly amidst the chaos, knocking 4 arrows onto his bow at once. If it's coordination you want. He lets them fly, and each arrow finds its mark, shattering a guard. Without pausing, he draws another 4 arrows. Another volley, another 4 guards turn to scrap metal. That is our specialty, Heinous states, drawing his blade as he closes the distance. He unleashes his ultimate technique, Shadow Slash. In an instant, dozens of after images fill the hall, each one a phantom wolf warrior cutting through the enemy ranks. The result is absolute devastation. The entire swarm of guards is sliced to pieces simultaneously. Heel, Rihanna, and Full can only stare in utter amazement at the overwhelming display of power. Ashton turns back, his demeanor calm as if it were just another day's work. All done, Mr. Heel. Heinous regroups with them. Ashton, it seems everyone is safe. Heel immediately begins examining the wreckage. Are these a kind of golem? Yes, there are heartstones inside. Judging by their size, I'd say they're dolls. His mind is already racing with possibilities. Making them float, absorbing magic energy. I think I can use these parts to make something new. He holds up a glowing crystal. Here, this is why they absorbed our magic. It's a magic-absorbing crystal. Next, he points out a teardrop-shaped gem, a floating stone that uses magic to levitate. Finally, he shows them the fragments of their casing. Black iron, a metal resistant to intense heat. Heel pieces it all together. I see. The magic they absorb powers the floating stone, and they use black iron to withstand the heat from the crystals. Pretty well done. As he finishes his analysis, a heavy grinding sound echoes from the far end of the hall. Heinous is on alert. If something like this was guarding it, there might be something back there. The massive gate begins to open on its own. The gate, Rihanna exclaims. Heel adds, good, we don't have to break it. But Heinous senses a powerful presence from the darkness beyond. Wait. Heavy armored hooves emerge from the shadows, cracking the stone floor with each step. From the doorway emerges the true guardian of the ruins, a towering, centaur-like golem, its silent gaze fixed upon them. As Heel and his party venture deeper, they enter a grand stone hall. At the top of a short flight of stairs, a lone figure stands guard. It's a massive centaur-like golem clad in pristine white armor. Heel's eyes widen as he identifies it, a new doll. Ashton, the Tibrus warrior, sizes up the opponent. It looks strong, he says grimly. Don't take your eyes off it, Mr. Heel. The golem's head tilts, and it speaks in a series of strange, glowing runes that hang in the air. Heel gasps in shock. It spoke. The mechanical knight continues its address, pointing towards them as it speaks the alien language. Full looks on in confusion. There are talking dolls, but it's all gibberish. Suddenly, a memory clicks for Heel. Rihanna asks, Mr. Heel, is it the one from the book in the library? He stares at the runes, a look of dawning realization on his face. Why, yes, it has to be. Heel steps forward, attempting to communicate. Do you understand me? We come from the land above. The golem responds with more runic speech, its hand raised in a gesture that is anything but peaceful. In a flash, its arm morphs into a massive, ornate blade. The golem lunges forward without warning. The party recoils in shock. Its arm changed shape. Ashton roars, get back, as he rushes to intercept the attack. Ashton's blade meets the golem's with a deafening crash, sparks flying as he holds the line. He struggles against the immense pressure. Wait, we are not your enemies. But Heinous joins him, growling, you are not getting through. The golem, unfazed, simply declares, it is inevitable, as it presses its overwhelming attack. Ashton shouts to his comrade, Heinous, try to capture it without breaking it if possible. Heinous responds with a determined, got it. The two Tibrus warriors unleash a flurry of coordinated strikes, their blades clashing against the golem's armor from all sides. But the golem is too fast, too strong. It effortlessly parries their attacks, forcing them back. It blocks a strike from Heinous, and immediately parries another from Ashton. Skidding to a halt, Ashton grits his teeth. That thing is good. Seeing them struggle, Full steps up, a magic circle glowing at her feet. Fire. She unleashes a powerful fireball, yelling, how about this? Ashton's eyes widen in alarm. Full, wait. But it's too late. The golem's chest opens, revealing a shimmering crystal. The crystal emits a strange energy, and Full's fireball dissipates into nothingness before it can even connect. Full can only let out a choked gasp of disbelief. Ashton sighs just as I suspected. It has a magic-absorbing crystal. Full, now on the ground, can only apologize. Having absorbed the magic, the golem's arm begins to glow and transform once more. Its blade reshapes itself into a large, powerful bow, crackling with energy. Full and Rihanna watch in horror. Now it's a bow. Heel knows they're in trouble. As the golem fires a volley of energy arrows, Heel slams his hands down. Cave King, Boulder, a massive rock erupts from the ground, shielding the party. The arrows slam into the makeshift wall. Everyone hide behind it, Heel yells. But the golem simply adjusts its aim, focusing its power for a single, devastating shot. Heel watches in horror as a crack appears in his defense. The golem's bow transforms yet again, this time into a colossal lance. With a single, unstoppable thrust, the golem shatters the boulder, sending the entire party flying from the force of the explosion. As they pick themselves up, Heel realizes the gravity of their situation. This thing is on a different level than the other golems and dolls. Ashton lands admitting, "We were too naive thinking we could catch it." He digs his claws into the ground and unleashes his technique, Gale Wind. Heinous joins him, activating Phantom Dash. Both warriors move at blinding speeds, creating multiple after images to confuse their enemy. But the golem's eyes track their every move. It moves in an instant, intercepting Ashton's high-speed attack with a brutal blow. Ashton is thrown back stunned. It kept up with Gale Wind's speed. The golem presses its advantage, relentlessly attacking both Ashton and Heinous. The two warriors are completely on the defensive, unable to land a single hit as the golem's attacks fill the entire hall. Full watches panicked. Ashton and Heinous are being pushed back, but if magic doesn't work, there's nothing we can do. Heel grits his teeth, his face grim. I know. The Tybris warriors are taking a beating, completely overwhelmed by the golem's speed and power. Just then Rihanna turns to Heel with a determined look. That might work, Heel understands immediately. I get it, let's hurry, they're in trouble. With a new plan in mind, Heel, Rihanna and full charge forward, ready to rejoin the fight. With the team on the ropes, Heel spots a glimmer of hope. He has a wild idea, focusing his magic on the chamber floor. He turns to his companion Riel. Riel, go for it. The creature gives an affirmative bark. Using Riel's magic detection to pinpoint the weakest spot, Heel slams his tool into the stone. I can see it. Good job, Riel. The floor shatters under the force. A massive geyser of water erupts from below, catching the centaur golem, Balshan, completely by surprise. As the chamber begins to flood, Heel shouts a command to the frontline fighters. Ashton and Heinous retreat to the walls. One of the Wolfkin warriors looks down in shock. Is this water from the canal below? With the battlefield now a shallow pool, Heel, Rihanna and Full take their positions. Rihanna gives the signal, now Full. Together they unleash a powerful combination spell, Try Freeze. In an instant, a wave of ice spreads across the entire chamber. Ashton watches, impressed by the scale of the magic. The plan was a massive success. Heel looks on as the entire floor is covered in a thick sheet of ice. Balshan's hooves, designed for solid ground, find no purchase on the slick surface. The massive golem slips and slides, its powerful legs rendered useless. Heel grins, seeing his plan work perfectly. All right, those hooves can't move very well on the ice. Before Balshan can recover, Terran the spider shoots out a thick strand of silk. The sticky webbing wraps around the golem's legs, immobilizing it further. Seeing their opening, Heinous calls out, brother. Ashton responds instantly, yes. The two warriors dash forward, their blades ready to strike the helpless golem. They unleash a flurry of attacks, sparks flying as their weapons clash against Balshan's armor. They press their advantage, hammering the golem from both sides. Ashton lands a powerful blow, shouting, got you. But their victory is short-lived. The golem braces itself and begins to spin with incredible force. Ashton's confident expression turns to one of pure shock. Heel watches in horror as the situation turns on a dime. Heinous realizes their mistake too late. He's caught in the whirlwind attack. What? The spinning attack is a devastating cyclone of steel. In a single brutal move, both Ashton and Heinous are sent flying, crashing hard into the stone walls. Heinous struggles to get up, groaning, goo. How did it start moving all of a sudden? He doesn't see that Balshan's feet are now digging into the ice. The golem has adapted. Its hooves have morphed into sharp, spiked feet, giving it perfect traction. Its legs changed shape too. With its mobility restored, Balshan ignores the fallen warriors and charges straight for the biggest threat, Heel. Ashton cries out no. Rihanna screams a warning, Mr. Heel. Heel is frozen in place, the massive war machine bearing down on him. Suddenly a blur of blue leaps in front of him, its shell the slime shell. Someone yells, watch out. Balshan's massive blade arm swings down, but screeches to a halt just inches from Shell's face. The attack stops. Heel stares, completely bewildered. Rihanna breathes out, it stopped. The group rushes to Heel's side. Are you all right, Shell? Heel wonders aloud, but why did it stop attacking? Heel gently pats the brave slime, who seems perfectly fine. The golem Balshan lets out a series of strange, runic sounds. But then a different, softer voice speaks. Rihanna realizes it's coming from inside that doll. The new voice continues to speak in the strange language. Heel is baffled. Is that a different voice? Where is it coming from? With a hiss of steam, the armor on Balshan's chest begins to part. Heel and Rihanna can only stare in disbelief. As the armor retracts, it reveals a small, blonde-haired girl sleeping peacefully inside the golem's cockpit. She steps out, stretching as if waking from a nap. The party is stunned into silence. Wah, a kid. The girl turns and speaks to Balshan in the runic language, her tone calm and familiar. Then she turns her attention to Heel and his friends. In perfect, clear speech she addresses them. You what? Rihanna stammers, completely floored. You can understand our words. The mysterious girl nods simply. You talk, I listen, I learn. The entire party is left speechless, trying to process the impossible situation. Heel thinks to himself, what is this kid? Heel and his party stare in disbelief at the small girl standing amidst the wreckage. You, what? He stammers. Heel's mind races. A kid just popped out of a golem in these ruins, and she's already speaking our language, just what is she? Ignoring their shock, the girl takes a step forward. But she immediately trips, splashing into the shallow water on the ground. The group flinches in surprise. Heel instinctively calls out, are you all right? The girl, however, looks completely unfazed by the fall. Lying on the ground, she speaks in a strange, melodic language to the giant golem, Balshan. The massive automaton gently scoops her up into its arms. Balshan carries her over to the fallen Tybris warriors, who are still recovering from the battle. She silently inspects their condition before turning her attention elsewhere. Her gaze falls upon the massive hole Heel's magic tore in the canal. I see, a hole in the canal, she observes calmly. She then speaks another command in her unknown tongue. Suddenly, a loud mechanical whirring echoes through the chamber, putting Heel and Rihanna on edge. What's that noise? A nearby pipe opens up, and a strange substance begins to emerge. It pours out onto the ground, looking like some kind of quick-setting mortar. The girl holds up a hand, issuing another order. In response, a large, previously hidden door grinds open. A swarm of small, cube-like drones, the Argo dolls, fly out from the darkness. Full panics, thinking they're under attack again. Wah, reinforcements. But the girl stops them with a simple command. Stop, don't attack Argo. Heel is bewildered. Argo, you mean these dolls? The Argo dolls ignore the party completely, their thrusters firing as they head for the canal. They swarm around the massive hole. Each doll extends mechanical arms and tools. In a display of incredible efficiency, the Argo dolls immediately begin repairing the damage, patching the hole with stone and mortar. Heel and Rihanna can only watch in amazement. They're repairing the canal, Heel mutters. He realizes the truth. Is that kid giving orders to the dolls? Now sitting comfortably on Balshan's arm, the girl turns her piercing gaze on Heel. What happened to the Argo in this passage? The invaders. Heel glances down at the pile of destroyed drones, the Cave King crest on his hand feeling heavy. He waves his hands frantically, trying to explain. No, they attacked us first, we had no choice. The girl's eyes narrow, fixing him with a terrifyingly intense glare that chills him to the bone. Heel immediately caves, sorry. Her expression softens slightly as a new thought occurs to her. Surface, she asks. Heel nods, yes, we live up there in Sheol. We're sorry for damaging the ruins, but... He sees an opening and pleads his case. Please, tell me about this place. My father sent me here for a reason, and the answer might be down here. The girl seems to be processing the new information. Surface. She looks up at the high ceiling, a flicker of understanding in her eyes. I see, so this is underground. Heel is completely thrown off. What? The girl continues, you said ruins, I don't see any people here. Full and Rihanna exchange confused glances. She doesn't even know where she is. One of the Tybris warriors speaks up. Excuse me, does that mean you don't know what this place is? Her reply is blunt and emotionless. I don't have that information. Heel tries to piece it together. Her memory is gone, then who are you? Why are you guarding this place with the dolls? She answers without hesitation. Because it's my duty. Standing beside her giant protector, she states her purpose. I remember that duty, protect this land. Just then Full interrupts, her teeth chattering. Sorry, I know I'm interrupting. Heel turns and sees her shaking uncontrollably from the lingering cold of his own ice magic. He turns back to the girl. It's because it's so cold here. I know it's our fault, but... Full hugs herself tightly. It's super cold here. Heel asks, sorry, but can we go somewhere else? The girl simply asks, why? Heel gestures to Shell. That Kavo, it protected you from Balshan's attack. Why? He's referring to Shell, who had bravely shielded her. Are you talking about Shell? Shell is our friend, it saved us many times. The girl looks at Shell, silently processing Heel's words. After a moment she gives a single nod. Fine, come with us. Heel breathes a sigh of relief. Thank you. As they begin to follow, Heel calls out, wait, what should we call you? You said the doll's name is Balshan, right? What does he call you? Before she can answer, Heel quickly introduces his party. I'm Heel. This is Rihanna, Full, Ashton, Heinous, Riel, Shell, and Taryn. The girl seems confused by the concept. You want to tell us apart? She considers it for a moment. You can call me that, Nane. Heel and Rihanna smile. Nane, what a nice name, nice to meet you. As they walk, Nane's eyes fix on Heel's hand. Heel, you have a strange feature. Heel looks down. This is the Cave King crest. The newly acquainted group follows Nane and Balshan down a long stone hallway. They venture deeper into the ancient structure. As they walk, the Argo dolls continue to buzz past them, carrying out their duties. Nane speaks to the passing drones in her language, causing Heel and Full to flinch. She glances back at them. Don't worry, they won't attack when you're with me. Full, now walking beside her, asks, hey, what language do you speak? Nane replies, the name is unclear. Do you talk to anyone other than Balshan? Full asks. Nane's answer is a simple no. Full can't help but ask, really, don't you get lonely? Nane misunderstands completely. Lonely, there is no shortage of manpower. Rihanna whispers to Heel, amazed. Nane is becoming fluent in our language just by listening, that's incredible. Full's eyes light up with an idea. I know, let's take Nane to the library on the surface, if she can read those books. Nane cuts her off with a quiet finality, I can't leave. Full tries to convince her, but we'd all welcome you, we could discover the secrets of Sheol's past together. Nane explains her unwavering position. I don't have memories, but I have to carry out my duty. If I'm gone and the defenders lose control, that will be a problem. Seeing her resolve, Rihanna offers a compromise. Why yes, in that case we'll bring the books to you next time. Nane stops before a massive, ornately carved door. We're here, she announces. It's beyond this door. As Nane prepares to open the massive door, Hannes's head snaps up, his nose twitching. He growls softly, this smell. No, it can't be. Heel looks over confused, Hannes. Nane ignores them, speaking a single, strange word of activation. With a deep groan, the ancient doors grind open, unleashing a blinding crack of light. The entire party recoils. What is this light? Heel shouts, shielding his eyes. The light floods the dark corridor, completely overwhelming them. Heel squints, his eyes struggling to adjust to the sudden, intense brightness. As their vision returns, they are met with an impossible sight. They stand at the entrance to a vast, sunlit cavern, a perfect, preserved world underground, complete with a forest, a river, and ancient ruins. Heel can only stammer, completely at a loss for words. He looks back at the gate they just came through, his mind reeling. Are we outside? Hannes stares in disbelief at the lush grass beneath his feet. The ground is full of greenery. Rihanna points to the stream, exclaiming, look, there are fish in the river. Heel gazes up at the massive, constructed dome above them. But the ceiling, we really are still deep inside the ruins. His eyes land on the source of the light, a colossal crystal embedded in the dome's center. Look at that big thing, is that a sunstone? Suddenly a sharp bark cuts through the air, startling Heel. It's Riel hopping excitedly through the grass. Heel notices the area is teeming with life. Hey Riel, even here there are slimes all over the place. As Riel sniffs around, a huge shadow falls over the clearing. A trio of massive golems marches through the forest, causing the little creature to yelp in fright. Heel's eyes widen in alarm, golems. He and Rihanna freeze, watching as the stone giants stomp past them. But instead of attacking, one of the golems simply begins trimming the nearby bushes with a giant pair of shears. Heel lets out a sigh of relief. They scared me. Rihanna observes, it looks like the golems are just looking after the place. Nane suddenly steps in front of Heel, her expression stern. What are you doing? Don't hurt the Kavo. Heel looks from Nane to the slimes. Kavo, so you look after them too? Nane nods. Protecting the Kavo is part of my duty. Heel's expression turns serious. Duty, he begins. I didn't get to ask before, but who assigned you this duty, Nane? Nane looks away, unclear or hard to say. Heel presses her, do you remember something? After a moment of silence, Nane seems to make a decision. She turns back to him, it's faster if you just see. She leads them down a winding path where the trees have grown together to form a natural tunnel. Wah, it's like a tunnel of trees, Rihanna says in awe. Heel asks Nane, where does this path lead? The path opens up into a quiet, secluded clearing. Nane stops and turns to the group. This is the place where I woke up. Heel immediately understands, and where you received this duty. Nane begins to recount her first memories. At first, it was dark. I woke up in darkness and couldn't see anything. It was cramped and dark. Her memory flashes back to the moment she emerged from within Balshan's very armor. The first thing I saw, she recalls, was Balshan kneeling next to me. And then, back in the present, she gestures for them to look forward. The second thing was a magnificent, towering statue of a woman, bathed in the light of the sunstone. Heel and Rihanna recognize her instantly. No doubt about it, Heel says, stunned. It's the same woman that was on the relief in the library. They stare, completely shocked by the connection. Heel turns back to Nane. Nane, who is she? But Nane shakes her head. Unclear, she's not in my memory. But when I first saw her, in her fragmented memory, she remembers hearing a voice speak a single command. I was given my duty, protect. It was only that one word, but strangely enough, I knew exactly what I was meant to protect. She adds, obviously, the stone statue doesn't talk. It must be a fragment of my memory. Nane falls silent, standing before the statue. She looks up, lost in thought. Heel watches her, a look of determination on his face. Nane, he says gently, you might be able to do your duty without your memory, but you still should try to regain it. At the very least, you should know who this person is, the one who gave you your purpose. The rest of the party seems to agree, watching the exchange intently. Even Hannes and the others nod in silent approval. Nane considers his words for a moment. Then she bluntly replies, Dino, your argument lacks a solid foundation. Heel flails, completely caught off guard. Hey, well, it's about feelings. He scratches his head, flustered. It's just hard to express. Suddenly, Nane's head whips around, her eyes fixed on something at the base of the statue. Ignoring Heel, she walks through the flowers towards it. Nane. She stops in front of a broken stone tablet half buried in the dirt. What is it? Heel asks, walking over. I never paid much attention to it, Nane says, staring at a carving on its surface. I didn't know what it meant. Heel follows her gaze, and his breath catches in his throat. His mind short-circuits as he stares at the symbol. Why is this here? Nane points to the carving, then looks at him. Heel. Heel's eyes dart from the ancient carving on the stone to the identical glowing crest on the back of his own hand. He's speechless. There, etched into the ancient stone, is the unmistakable crest of the Cave King. Heel's eyes go wide. Carved into a broken tablet at the foot of a statue is a familiar symbol. The Cave King crest, he mutters in disbelief, on a statue in these underground ruins. Full stares up at the moss-covered statue. Wait, did this woman have the Cave King crest too? Ashton shakes his head, his gaze sharp. No, rather, could it be an inscription? Rihanna picks up on his thought. An inscription, Ashton clarifies, like a signature basically. The implication hangs in the air. The person who carved this magnificent statue must have possessed the Cave King crest. Full then turns to their guide, Nane. Hold on, don't you have a crest like this on your body? Nane's reply is a blunt no. Nane looks genuinely confused. What do you mean, is that not just Heel's? Heel looks a bit awkward. There are many kinds of crests. Nane processes this, her expression unreadable. So there are humans who don't have crests. Heel realizes he's been making assumptions. The logic of my kingdom really doesn't apply here, he thinks. I didn't even know monsters could have crests before coming here. Full jumps in to explain. People having the same crest isn't strange. My minor crest and the princess's farmer crest aren't that rare. But Heel's Cave King is super special and rare, she exclaims. He didn't even know its name or what it did before coming to Sheol. Heel shrinks back, thinking, when you put it like that, it sounds pretty dumb. And yet here it is, he thinks, deep underground. A memory of his father surfaces. A treasure trove of resources and a crest that can dig them out. Don't you think it all meshes too well? The question echoes in his mind. A former Cave King. Heel clenches his fist, the crest on his hand a stark reminder. What kind of person was it? What were they doing here? Nane's sharp voice cuts through his thoughts. Why are you so eager to know? He turns to her directly. Nane, have you seen this crest anywhere else? No, she replies flatly. Heel presses on. I see. We'd like to explore the ruins more deeply, but... Nane cuts him off, her gaze piercing. Does knowing this land's past have any meaning towards your present? Heel is momentarily stunned by her directness. He thinks back to his mission. I came to Sheol under my father's orders. What did he want from me? His goal has to be in these ruins. Nane seems to understand something. You want to know your duty. Duty, he thinks, it's not something that noble. He looks at Nane with new resolve. I want to know what my father wants and decide what I should do. Maybe I'm just doing it for myself. Nane's expression softens slightly as she takes in his honest answer. After a moment of silence, Nane turns and speaks to her armored guardian in their unintelligible language. As she continues, the rest of the group can only watch on in confusion. The others start to panic. Is everything all right? Heel asks nervously. Full frets, what if she changed her mind and wants us executed? Nane turns back to them. Fine, you have permission to investigate, but only if I accompany you. You Nane, Heel exclaims. She stares him down. You'll investigate only under my supervision. And don't make a mess of this land with so many people. At most, 4 people can explore at the same time. Heel quickly agrees. All right, I understand, thanks Nane. He turns to the others. Are you all right with that too? 4 people, obviously you're one of them so. Full is already pumped, tying up her hair for the expedition. Suddenly the light from the massive sunstone in the ceiling begins to dim. Is it getting darker? Full asks. Heel is amazed, it even simulates a day and night cycle. Nane states, it will be night soon, investigate tomorrow. As Nane and her guardian retreat into the woods, the thought occurs to them that the day was so hectic, they completely lost track of time. Rihanna speaks up. We figured we should return to the surface, but I actually brought this just in case. From a tiny pouch, she pulls out an impossible amount of food and supplies. Rihanna, is that bag? Heel asks, amazed. She smiles proudly. Yes, I reused that compression package we got from Roydon. And just like that, the decision is made. They're camping in the underground garden tonight. Ashton speaks up. People up there might get worried. I can easily make a round trip if I'm alone. So Ashton volunteered to race back to the surface and let everyone know their plans. Meanwhile, back at the camp, Rihanna is already busy preparing a hearty meal. She looks up and spots a lone figure in the woods. Nane. Do you want to join us? She calls out. We're having dinner, we're inviting you to eat with us. Nane glances at the sizzling food but shakes her head. I don't need it. As Nane walks away, Full complains, hey, the princess went out of her way too. Rihanna cuts her off gently. Full, I'm sure Nane is busy. Rihanna approaches her anyway, holding out a wrapped bundle. Nane, I packed this for you so if you want. Nane looks down at the offering and silently takes it. Before disappearing into the trees, she gives a final instruction. Be near the fountain in the morning and don't wander too much until then. Back at the camp, Full sighs. Geez, didn't even say thanks. Rihanna smiles knowingly. She's not used to dealing with people. Heel is still trying to wrap his head around it. I'm more surprised that such a small girl can live all alone underground. One of the wolf men chimes in. About that, don't you think these ruins were originally created for people to live here? He gestures to the surroundings. Water, vegetation, bugs, fish, and even a day and night cycle. Rihanna realizes he's right, it does feel exactly like the surface. Full's expression turns sympathetic, but isn't it awful, Nane was left here alone and was just told to protect this place. Rihanna looks at their dinner spread with a hopeful smile. I hope that as we investigate the ruins, we find clues about Nane's memory too. Later that night, Full wanders away from the campsite for a moment. Suddenly she stops, feeling a strange sensation. Her eyes catch a faint, glowing light deep in the forest. Chen, what, something's shining. Then another light appears, and another, pulsing gently in the darkness. Her eyes widen in surprise. She immediately turns and sprints back to the camp. Mr. Heel, Mr. Heel. Deep in the forest. The rest of the group looks up, alarmed by her frantic shouting. What is it? They follow her gaze and are stunned. The entire forest is filled with countless floating orbs of light. What's this light? Heel gasps. Suddenly, he feels a strange vibration from behind him. He turns to see Shell, their friendly slime, is also glowing from within. Shell is shining, Rihanna asks concerned. Are you all right? Shell's light seems to pulse gently, not in pain but in resonance. Full watches closely. It doesn't look like it's feeling bad or anything, but I've never seen this before. Rihanna looks back at the magical scenery. Are all those slime? Heel marvels. Wow, it's like a starry sky in the forest. Rihanna watches Shell's gentle glow, but this light feels a bit lonely. Her thoughts drift to the solitary guardian of this place. And deep in the forest at the base of the ancient statue, Nane sits alone. The glowing slimes gather around her, bathing her in their soft, silent light. The next morning the group gathers in the surreal underground garden. Heel remarks, morning underground feels weird. Ashton chuckles, haha, but at least we didn't oversleep. Suddenly, a colossal metal foot slams down right next to Heel. It's the guardian Balshan. Heel stammers, gee, good morning Balshan. The automaton's voice booms, where's Nane? With a mechanical hiss, Balshan's chest cavity opens, revealing a very groggy Nane inside. Yes, she yawns, mornings can be rough. The compartment seals shut again. Now standing before them, Nane gets straight to the point. So, who is going to investigate? Before Heel can answer, Heinous cuts in. Hold on, Ashton will be back. Rihanna calls out, Mr. Heel. Heel perks up, recognizing a voice in the distance. That voice. Bursting through the grass is Ashton, moving at full speed with the elderly Varus riding gleefully on his back. Ashton pants, I'm sorry, was I too fast? Varus, however, is thrilled. I am much obliged, Mr. Ashton. Rihanna looks over, so you came right along, Varus. Varus beams, I could not help visiting the ruins. The general also wanted to come, but Elvin has to guard the surface. His eyes then land on Nane and he's completely starstruck. Ooh, are you Lady Nane? This sight exceeds my expectations. There is so much I want to ask. And with the enthusiastic scholar Varus joining them, the 4-member investigation team is assembled. Heel, Rihanna, Heinous, and Varus, with Nane as their guide. Full and the others stay behind in the garden as a backup team. Let's stay here and behave, okay Riel, she says, hugging her teddy bear. Nane gives the remaining members a stern look. Balshan will keep an eye on you. She adds a chilling warning, Balshan has orders to eliminate you if you harm this land. Full breaks into a cold sweat, stammering, why yes, we'll be good. With the teams decided, Heel turns to their guide. Sorry to get going right away, but can we look around the garden? As they prepare to leave, Heel senses a presence behind him. He turns to find his slime Shell, has quietly followed them. Shell bounces eagerly, clearly wanting to join the expedition. Nane notices the slime. Do you want to come? She asks it directly, though she seems hesitant. But we already. After a moment's thought, she relents. I can overlook one Kavo. Heel is relieved. Thanks. He mutters, thinking to himself, she's pretty soft on slime. With Shell now part of the group, the investigation team advances through the expansive forest of the underground garden. They soon reach a massive, ornate wall on the opposite side of the entrance. Nane speaks a command in an ancient tongue, and the large doors grind open. They step into a grand corridor, lined with imposing statues standing guard. Heel recalls Nane's words, realizing these silent sentinels are likely part of the ruins' defense system. He thinks to himself, the passages still feel like a labyrinth and there are doors we can't open. I'm actually glad to have Nane along. The party continues deeper, passing by ancient architecture and flowing fountains. Their path leads them into a vast, open area. It's a massive amphitheater, clearly built for a large population. This really does feel like it was built so humans can live here, Rihanna observes. Taking a short break on the stone steps, she adds, but said inhabitants aren't here anymore. Nane takes her orders very seriously, but Varus, ever the scholar, pulls out a book he brought from the surface library. The ruins past, Nane's memories. I hope we can find something out. Nane takes the book and begins to read aloud. We can't, I'm married. Lady, you can't lie to your feelings. It's a trashy romance novel. Varus shrieks in embarrassment. Stop, I apologize. After the awkward moment, Nane leads them to their next destination, an incredible workshop filled with advanced machinery, spare Argo parts and shelves of minerals. Heel is speechless. Nane explains, a workshop, the Argo you broke will be repaired soon. Heel scratches his head sheepishly, sorry, they're too complex for a cave king to fix. Varus's attention is drawn to a large vat containing a shimmering, liquid substance. Lady Nane, what is this? Ryukin, she states simply, a metal that can freely change shape. Ashton's eyes widen in realization. Nane confirms it, yes, Balshan's armor is made of it. Heel wanders the workshop, amazed. The civilization of the ruins is really shocking, he thinks, eyeing the mineral samples. Mappa would be thrilled to see this. His eyes land on a pile of discarded parts and crates tucked away in a corner. Sensing something is hidden, he turns to Hannes. Hannes, can you help me with that? Yes. Together, the two of them manage to move the heavy debris out of the way. Behind the pile they uncover a large, heavily reinforced door. I knew it, there's a door, Heel says. Nane, what's behind? Nane cuts him off. That door doesn't work. She speaks a command in the ancient language, but nothing happens. The door remains sealed tight. Oh, Heel hums, intrigued. Nane turns to him, her expression serious. It won't open. There are places in this land beyond even my authority. Heel looks at the door, a hint of disappointment on his face. He stares at the challenge before him, a door that won't open. A classic Heel idea begins to form. He says with a grin, Nane, about this door if I tried, breaking it just a little. Nane's eyes narrow into a death glare that could freeze fire. Heel immediately throws his hands up in surrender. No, I get it, I won't, I'm not. Flustered, he turns to leave, trying to play it cool. Let's go check out another room. But as he turns, the Cave King crest on the back of his hand suddenly flashes with a brilliant light. A heavy clunk echoes from the sealed door. The locks disengage and the massive door begins to grind open on its own. Heel and Ashton are stunned. It's opening, WI. But no one is more shocked than Nane, whose eyes are wide with utter disbelief. The door that was beyond her power just responded to Heel. A fleeting vision flashes through the mind, a small, hooded figure in a dark laboratory reaching out. Bubbling beakers and strange machinery fill the background. A single, wide eye stares out from the darkness of the hood. Pipes hiss and machinery whirs in this forgotten place. The mysterious figure turns, as if sensing they're being watched. Standing before a massive containment unit, the small figure's identity remains a complete mystery. Back in the present, the vision fades. The group stares in disbelief. The door that was sealed shut now stands wide open, revealing a dark passage. A long, steep staircase descends into the pitch-black depths. Heel looks down, unnerved, stares. It looks deep. Nane stares blankly into the darkness. The others are confused. If even Nane couldn't open it, why is it open now? Heel turns to ask her, but she's already gone. Hey Nane, oh. Without a word, Nane has already started her descent, drawn by an unseen force. Her expression is grim and determined. The rest of the group panics. Wait, don't leave us, Varus urges. Even Lady Nane doesn't know this place. We must proceed with caution. They hurry after her, down the seemingly endless flight of stairs. After what feels like an eternity, Heel is already feeling the strain. How long do these stairs go on for? My knees. One of his companions calls out, Nane, can we slow down a little? But Nane doesn't stop, her focus locked on whatever lies at the bottom. Good grief, Heel sighs. His companion adds, she can't help but be curious. I wonder what we will find. Varus wipes a tear from his eye, suggesting hopefully, isn't it possible that there are friends of Lady Nane down here? Heel is skeptical. She said there is no one else in the area around the garden. His companion reasons, that must be it. She just couldn't see them because the door wouldn't open. If Nane was living there, it wouldn't be so weird for there to be others. Suddenly, Heel comes to an abrupt halt, bumping into the person in front of him. Hannes turns, why did you stop, Heel? Their path is completely blocked. A massive rockfall has sealed the staircase. Did the wall collapse? There's a big rock blocking the way. Heel examines the blockage with his Cave King ability. The optimizing light, it doesn't look like it would be dangerous to break it. With a confident grin, he raises his pickaxe. All right. Nane watches, her face unreadable. It is unavoidable. As the rocks shatter, Hannes senses something. With a final crash, the way is cleared, and the group peers into the darkness beyond. They step into a vast, dilapidated industrial corridor. Broken pipes line the ceiling, and massive, shattered cylinders flank the walkway. The entire facility is in a state of decay. Every step crunches on broken tiles and debris. Heel stares up at one of the giant, broken containers. Nane, what is this? For the first time, Nane seems unsure. I've never seen this device either. They look down the corridor at the endless rows of shattered containers. Hannes suddenly recoils, clutching his nose. There is a strange smell, my nose is tingling. Heel looks at a deactivated Argo doll half buried in rubble. Now that you mention it, it kind of smells of chemicals. This place seems a lot rougher compared to upstairs. Nane states flatly, there is no one to take care of it. Heel points out the inactive Argo units. The Argo have stopped too. Are they broken? Nane corrects him. No, it looks like they don't have magic energy. Argo are usually supplied with magic energy while on standby, she explains, but apparently that power line itself isn't working. There probably aren't any working Argo on this floor, she concludes. The implication hangs heavy in the air. That means, on this floor there aren't any friends of Nane managing them. Suddenly Hannes' voice cuts through the silence, sharp and low. Mr. Heel. What? Heel asks, turning to see Hannes pointing. Over here. Carved deep into the stone wall are massive, terrifying claw marks. The group gathers around, horrified. What are these marks? They look like claws and there are blood stains. Heel examines them closely, his face grim. They don't appear to be that old. The chilling realization dawns on them, there might be something on this floor. Now on high alert, the party advances with extreme caution. Heel complains it's hard to walk. Nane replies it's just until we're sure that it's safe. Heel asks Heinous, how's your nose? Heinous shakes his head, the smell is bothering it but I don't hear anything suspicious. They venture deeper into a pillared hall. More claw marks scar the ancient pillars. An overwhelming sense of dread begins to creep in. The more it feels like there is something here, Heel thinks, stepping in something foul. But despite the evidence, they see nothing. Only their own footsteps echo in the quiet ruins. The suspense is maddening. The fact that it's not appearing actually makes me nervous. Heel agrees, why yes, if it's going to show itself, it should do it already. Suddenly, Heinous throws up his arm, stopping the group. Heel whispers, is it here? Heinous' voice is a low growl, quiet. Everyone freezes, their eyes darting around the empty, silent hall. They stand exposed in the center of the room, surrounded by shadows and pillars. Heinous' sharp eyes lock onto a patch of empty air. In a flash, he draws and fires an arrow at nothing. The arrow flies through the air and stops abruptly, as if hitting an invisible wall. A splash of dark blood erupts from the point of impact. The group gasps in shock. Heinous glares at the spot. You can hide your body, but you cannot hide your bloodlust as you stalk your prey. With a pained shriek, a horrifying, camouflaged creature flickers into existence. The monster crashes to the floor with a heavy thud, its invisibility failing. Its razor-sharp claws scrape against the stone. The group stares at the grotesque beast. What is this monster? They try to make sense of its form. A lizard? No, a beast. Varus's eyes widen in terror and recognition. Could it be a chimera? Heel is stunned. Chimera, I've heard about those in legends. Varus adds, a fusion of multiple beings. I have never seen one either. Heinous raises his weapon, shouting, everyone be on your guard. But it's too late. Another creature appears on a pillar right beside Heel. More chimeras materialize from the shadows, dropping from the ceiling and pipes. Their heavy claws slam onto the stone floor. In seconds, the party is completely surrounded. Heinous curses, there are still 3, my nose isn't working, I can't believe I didn't notice them. The chimeras close in, ready to strike. Varus screams, they're coming. Heel unleashes a volley of fireballs, but the grotesque chimeras are unbelievably fast, dodging the attack with ease. He watches in shock, realizing his mistake. They're more agile than they look. The party's archer lets loose a volley of arrows, piercing the creature's hides. He narrows his eyes, focusing his aim for another shot. Beside a stunned Heel, Varus steps forward, his expression hardening. Varus summons a magic circle, unleashing a powerful blast of wind that shreds one of the chimeras to pieces. But even with arrows sticking out of them, the others keep coming. They are tough, Varus notes grimly. Heel agrees, yes, and stubborn. One of the monsters breaks through their formation, charging directly at Rihanna and Nane. Rihanna acts fast, pushing Nane towards her slime companion. Nane, get behind Shell. Rihanna, Heel shouts, but she stands her ground, meeting the chimera's lunge with a powerful right hook to its jaw. Heel stares, completely stunned. Rihanna, are those? She flashes a confident grin, showing off her new weapon, special orichalcum knuckles made by Mappa. A magic circle flares to life around her fist as she begins to chant, enchant my fists, with lightning. She drives her fist forward, unleashing her ultimate attack, Thunder God Fist. The lightning-infused blow courses through the chimera, stunning it as electricity arcs across its body. With the creature immobilized, Rihanna shouts to her companion, now Mr. Heel. He snaps out of his surprise, why yes. Heel joins her, unleashing a massive torrent of flame magic to finish the job. Watching from a distance, Varus remarks, our princess technique combines magic and martial arts. The archer nods in agreement, let us try to keep up. Inspired, Varus and the archer launch their own coordinated attacks, taking down the remaining beasts. Their combined assault proves effective, finally felling the tough creatures. Heel lets out a sigh of relief. All right, that takes care of. His words die in his throat as a massive, endless horde of chimeras pours out from a darkened archway. How many are there? Heel cries out in disbelief. Varus grits his teeth, there's no end to them. Varus knows they're outmatched. Mr. Heel, we should retreat. Without waiting for an answer, he begins channeling 2 opposing elements at once. Fire, ice. Heel and Rihanna can only stare in awe, 2 attributes at once. Varus slams his hands together, creating a massive explosion of steam that instantly engulfs the charging horde. Now while we can, he yells, leading the party's escape under the thick cover of the smokescreen. The chimeras are left confused and disoriented by the sudden fog. As the smoke clears, they gather around the bodies of their fallen comrades. Saliva drips from their snarling maws. A sickening crunch echoes through the chamber as they begin to feast. Having escaped, the party catches their breath. We managed to lose them, Heel pants. Varus shakes his head, we can't investigate like this. Heel turns to the one person who might have answers. Nane, do those things protect the ruins like the Argo? I don't think so, she replies calmly. This floor has its own Argo guardians, there's no need for creatures like that to be here. As Varus contemplates the difficulty of exterminating an unknown number of monsters, Nane suddenly points. There's something over in that corner. The party's archer immediately raises his weapon, ready for another fight. Heel jumps, startled by the sudden development. From the deep shadows, the silhouette of a small, cloaked figure emerges. It pauses for a moment in the darkness. Then it steps out into the light, revealing a small, hooded person. The entire party is shocked. "A person," Heel exclaims. He turns excitedly to Nane. "Nane, there's someone like you." Nane looks at the figure, completely unimpressed. "Like me." Heel cautiously approaches the stranger. "Are you all right? This place is full of monsters." When he gets no reply, he sighs. "I guess you don't understand me." He turns back to his party. "Nane, try talking to them, and translate please." Before she can, the archer suddenly lunges forward, screaming, "No." His eyes are wide with pure terror, sensing a danger the others can't. The small figure raises a hand as its cloak begins to smoke and tear. "Stand back, that's a chimera." The disguise disintegrates, revealing a monstrous humanoid beast that immediately lunges at Heel. The hooded figure lunges, revealing its monstrous form. As it closes in on Heel, Rihanna screams out in terror, "Mr. Heel." But before the beast can land a fatal blow, Heinous intervenes. "Don't think about it," he shouts, loosing a volley of arrows that slam directly into the creature's open maw, knocking Heel out of harm's way. Heel smashes hard against the stone wall from the force of the impact. Varus rushes towards the downed pair, calling out, "Mr. Heel, Princess Rihanna." Heinous stares at the creature, arrows still embedded in its flesh, and realizes the horrifying truth. It can't be a chimera that can mimic a human. Rihanna fusses over Heel, but he pushes her concern aside. "That was crazy, Rihanna. I'm fine, more importantly that." They all turn their attention back to the chimera. The arrows Heinous fired are still lodged in its body. But to their shock, the wounds begin to steam and seal themselves shut. Rihanna watches in horror, the wounds. The creature's form begins to contort and expand, its body enveloped in a blinding, transformative light. Heel can only watch, paralyzed by the terrifying spectacle. The light fades, revealing the monster's true form, a gigantic chimera, a terrifying fusion of a lion, a goat, and a serpent for a tail. It towers over them, filling the entire corridor. Rihanna gasps, "That's its true form." Heinous readies his weapon, undeterred by its sheer size. It's overwhelmingly large, but without a second of hesitation, Heinous explodes into action, charging the colossal beast head-on as the others cry out his name. The chimera swipes with its massive paw, but Heinous is a blur of motion, easily dodging the attack and closing the distance. He moves like a phantom, weaving around the beast's defenses and landing a series of devastating strikes that draw blood with each hit. His attacks connect with brutal force, sending sparks flying with every impact. He leaps into the air, driving his weapon deep into the chimera's head. Heel is stunned by the display. He really is fast. Mr. Heinous's maneuverability is perfect for tight spaces like this. But as he watches, the wounds on the chimera begin to steam and seal shut once again. Heinous lands, noting the impossible healing factor. It really is regenerating, he thinks, but it is still a living being. He decides to end it in one blow, activating his special ability, Crest Hunter. His senses sharpen, allowing him to perceive his prey's vital spots. Pierce. But what his hunter's eye reveals is not a single core, but a horrifying legion of souls trapped within the beast, a writhing mass of countless lives. The revelation stuns him. This houses several lives. Before he can react, the chimera unleashes a deafening roar, a psychic shockwave that blasts outwards, instantly incapacitating Heel, Rihanna, and Varus. Heinous is caught in the epicenter of the blast, sent flying like a ragdoll down the corridor and slamming into the wall with bone-shattering force. "Heinous!" Heel screams, watching his strongest ally fall. Amidst the rubble, Heinous stumbles, wounded. Rihanna cries out his name in panic. Heel immediately takes command. "Rihanna, heal Heinous. Varus with me, synergistic magic now." Varus instantly agrees. Together they weave their magic, unleashing a massive combined spell, Double Blizzard. A torrent of ice and snow hurtles towards the chimera. But the beast is unfazed. It draws a deep breath, fire gathering in its throat. The chimera unleashes an absolute inferno, a wave of fire that crashes against their ice magic in a violent explosion of steam and pressure. The sheer power is unbelievable. The blizzard is completely overwhelmed by the roaring flames. Varus strains against the heat. "Wow, what power!" Heel yells. "Hang on, Varus." Rihanna watches in terror. "No, at this rate they'll be burned to a crisp." Even wounded, Heinous tries to force himself up to help, but Rihanna holds him back. "Heinous, you're still wounded." Nane steps forward with cold logic. "Those flames won't be blocked even if you join them, Rihanna, and it will be hard for Heinous to cut at the chimera again." Her eyes narrow with grim determination. She has a plan. Nane glances over at the broken, discarded Argo golems littering the corridor. Seeing Heel and Varus about to break, she pulls a vial from her pouch. "I have to use this," she thinks, making a split-second decision. The chimera's firestorm rages on, an unstoppable force of nature. The flames intensify, threatening to swallow everything. The beast roars, pouring more power into its attack. Suddenly the tide of fire shifts. Heel and Varus look up, confused and shocked. Out of nowhere, a swirling vortex of energy erupts, pulling the flames into its center. The inferno is completely sucked away, leaving the chimera stunned and its attack neutralized. Heel stares, completely bewildered by the sudden turn of events. He whips around to see Nane standing among the smoking husks of the Argo, which she had secretly activated. "Nane. Having served their purpose, the overcharged Argo golems spark and crumble into pieces. Nane explains calmly, I deployed an emergency magic energy bottle, but the neglected Argo are worn out. They were just for show, she admits, but her gambit has drawn the Chimera's full attention and its massive paw stomps towards her. Heel screams in terror, no Nane. The Chimera lunges, but is brought to a dead stop by an unseen force. The shockwave sends the entire party flying backwards. Pinned to the ground, Heel can only watch in horror, yelling, damn it, run Nane. But then something impossible happens. A hooded figure begins to rise from the Chimera's mane. Heel's eyes go wide with disbelief. The humanoid figure stands up fully, perched on the beast's head. It has stopped the Chimera's rampage, and now stares directly at Nane. From under its hood, a voice speaks. It's not a human language, but an ancient, runic tongue that only a few can understand. A horrifying realization dawns on Heinous. It can't be, it was not mimicking a human. Heinous gasps the terrible truth. It was a collection of beasts fused with a human. Nane listens, her expression unreadable, as the creature continues to speak to her. The humanoid chimera looks down on her. It calls her a defective creation. Before anyone can react, the chimera's massive snake tail slams into the ground with bone-shattering force. The party is caught completely off guard. The snake head rises from the dust, its eyes locking onto new targets. It opens its mouth wide and shoots out a high-speed projectile. Heel recognizes it instantly. Watch out, it's cave spider thread. His warning comes too late. The sticky webbing ensnares both Rihanna and her slime companion Shell. Rihanna is instantly trapped, wrapped in the thick, inescapable thread. Nane's hand is also caught in the blast. The thread retracts, violently yanking its captives through the air. Heel can only scream their names, Rihanna, Shell. The humanoid chimera, now sprouting wings, catches the cocooned pair. It mutters to itself, I blundered. Heel and the others are filled with rage. Damn you, let them go. The chimera ignores their pleas. As it turns to leave, a horde of smaller, grotesque chimeras swarms out, blocking Heel's path. The monstrous pack charges forward, cutting off any chance of pursuit. Heel desperately blasts at the horde, get out of the way. But his efforts are futile. The snake tail opens its jaws above its helpless victims. Trapped and terrified, Rihanna can only manage a weak cry for Heel. In one horrifying motion, the snake swallows them whole. The team watches, frozen in shock, as the tail retreats. Heel's face contorts in pure agony and despair. Rihanna was right there, but trapped behind a wall of monsters, she was utterly unreachable. In the chaos, Rihanna is ensnared by the chimera's sticky webbing, completely helpless. The mysterious snake-tailed chimera vanishes into the darkness, taking Rihanna and Shell with it, leaving Heel and his companions to stare in horror. Surrounded by a horde of monsters, Heel can only watch them get away. How many of these things are there? He shouts as his allies desperately try to fend them off. Damn you, the princess and Shell. Even Nane, with her powerful Argo units, is struggling to hold back the tide of grotesque creatures. With a flick of her wrist, Nane commands her Argo, but the sheer number of enemies is overwhelming. Heel tries to push forward, but a barrier of chimeras blocks his path. Watching his friends disappear, his mind screams their names, Rihanna, Shell. His gaze falls upon the glowing cave king crest on his hand, and a dark resolve takes over. You. A raw, guttural scream tears from his throat as the crest flares with uncontrollable power. Out of my way. An explosive wave of energy erupts from Heel, stunning every chimera in the vicinity. His allies look on in shock. The ground itself answers his rage. A massive spike of rock bursts from the floor, impaling one of the beasts. Another chimera is instantly skewered, its head exploding against the newly formed wall. The wave of destruction continues, as jagged pillars of stone rip through the monster horde without mercy. In a single, cataclysmic instant, the entire corridor is annihilated, the chimeras wiped out by Heel's raw, untamed power. His companions can only stare in disbelief at the devastation. How? The power leaves Heel as quickly as it came, and he collapses to his knees, gasping for air, the backlash hitting him hard. Heinous rushes to his side, stunned. Mr. Heel, that magic was, but Heel can only stammer and no. A sharp, throbbing pain shoots through his hand. A system-like message appears in his mind, emanating from the crest. An ability that deviates from the crest rank was activated. Repairing limiter. Safety cannot be guaranteed if the rank restrictions are not followed. The word warning flashes in his vision, causing him to recoil in shock. He stares at his hand, realizing the terrifying truth. Cave King. Snapping out of it, Heel dismisses his own condition. It's nothing, we need to go after him quickly. But then he notices someone is missing. Nane was she caught up in. Amidst the rubble, Nane is kneeling, protected by a hexagonal shield projected by 2 of her remaining Argo units. Hearing her name, she calls out from the debris, here. Heel rushes over, relieved. Are you hurt? I'm glad there were still some Argo that worked. Nane looks at the destroyed hallway. That was a lot of destruction. Heel looks away, ashamed. I am sorry, I was really angry. He turns to Heinous. Mr. Heinous, can you track the smell of that chimera? Heinous looks grim. I'm sorry, but on this floor. Just as their hope seems lost, Nane speaks up with quiet confidence. I know the way. Heel spins around, grabbing her shoulders. Really? Then where is he? Nane calmly replies, don't panic. I don't understand why, she explains, but it seems I can feel his presence. She continues, it purposefully enveloped them in tough string before swallowing them, surely to take them alive. I assume their lives are not in immediate danger. She places a hand on a damaged Argo. Also, I can only feel the direction and distance faintly, first of all. The Argo unit whirs to life, projecting a holographic image. It's a map of the entire floor. Ooh, look at this, Heinous says, impressed. Nane adds, Argo are equipped with floor plans of the floor where they are deployed. It should help us pinpoint the location. With a path forward, Heel's determination returns. All right, let's go after him and rescue Rihanna and Shell. His party shouts in agreement, yes. With Nane riding her Argo to lead the way, the group ventures deeper into the dungeon. They race through the ruined corridors, following Nane's guidance. As they run, Heinous voices his concern. But what is that chimera, and what does he intend to do with the princess and Shell? Heel remembers the chimera's parting words. By the way, Nane, he said something to you. Nane looks ahead, her expression unreadable. He said that I am defective. Heel is taken aback. Defective, is that about your memory, despite the way of saying it? Nane continues her explanation. Apparently he knows me, and I'm supposed to know him. And thus, she concludes, I am missing information about what he is. I can't find what his goal is. Suddenly, Heel skids to a halt as more monsters appear ahead. Chimera. He glances back at Nane, his mind racing. She can sense his presence, so how exactly are they related? The narrow corridor leaves them no room to maneuver. There's no room to dodge, Heel yells. Heinous growls, push through. Rihanna's consciousness returns. The last thing she remembers is the gaping maw of the chimera before everything went dark. Now, that same mouth is opening, spitting her out. With a heavy thud, her senses come rushing back. She's not free. She's strapped into some kind of mechanical chair. Her eyes dart around frantically until they lock onto a horrifying sight. Shell. Her little slime companion is trapped inside a glass container right next to her. Rihanna struggles against her restraints, but they're solid metal. Ah, what is this? The reality of their situation crashes down on her. That's right, we were caught by that chimera. Suddenly the chair lurches forward, beginning to move on its own. Is this chair moving by itself? It carries her down a long, desolate stone corridor. Where is it taking me? She tries to fight, to find any weakness in the restraints. But it's no use, she can't even budge them. Goo. Her mind races. I have to save Shell, we need to get out of here and find the others. A voice cuts through the darkness, cold and robotic. It's no use. A mysterious hooded figure emerges from the shadows, stopping her in her tracks. Before she can react, the figure is right beside her. It speaks again, its voice devoid of emotion. Be quiet, you can't remove those restraints. Rihanna freezes, a shocking realization hitting her. He's speaking Balon, just like Nane. As the figure leads her onward, Rihanna tries to appeal to it. Do you protect this land like Nane does? She quickly tries to de-escalate. I'm sorry if we caused a ruckus, but we mean no harm. Nane gave us permission to investigate down here too, she explains, but the figure remains silent, continuing to walk. It stops and asks a simple question. Did you come from the surface? Startled, Rihanna answers, yes, from the surface in Sheol. She can't shake the feeling that something is off about this person. The figure presses on. How is the surface now? How many people live? Rihanna explains, about 200 people who washed up from the continent live with Mr. Heel. Her eyes widen. This isn't just a mindless guard. This person has memories. The figure stops, grabbing its own hood. It mutters the name with a strange detachment. Nane, is that what it calls itself? Then Rihanna holds her breath, watching intently. The figure pulls back its hood, revealing a face almost identical to Nane's but with dark skin and an icy stare. Sira, is what I will call myself. Rihanna's mind short-circuits, and Nane. She quickly notices the differences. No, her skin is different, but her face, they're so similar. Of course we look alike, Sira states flatly. We are the same type, Aduz Machina. I am Sira, number Alpha. She adds, or in your words, dolls. Rihanna is floored. Dolls, you mean Nane is a doll too, but she seems so human. Sira continues her tour. Did she not tell you? No, perhaps it's because you never asked. Her devotion to her mission should be absolute even without her memories. But if that's true, why didn't she eliminate you? Why did she invite you in and even guide you? Sira seems to be calling Nane defective, and for a moment, Rihanna almost agrees. But she quickly leaps to Nane's defense. That's because we insisted. Nane takes her mission very seriously. Sira looks at Rihanna with a flicker of something new in her eyes. People are incomprehensible. Very few empathize with Machina like you. A small, chilling smile appears on her face. For Nane's actions, this time I'm thankful. Sira leads her to a massive, arched gate, the purpose of which sends a shiver down Rihanna's spine. Rihanna's apprehension grows with every passing second. The gate opens to reveal a horrifying sight. A massive laboratory lined with countless glass tubes, each containing the twisted form of a chimera. She stares in absolute horror. These are the chimeras. They're obsolete now, Sira explains. They were part of a weapons research program, but they were too powerful and couldn't be controlled, so the project was scrapped. Isn't that dangerous? Rihanna exclaims. Sira just shrugs. The ones that escaped disposal ran off and multiplied. It's not my concern. Sira's tone is utterly dismissive. They are just beasts. They know not to challenge something stronger than them. Rihanna gulps, a terrifying thought crossing her mind. Just what is Sierra? They arrive at another, even more ornate gate. Here Sierra announces. The grand doors swing open, bathing the corridor in an ethereal light. Steam hisses from pipes as they enter a new, even larger chamber. The room is a cathedral of twisted science, and in the center, suspended in a massive tank, is the body of a human. Rihanna can't believe her eyes. Wah, a human. Sierra's voice is cold as ice, not a person, a vessel. Rihanna's confusion turns to pure dread. As she looks around, she realizes it's not just one tank. There are hundreds, maybe thousands, stretching as far as the eye can see. Zalma, Sierra says, living vessels. She gestures to the entire room, and failures. They are empty containers without an arum, without a heart. Rihanna can only whisper the word back, trying to comprehend the scale of this horror. Failures. Sierra explains they can barely hold their shape inside the fluid. The moment they touch the outside air, they crumble. They are useless as weapons. I have poured everything into the completion of the Zalma, but... Sierra turns, her eyes locking onto Rihanna with a terrifying new purpose. That research could end today. The implication hangs heavy in the air. What do you mean? Rihanna asks, her voice trembling. Her face pales as she realizes what Sierra wants with her. Sierra says nothing, simply leading her deeper into the heart of the laboratory. Meanwhile, in another part of the labyrinth, Heel and his team race through a corridor littered with the corpses of chimeras. They press on through the carnage. These things just keep coming, we have to hurry. One of the warriors voices her concern. Should we really be chasing them like this? That humanoid chimera was on a completely different level, she warns Heel. If you face it again, there's no guarantee you'll survive. But their horned companion roars back, his resolve unshaken. We know that, if we can't beat him, we'll tear his eyes out and take Rihanna and Shell back. The wolf-like warrior agrees. Mr. Heel, if it comes to it, I can carry everyone to safety. Heel's fear is replaced by burning determination. Yes. He shouts for all to hear, his voice echoing in the halls. We will save Rihanna and Shell. His companions grit their teeth, their resolve hardened by his words. They are ready to risk it all to save their friends. In a vast circular chamber, a strange mechanical device whirs to life. A segmented tube extends from a large apparatus hanging from the ceiling. With a sharp click, it locks into place, ready for its purpose. Rihanna finds herself restrained in a large chair at the center of the room as Sierra watches. Shell, Sierra calls out to the slime. Rihanna struggles, demanding, what is this device? Rihanna focuses her energy, a magic circle glowing at her fingertips. If I can't break it by force, she thinks, preparing to unleash a powerful spell, then magic. But as she casts, a powerful surge courses through the chair, shocking her. A distant observer senses her plight, thinking, is Rihanna in trouble? Sierra looks up at the machine with a cold, knowing expression. I told you, you can't remove those restraints. Rihanna watches in horror as the magic she summoned is pulled away from her hand. It's being drawn into a dark crystal embedded in the chair. It's sucking in the magic. This chair has a magic-absorbing crystal. Powerless, Rihanna can only grunt in frustration as the device holds her fast. She glares at her captor. What do you want to do with us? She demands. Sierra simply stares back, her expression unreadable. Sierra begins to speak, her voice echoing in the chamber. The creation of vessels is full of difficulties. She recounts her long history of research, gesturing to the grotesque, failed bodies in tanks, the Zalma. I have spent all the knowledge and techniques I possess on Zalma research. And while I was engrossed in that research, I created mountains of failures. Rihanna listens, a cold sweat on her brow as Sierra continues. Who would have thought? The surface became prosperous with people again. A determined glint appears in Sierra's eye. Now I can finally fulfill my duty. Her voice booms with conviction. The day has come to revive the people of the Empire. Rihanna is completely lost. Empire. Suddenly the slime in the nearby container begins to glow brightly. Rihanna recognizes the light instantly. Shell, this is that light. Sierra explains the horrifying truth. The arum of a citizen rests within the cavo. Rihanna struggles to comprehend the terms. Arum, vessel, containers without arum, you mean. The realization hits her like a physical blow. The lights within the slime are human souls. Sierra nods. I don't know who sleeps within this cavo. If Nane were normal, she might be able to tell. But well, it's not a big issue. Sierra's expression shifts as she senses an arrival. I knew it, she says, looking towards the entrance. Nane is coming. She turns back to Rihanna with a chilling smile. Your friends, new vessels are being brought here. Far away, Rihanna desperately tries to send out a warning. A pulse of light travels from her location, carrying her thoughts. No, Mr. Heel, you can't, she pleads mentally, don't come here. Meanwhile, the heavy, ornate doors to another chamber grind open. Heel and his party rush through the corridors. Are we close, Nane? He asks urgently. Nane, sitting atop her block, replies right ahead. Heel stops dead in his tracks, his eyes wide with shock. Before them is a horrifying sight, a massive lab filled with fluid tanks, each containing a pale, lifeless human form. What is this, humans? His companions are equally disturbed. Are they humanoid chimera? Another recognizes the sight from ancient texts. They look like homunculi mentioned in alchemy books. In any case, the technology of this underground civilization is incredible. Steeling themselves, the group presses forward into the massive, pipe-filled hall. Suddenly Heinous throws out an arm, stopping Heel. Stop, he growls. Heel looks at him, confused. What is it, heinous? From the shadows above, grotesque, lizard-like creatures begin to emerge, crawling down the pillars. Heel's face contorts in alarm. The creatures drop to the ground, their movements fast and unnatural. In seconds the party is completely surrounded. An ambush, Heel cries out. Nah, there were still this many. A calm voice echoes from above. Hello, surface dwellers, let me welcome you here. They look up to see Sira perched casually on a massive pipe. Heel mistakes her for a moment. Miss Nane, no. The figure looks down at them with an unnerving calm. I am Adu's machina, number Sira. Nane explains to the shocked Heel like me, she is a doll who manages this land. Doll, Heel exclaims, his mind reeling. Nane simply looks on, her expression unreadable. Heinous tries to de-escalate the situation. If you are like Nane, there is no need to attack us. We will take Princess Rihanna and Shell back. Sira waves off his concern. Don't worry, the surface dweller is just ahead. I won't kill you either. She then adds a chilling statement. Surface dwellers are precious vessels. Nane steps forward, her voice cutting through the tension. Sira, what is a vessel? She looks up at her counterpart. What is your duty? Sira pauses for a moment before beginning her tale. It was, somewhat long ago. She describes a cataclysmic past. The world was assaulted by a dark calamity. Sky, land, oceans, everything above ground was swallowed by the darkness. Heel's companions whisper amongst themselves. Darkness, perhaps a metaphor of sorts. Sira continues, as many civilizations were swallowed by the darkness, a country sought refuge underground. Her voice fills with a strange reverence. Its name was Velua. It was a great empire that used superior magic and technology to rule the surface. Heel stares in disbelief. Velua, that's this underground civilization. Nane repeats the name, processing the new information. Velua. To let the age of the dark calamity pass, the people went to sleep, Sira explains. That was why they were made. The Kavo, due to their simplicity, these artificial life forms live a long time. The revelation is staggering. Slime are artificial life forms, one of the party members shouts. Yes, Sira confirms. Kavo are immortal cradles to house the hearts of the people of the Empire. Heel finally understands. So, the people we saw in water tanks are people of Velua. Sira shakes her head. Those are failed Zauma. Even the technology of the Empire could not create vessels for people. Sira's eyes narrow with a terrifying purpose, but new ones appeared above ground. She reveals her horrifying plan. The people of Velua will awaken, using surface dwellers as vessels. Don't resist. I don't want to damage the vessels. Sira then extends her hand towards Nane, her voice a commanding order. Come, Nane. If you lost your memory, you will fulfill your duty under my command. Her gaze is absolute, expecting no defiance. To Heel's horror, Nane takes a step forward. Nan, Heel whispers, unable to believe what he's seeing. He watches helpless as Nane walks away from his side and towards Sira, seemingly ready to obey. Nane. Just as Sira moves to activate the device, Nane intercepts her, a flash of energy erupting between them. Heel and Terran watch in shock as the confrontation kicks off. With the device now a smoldering ruin at her feet, Nane stands defiant. Sira's voice cuts through the tension. Nane. Sira glares, demanding an explanation. What are you up to? Nane calmly looks back at her. Your words are no lie. My duty is to protect the people of Velua. Sira scoffs. Can you see the discrepancy between your words and actions? Nane looks past her, her mind on a singular memory. The person who gave me my duty, she declares, would most likely not approve of your methods. Sira's face twists with rage, crushing the device in her hand. Most likely, the disorders in your thoughts have gotten this bad, your actions. As a monstrous chimera emerges from the shadows, Sira finishes her sentence, are akin to treason towards the Empire. On Sira's command, the chimera lunges at Nane. Heel screams out a warning, Nane, watch out. He and Terran can only watch, helpless. But suddenly, Sira's eyes widen in disbelief. In a flash of steel, the chimera attacking Nane is instantly sliced to pieces. Before anyone can react, another unseen force tears through the other chimeras lurking on the walls. The dust settles to reveal a colossal armored knight, Balshan, standing protectively over Nane. Heel and the others are stunned. Balshan. Nane explains coolly, I sent one of the activated Argo to go get it. With backup secured, Full and Terran leap into the fray, cutting down the remaining chimeras. Full explains to the group, we chased Balshan when it suddenly took off running. This is way worse than I thought. As a fresh horde of beasts charges forward, Nane shouts to Heel, leave this to us and go. Terran agrees, yelling, please save the princess. Gritting his teeth, Heel knows what he has to do. Got it, he yells, making a desperate sprint for the massive sealed door leading to Rihanna. Sira mocks his attempt. It's no use, you're not strong enough to break through that door, your magic is too weak. But behind her, Balshan takes aim and fires a massive energy blast from its blade. The beam slams into the door just as Heel arrives, supercharging his magic and shattering the ancient seal. Sira can only scream, what? As Heel's crest glows with immense power, Sira realizes the terrifying truth. Wait, are you actually? Her fury is absolute. Sira's tattered cloak flies off as she prepares to get serious. She lands hard, facing off against her former subordinate. Sira's voice is dripping with venom. Nane, damn you. Nane makes one last appeal. Sira, your methods are too stubborn, I propose you reconsider your plans. But Sira is done talking. It was wrong of me to think you could still be of use. I should have destroyed this defective item right away. With a wave of her hand, a legion of chimeras swarms the chamber. Nane stands her ground, ready for battle with her guardian Balshan. In a flash of light, Sira fuses with her own monstrous chimera, becoming the beast known as Artemisia. Nane and Balshan brace for the incoming onslaught. The two titans stare each other down, ready to clash. Nane's eyes narrow, her resolve unshaken. With a deafening roar, the epic battle begins as Balshan charges Artemisia head-on. Meanwhile, in a different plane of existence, Rihanna finds herself standing at the edge of an infinite white void. She's completely alone in the vast emptiness. Where am I, she wonders. Panic begins to set in. Wherever I go, there's nothing. I don't have any sense of direction or time either. Her very existence feels like it's fading away. How long? Suddenly, a familiar shape appears in the distance. It's Shell. Rihanna runs towards her friend, relieved. Thank goodness, Shell, you're all right. She immediately asks for help. Where are we? Do you know the exit? But Shell doesn't respond. Instead, its body begins to warp and change shape. It transforms into a mirror. Rihanna stares, confused. Shell, why a mirror? She looks into the glass, and her eyes widen in pure shock. The reflection staring back at her is not her own. It's the mysterious woman from the ancient statue. Before Rihanna can process what's happening, the reflection's eyes open, and a hand reaches out from the mirror's surface. The hand grabs Rihanna's own, pulling her into the cold, liquid-like surface of the mirror. Back in the real world, Heel bursts into the chamber, screaming Rihanna's name. He finds her unconscious and bound to a throne-like machine. Just as he reaches her, Rihanna's eyes snap open, revealing they are no longer her own. They now glow with an otherworldly light in a strange, terrifying pattern. With a thunderous crash, the ancient stone door gives way. Heel charges down a long, eerie corridor, his footsteps echoing in the silence. He doesn't slow down, smashing through a final barricade with his pickaxe, determined to find his friends. He bursts into a colossal chamber dominated by a towering, temple-like structure. Desperate, Heel screams out, Rihanna. As he cautiously ascends the steps, a cold mist swirls around him. What is this place? A temple? He wonders aloud. Suddenly, a loud bam echoes from the top of the structure. Heel's head snaps up there. Without a second thought, he sprints up the massive staircase. He vaults over the final ledge, his eyes wide with anticipation and fear. And then he sees it, a horrifying sight. Rihanna, Shell, both are trapped inside glowing containment pods. Heel rushes forward, his face a mask of disbelief and rage. Inside the main pod, Rihanna is unconscious, her face hidden in shadow. He gets right up to the glass, his voice filled with urgency. I need to free you too. Without hesitation, Heel smashes Shell's smaller container to pieces. As Shell wobbles free, Heel apologizes. Sorry for being late, Shell, I'll get Rihanna out of there. But before he can move, a loud hissing sound makes him freeze in shock. He looks up just in time to see Rihanna's containment unit cracking and shattering from the inside. With a surge of power, her hands snap the restraints holding her. She slowly rises from the chair, free from her prison. Rihanna stumbles forward, collapsing right into Heel's arms as he rushes to catch her. Rihanna. He holds her close, his heart pounding. Heel checks her over frantically. Thank goodness she's breathing, she doesn't look hurt either. Are you awake? Are you all right? He asks, but her eyes are vacant, lifelessly reflecting his own worried face. Her expression is completely blank, devoid of any recognition. She slowly raises her hand, a strange symbol glowing on it. Her fingers twitch and then, with inhuman strength, she shoves Heel with a single hand, sending him flying. He crashes hard onto the stone floor, completely overpowered and stunned. As she stands over him, he gasps, Rihanna, what are you? But the words she speaks are not her own. It's an ancient, runic language he's never heard before. Heel's eyes widen in terror, those words. She pins him down, continuing to speak in the alien tongue. A dark prophecy flashes through his mind. People of Vela will awaken, using surface dwellers as vessels. The horrifying truth hits him like a physical blow. The soul of a person of Vela that was inside Shell is in Rihanna. He stares up at the possessed girl, his mind racing. Then Rihanna's soul is. Desperate to reach his friend, Heel screams, Rihanna, can you hear me? Wake up. His shout seems to startle the entity, who flinches back for a moment. It looks down at its own hand, then back at Heel, still speaking in that strange language. The entity seems confused by its own reaction. As she reaches for him again, Heel manages to shove her hand away. He scrambles backward, trying to create distance. No, I need to get it out of her body. But she's too fast, overpowering him and pinning him against a pillar, her face inches from his. He struggles against her iron grip, his mind screaming, I need to get it out of her body. She grabs his face, her expression intense and unreadable. A single word escapes her lips, person. Heel is completely bewildered. What are you? He stammers, as she continues to speak in the runic language. Then she leans in and kisses him. Heel's mind goes blank with shock. In that instant, a vision flashes in his eye, an image of the real Rihanna. The entity pulls back, her eyes wide with confusion, touching her lips as if she doesn't understand what she just did. She seems to be questioning her own actions, looking between her hands and a stunned Heel. She clutches her head, muttering to herself. Heal watches, confused, as she seems to be fighting an internal battle. She groans, gripping her shoulder as if in pain. She closes her eyes, concentrating. Suddenly, a flood of Riena's memories, of Heal, of their friends, of their entire journey, courses through her mind. Seeing a flicker of recognition, Heal asks with a sliver of hope, "Riena, are you back?" She stands silently for a moment, her face still hidden. Then in a calm, clear voice he can understand, she says, "I see, so that's what's going on." Heal is completely floored. She turns to him with a chilling smirk. "Sadly, this is Riena's body, but I am the one controlling it." Heal is horrified. "How is she speaking our language? Who are you anyway?" The entity scoffs. "Who am I? Learn some manners, Heal." He recoils in shock. "You know my name." She taps her temple knowingly. "I read Riena's memories. I more or less understand what is going on. So I entered someone else's body. Even I didn't expect Sira to go that far." She turns her back on him, her tone dangerously casual. "Yes, you want Riena's body back, don't you?" She glances back over her shoulder, her eyes glowing with malice and a cruel smirk on her face. "What if I say no?" Inside a control room, the situation grows tense as one of the party members confronts the possessed Riena, shouting, "What? How can you?" The entire chamber suddenly shakes from a distant impact. "What is, Sira?" he yells, struggling to keep his balance. Riena, however, remains perfectly calm. "They're really going at it," she comments dryly. As she speaks, a strange device lowers from the ceiling. It whirs to life, casting a bright light into the room. A massive projection appears on the wall, showing a live feed of the battle raging outside. Their friends are in serious trouble. On the screen, Full, Terran, Heinous, and Varus are completely overwhelmed, fighting a desperate battle against a horde of vicious chimeras. Heinous struggles against the tide of monsters. "They just keep coming." Another shouts, "Don't panic, keep your distance and fire at them." Terran grits her teeth in frustration, knowing they're pinned down. "But we can't go help Nane like this." Varus makes the hard call, roaring, "This is fine, we will stop all the pawns here. If we try to join that fight, we'll just get dragged into it." And he's right to be cautious, because the main event is on a completely different scale. The colossal chimera, Artemisia, faces off against Nane's advanced combat mech, Balshan. Artemisia strikes first, lunging with its massive, razor-sharp claws. Its serpentine tail whips around with blinding speed, aiming to crush the mech. But Balshan is unbelievably agile, dodging and weaving through the deadly attacks. The mech moves like a phantom, using the surrounding pillars as cover while parrying the beast's relentless assault. Seeing an opening, Balshan rockets forward to meet the beast head-on. The clash of steel against claw creates a massive explosion of sparks. The two combatants land, the ground cracking under their weight as they size each other up. Fused with the chimera, Sira watches Balshan's movements with curiosity. It seems to move better than the Balshan I know. Did you modify it?" She quickly analyzes its performance. "No, the power and speed themselves match my records." Then a wicked grin spreads across her face as she understands. "HMPH, I see. The truth is one word, Nane." The scene cuts to Nane, wired into a virtual cockpit, her mind directly linked to the machine. "As you guessed, Sira," she states calmly, "my calculation functions are directly connected to Balshan." Nane reveals her strategy. "From there, your combat records are being analyzed. The way to deal with Artemia is being optimized as we speak." Sira is unimpressed, as Artemisia's form begins to shift. She taunts Nane directly, "Nice plan, but you lost your memory, you're lacking critical information." To prove her point, a horrifying scorpion tail armed with multiple missile launchers erupts from Artemisia's back. "I'll show you some of my cards," Sira declares. A massive volley of missiles streaks towards Balshan. Nane's system instantly begins calculating trajectory as the mech returns fire. Balshan's cannons light up the sky, successfully shooting down dozens of the incoming rockets. But the sheer number of missiles is overwhelming. One slips through the defenses and scores a direct hit. Balshan is engulfed in a series of explosions, disappearing into a thick cloud of smoke. But it's not over yet. Balshan bursts from the smoke, slicing through a smaller chimera that tried to ambush it. With renewed ferocity, it carves a path through the lesser monsters. It charges full speed through the chaos, heading straight for the main target. Balshan smashes another beast aside, closing the distance to Artemisia in an instant. Inside the cockpit, Nane makes a split-second decision. Unable to designate blind spots due to monsters lurking within, speeding up and striking. Balshan rushes forward, firing its weapons as it closes in. But this is exactly what Sira was waiting for. "It seems you think Balshan is faster," she mocks, "but that's so naive." A massive cannon barrel emerges from Artemisia's main. It fires a concentrated blast of pure energy. The beam screams across the battlefield, giving Balshan no time to escape. Nane's analysis is instant. Unable to dodge, she immediately executes a countermeasure. "I will strengthen the shield on the left arm with Ryukin and block." It was a feint. Instead of the energy blast, Artemisia's massive jaws clamp down hard on the reinforced shield. The powerful shield cracks and shatters under the immense pressure. The force of the bite is catastrophic. Balshan is sent flying backwards, crashing violently into the ground. Watching the horrific scene on the monitor, Terran screams out her friend's name, Nane. Artemisia looms over the downed and heavily damaged mech, victorious. Nane feels the devastating feedback as sparks fly around her cockpit. Sira's voice echoes in her mind, a final, chilling taunt. Now, have you worked out a way to beat us, Nane? But as Nane looks up, her eyes are not filled with despair but with cold, unwavering determination. On the battlefield, Artemisia, the monstrous chimera, stomps forward, crushing ancient pillars underfoot with contemptuous ease. Its target, Nane's mech Balshan, is already sparking and damaged, struggling to withstand the brutal assault. Watching from the sidelines, a horrified fool screams out her friend's name, Nane. But inside the cockpit, Nane is the picture of calm. She reroutes power, making a critical decision. Abandoning damage to external armor, she thinks, reinforcing damaged parts of inner frame and joints with Ryukin. Riding atop her beast, Sira taunts her former comrade. Why do you continue to fight when you know how it will end? You should be able to calculate the gap in our power. Her voice drips with venom as she continues her tirade. You foolishly abandoned your mission and sided with surface dwellers. You betrayed the Empire. You're a shame to all Adu's machina. Sira looks down on the battered Balshan. Consider it your only saving grace that I'm the one disposing of you, you defective item. From within the machine, Nane's voice is steady. Sira, I did not abandon my mission. Her eyes are cold with determination, and don't assume Balshan can't win. Sira's face twists in rage at Nane's defiance. You. As Balshan braces itself, Nane's voice echoes. Sira loses her composure, screaming as Artemisia charges forward, defective item. Elsewhere, Heel watches the brutal fight unfold on a massive projection, his face pale with fear. No, Nane. He makes a break for it, but the possessed Rihanna stops him in his tracks. Where do you think you're going, boy? Heel struggles, his desperation clear. I have to help Nane. But Rihanna just leans back in her chair, completely unbothered. You can't stop Sira, don't even try. She gives him a sly look, reminding him of his other responsibilities. And what are you going to do about Rihanna? You're not just going to leave her, are you? Heel recoils, thinking to himself, she's so shameless about stealing her body. The entity in Rihanna's body continues, her words hitting their mark. I don't know the full story, but your friends are counting on you. They believed you would rescue her, right? She leans in, her voice a sharp accusation. Your friends believe in you, but you don't believe in them. Heel is stunned into silence, his mind racing. Just who is this person inside Rihanna? Is she an enemy or not? What is she scheming? Rihanna suddenly winks, changing the subject entirely. How about we make this interesting? Do you want to bet on who wins? Before a confused Heel can answer, she claps her hands excitedly. Bet, you're for Nane and I'm for Sira. Let's cheer them on. You don't see a match this good very often. Heel can only stare back at the screen, paralyzed by indecision and fear for his friends. Nane, everyone. Back in the fight, Artemisia continues its relentless rampage, smashing through the ruins. Sira roars from above, what's wrong, Nane? Your moves feel dull. The beast lets out a ferocious cry. Balshan is sent skidding backward from the force of a heavy blow. Another hit lands squarely on the mech's frame. Artemisia's assault is overwhelming, landing blow after blow. Nane realizes a direct confrontation is useless and changes her strategy. Suddenly, small drone-like units deploy from Balshan's body. From her command center, Nane issues the order. Activate onboard Argo, firing from multiple angles. The Argo drones streak through the air, locking on to their target. A barrage of lasers peppers Artemisia's flank. The drones swarm and attack from all sides. Sira watches them fly past, completely unimpressed. The laser beams strike true, but seem to have no real effect. Sira lets out an annoyed click of her tongue. The drones relentlessly continue their coordinated attack. Artemisia is engulfed in a storm of energy blasts. Sira's expression is one of pure boredom, that tickles. She roars, the force of her voice alone blowing debris away. You wish to take down a lion with bug bites. The minor scorch marks on Artemisia's hide begin to glow, healing completely in an instant. Nane analyzes the data immediately. Regeneration, simply cutting the flesh won't deal damage. She quickly formulates a new plan. Then, Balshan and the drones begin to regroup. Sira notices the change in tactics, a flicker of interest in her eyes. Balshan and the Argo drones converge, pooling their energy into a single point. Nane's voice is grim, a concentrated attack. Full senses the immense power gathering and screams a desperate warning. That's a lot of magic energy. No, everyone get back. Sira's eyes narrow into slits, her expression turning deadly serious as she prepares to meet the attack head-on. I will burn you to the bone. Balshan unleashes its ultimate attack, a massive sphere of concentrated energy that erupts across the battlefield, shattering the ancient pillars. From the observation deck, the onlookers can only stare in shock at the sheer destructive power. The blast zone is choked with smoke and falling debris. One of the allies shields her face, bracing against the aftershock. As the dust begins to settle, she wonders aloud, did she do it? But Balshan, sensing the outcome, grits its teeth in frustration. No. A menacing silhouette emerges from the smoke, its form almost completely unscathed. It's Artemisia. Sira calmly assesses the damage. That was quite a lot of power. You managed to melt the dragon scales that make up my wings. She looks down at the smoking, exhausted Balshan. But it seems this off-the-charts magic energy output was your limit, Nane. Artemisia lunges forward, ready to end it, but you don't have to grieve. You will vanish here. Just then, one of the allied dawn monsters rushes towards the weakened Balshan, but its companion cries out in alarm. Sierra, nestled within the massive chimera Ultimecia, gives a simple, chilling command. Watch. Suddenly, the allied monster begins to contort, its body grotesquely melting and dissolving. It screams in agony as it's absorbed into Ultimecia's monstrous form. The sight is too much for the onlookers. What's that thing? Nane inside Balshan recognizes the horrifying process. Absorption. Sierra's voice echoes from the beast. Yes, Ultimecia fuses with what it eats and makes their power its own. She reveals the terrifying scope of its ability, even if it's a machina. The remaining allies look on, paralyzed with fear. Nane stares down her counterpart defiantly. You want to take me too? Sierra begins to explain their shared origin. You forgot about it, but we are machina who were given a single mission split in two. Protect the Aram of the people of Vela and awaken them when the time comes. If you are defective, I will take over your part. She reveals the grim conclusion of her own work. Endless. I have been doing endless research and experiments, but my computational functions only proved that creating a vessel for people is not possible. Sierra declares her new, ruthless plan. Reviving the people of Vela is the duty we must fulfill. There is no other way than to use the surface dwellers. Give that body and power to me. I will fulfill your duty. Nane seems to concede the point. You have memories, so it would be logical for you to carry out the mission. Her friends cry out, fearing she's giving up, in Nane. But Nane's resolve hardens as she clenches her fist. But you have no right, and a Deuce machina like me has no reason to hand over her duty to you. She taps into her final reserves. Balshan, use my reserve magic energy. Balshan powers up for one last gambit. It's the final attack. Suddenly, Balshan begins to multiply, creating numerous smaller copies of itself. A swarm of miniature Balshans charges forward, a mechanical tide against the massive Ultimecia. The tiny drones smash into the ground, creating chaos. An ally recognizes the technique. Ryukin, she turned Argo into Balshan with Ryukin. The swarm descends upon Ultimecia, relentlessly attacking the giant beast. Sierra scoffs at the display, unimpressed. I was wondering what ace you had up your sleeve, just a cheap trick. But one of the drones speaks with Nane's voice, revealing her strategy. Did you forget? Adu's machina can sense each other's presences through machina signals. The drone zeroes in on Sierra's location within Ultimecia and strikes her directly. You're the real one. As the drone is caught, the allies scream her name in terror. Nane. They watch horrified, believing she's been captured. Sierra, having caught the drone, gives a final order. Don't let it get away, Ultimecia. Eat her along with Balshan. The captured drone speaks, its voice calm. I knew you would pinpoint me, and attack. In that instant, Sierra's eyes widen in shock as a blade pierces her from behind. She realizes the horrifying truth. The drone was a decoy, a disguise, then Balshan. The real, full-sized Balshan stands behind her, its arm plunged through her chest. Sierra gasps in disbelief. It can't be. And Adu's machina used herself as a decoy. Nane's voice echoes from the true Balshan. I grabbed the Heartstone, don't move. Balshan has sharp claws. As Balshan holds the Heartstone, Sierra's body begins to destabilize and dissolve. Nane can only watch, calling out her name, Sierra. Sierra grits her teeth, furious at Nane's hesitation. Too naive. Nane, you should have crushed it right away. The allies realize the absorption is failing. Nane's voice projects through Balshan, speaking not to Sierra but to the beast itself. Are you sure about this? Is our duty really to sacrifice people on the surface? From the control room, the question is echoed. Is that really what the people of Vela want? The possessed Rihanna watches intently, a flicker of doubt in her eyes. Sierra screams in pain and frustration. Quiet, you're a defective item that forgot her duty. Don't talk like you. Nane calls out to her loyal machine, Balshan. Ultimecia's eyes glow, its consciousness swayed by Nane's words. Sierra looks on, her control slipping away. The massive chimera begins to crumble into dust. Sierra falls to the ground as her power source disintegrates. The onlookers are stunned by the sudden turn of events. Sierra is in utter disbelief. Wah! Ultimecia lets out a final, mournful roar as it vanishes. Its remaining chimera minions also begin to retreat. The tide of the battle has completely reversed. An ally notes the chimera are backing down. Nane looks at the fading beast. What are you doing, Ultimecia? She understands its final act. Ultimecia always takes action to protect you. By fusing, it seems it got through, that I am not your enemy. With both sides disarmed and wounded, Nane slowly approaches Sierra in the silent arena. Nane looks at her counterpart with an expression of sorrow. Sierra stares back, confused and weakened. Nane begins to speak, her voice soft. Sierra. I didn't understand it. No, we were lonely, we were the same in that. Sierra's eyes widen, completely caught off guard. Nane bows her head, apologizing for the burden Sierra carried alone. While I didn't remember my duty, you had to fight by yourself. Sorry. As Nane hugs her, Sierra can only process the foreign emotion with logic. You really are a defective item. We machina don't have those emotions. Watching from afar, Rihanna offers a faint, knowing smile. The battle ends in a draw, with neither side victorious, but with a flicker of understanding finally passing between the two lonely guardians. With the battle over, the party scrambles across the rubble-strewn floor. Nane, they cry out, rushing towards their fallen comrades. They gather around Nane's still form. Are you all right? One of them cradles Sira, confirming the worst. She is unconscious, Sira too. Varus examines the gaping wounds, a grim realization dawning on him. What do we do? Healing magic won't work on a doll. Meanwhile, high above in a control room, Heel and the possessed Rihanna watch the entire battle unfold. Heel stares at the projection screen showing his friends in distress. And Nane is she. But the woman in Rihanna's body just smirks, completely unfazed. Don't worry, she isn't dead, neither are. She calmly explains the situation. Nane is out of magic energy, Sira's magic circuits are damaged, so there was an emergency shutdown. Either way, their cores are safe. Heel lets out a shaky breath, relieved. I see. The possessed Rihanna rests her chin on her hand, a calculating look in her eyes. But I was not expecting Sira to stop. She continues her analysis of the fight. Sira's confidence was the real thing, she just didn't have the power to beat Ultimecia. Nane, on the other hand, never intended to beat him. She wanted to negotiate. But it was Ultimecia who responded, she muses. She didn't count on that. Heel clenches his fist, cutting her off. It's not about counting on it. No, Nane, Sira too. They did what they thought was right, that's what they were determined to do. The woman's voice overlays the image of the two fallen dolls. Both are dolls, Machina, but they don't just follow their duties, they have a will that goes beyond that. That's how I felt after watching Nane's determined choice. She smiles, a genuine and slightly unnerving look of fascination on her face. Yes, I find that delightful. Suddenly, a mechanical arm whirs to life beside her, startling Heel. Her eyes widen with a manic glee as she activates a communication link. Down below, the party is trying to figure out their next move. Let us go after Mr. Heel for now. If we stay here, those chimera might come again. A voice suddenly echoes through the chamber, startling Terran. Ahem, can you hear me? Everyone looks around, confused. That voice, Princess W. Where? A small drone zips down from the ceiling. It projects a live feed, revealing Rihanna and Heel safe and sound. The party erupts in relief. Princess, Mr. Heel and Shell 2, they are all right. Rihanna's projection addresses them with an unsettling enthusiasm. That battle was wonderful, it got my blood boiling for the first time in a long time. I commend you for fighting bravely. Terran looks up at the projection, a deep sense of unease washing over her. Princess. Rihanna continues, you can have a drink as a token of my gratitude, but first there is something I need you to do. There was a Machina studio upstairs, correct? I want you to take Nane and Sira there, the Argo should fix them. Varus eyes the projection with suspicion. Understood, that is not a problem. Terran can't hold back her concern any longer. Princess, is something wrong? You're acting strange. Rihanna's image just smiles. Oops, I forgot to mention. Her expression turns cold and sharp. I am not Rihanna, I am a Veluan who is possessing her body. The bombshell drops and the entire party reels back in pure shock. Wah. They stare at the projection, completely stunned by the revelation. Watching their reaction, Heel's hand tightens into a fist, trembling with frustration. He steps forward, grabbing their attention. Everyone. Heel confirms the horrifying truth. She's telling the truth. Rihanna's mind is apparently sleeping deep within her body. He grits his teeth in regret. Sorry, I keep being too late. But I'll bring Rihanna back, I promise, he declares with absolute conviction. For now, he pleads, take care of Nane and Sira, get them fixed. Terran whispers his name, understanding the weight of his promise. The Veluan, now identified, gives one last cryptic order. Fufu, when Sira is awake, tell him to go to the Dryad Room. Varus is baffled. Dryad Room, where is that? Her voice continues, Sira knows, if you follow him he will take you there. Well then, good day to you all. The projection winks out of existence. Wait, Varus yells, but it's too late. Enraged, Varus draws his weapon and lunges forward. Damn you. But the massive automaton Balshan steps in his way, blocking the attack. Balshan relays a message, its voice a series of mechanical tones. Varus lowers his weapon, defeated. Balshan says, let us trust Mr. Heel, we will have Nane and Sira repaired and then follow him. With a new plan, the group carefully lifts their fallen friends. As they prepare to move, Terran voices a lingering fear. Sira isn't going to wake up and attack us, right? Back in the control room, the Veluan turns to Heel. Nicely said, that whole I'll bring Rihanna back speech, so how do you intend to expel me? Heel looks her dead in the eye, admitting, I don't know yet, but I'll find a way. She considers his answer for a moment before simply stating, fine. She gives him a sly, appraising look. Then she strikes a dramatic pose. Rejoice, boy, I permit you to accompany me. Heel's blank stare is not the reaction she was hoping for. That is not much of a reaction, and here I am trying to reward you for winning the bet. Heel flashes back to her casual bet during the fight. Ah, you were serious. It's actually a fine line, she declares. Let us say Nane won by decision. Heel can only think how patronizing she sounds. He quickly puts the pieces together. By accompany, you mean to that Dryad Room, what is that? Just some minor business, she says dismissively, and you will also help. Then she dangles the one thing he can't refuse, and if I am successful, I could give Rihanna her body back. Heel's eyes go wide. Really, she nods, I promise. She explains her goal. To do it, we probably need to use a device of the ruins, a way to retrieve souls. But I don't know how to use it, she admits. Only this Veluin does, seeing it's his only chance. Heel makes his choice. Fine, I'll help you, I'll hold you to your promise. Please, she beams. My name is Sierra and you may call me Miss Sierra. Heel and Shell are both stunned. Sierra. Sierra immediately gets defensive. Mew, what is that look? Don't think my name sounds like that Kava's name. For your information, my name is not similar to that Kava's. As they walk, Heel mutters, isn't that the same? Sierra retorts, quite different, I am the original. They proceed down a long, ancient hallway. A thought occurs to Heel. So Miss Sierra, you were inside Shell this whole time. Yes, while I was in there, my mind, I was not conscious, although I feel like I dreamt. As the name implies, these Kava hold the Arima Veluins in a deep sleep. She turns to him with a knowing smile. Fufu, are you wondering who that thing was? It was Shell, it was since the day you named it. Heel breaks into a cold sweat, remembering all the times he used Shell as a pillow or dumped water on it. I see, I'm glad she didn't see anything weird. They suddenly stop, having reached a new chamber. Before them stands a row of cylindrical pods. Are these transportation devices? Heel asks in awe. Oh right, you found one, Sierra says, walking to a console. Walking around this wide underground area is a hassle. The issue is how many portas are left, and they take people to different places, Heel asks. Sierra studies the map on the screen. I see a lot of locations are dormant. Very well, we will take a detour. As she pulls him onto one of the platforms, Heel thinks aloud, this is useful, if I could use it to return to the surface. There are portas in most important locations. He's cut short as the device begins to hum. Ah, what? Sierra's eyes dart to a location on the map, realizing there's a porta right outside the studio her friends are heading to. Forget it, she says quickly as the teleporter activates. Meanwhile, the rest of the party is making their way on foot. They face an impossibly long flight of stairs, Varus pants leaning on his staff. I forgot about these stairs, Terran offers. Should I carry you, Varus? He stubbornly refuses. This is nothing. As Heel and Sierra continue their journey, they find themselves in yet another crumbling section of the ruins. Sierra lets out a frustrated sigh. Seeing the path ahead is blocked, Heel calls on his trusty companion, Shell. Good grief, Sierra mutters, surveying the damage. This has collapsed as well. With Shell's help, they easily ascend the ruined passage. While they ride, Heel asks, Miss Sierra, the Vela Empire was originally above ground, right? Sierra confirms, yes. Did you hear that from Sierra? She elaborates on the Empire's former glory. All that remains now is the Sheol Reef, but Vela once ruled and brought prosperity to the entire continent. Heel connects the dots in his mind. Was the paradise that Roydon mentioned, that Earth Dragon? Probably, Sierra replies as they walk along a high ledge. Vela had connections to many races, and that includes the Earth Dragons of the Elto continent. She adds with a smirk, be careful about doing business with them. Their products are good, but they're very greedy. Heel looks puzzled. That's not how I remember it. Sierra's smile fades as a shadow of a thought crosses her mind. But paradise. Heel starts to ask what, but Sierra quickly cuts him off, pointing ahead. Forget it, there's the exit. As they step through the archway, Heel is hit by an intense, blinding light. His eyes widen in disbelief at what he's seeing. He can't contain his shock. Oh, it's surprisingly intact. Sierra stands beside him on a grand balcony, a knowing look on her face. What you have seen so far was just the tip of the iceberg. This is the center of this underground world. What is it, boy? She asks playfully, speechless. Heel struggles to find the words. I thought this place was great, but still, I didn't think it was so. Before them lies a sight beyond imagination, a sprawling, subterranean metropolis bathed in an ethereal glow. The underground city, Carbuncle. Heel stares out at the endless expanse of towers and buildings. How far does it go? I can't see the edge. As they begin their descent into the city proper, Sierra explains, it's a shelter for the people of the Empire, so it was built with the appropriate scale. I heard this from Sierra, Heel says, catching up to her, but what's the Black Calamity? Sierra simply replies, Dunno. Heel is taken aback, Dunno. She continues, we didn't know what it really was. It suddenly appeared and started encroaching on the surface. That was why we ran away and hid underground. If I had to describe it, it was darkness with a will of its own. The description sends a chill down Heel's spine. But that was a long time ago, Sierra says, her tone lightening. It seems to be gone from the surface now. As they enter the city streets, a strange, lanky figure emerges from an archway ahead. It walks past them without a glance. They watch the silent figure continue on its way. Heel stammers, was that a person? Sierra calmly replies, that's. He gets a better look and sees it's a humanoid machine, diligently repairing a crack in a wall. A doll, Heel realizes. Sierra clarifies, Kale, worker machina that support urban life. Heel looks around, noticing the Kale are everywhere, silently maintaining the ancient city. He takes in the quiet diligence of the automatons. Sierra waves him over from the entrance to a building. Hey, this way. The tailor is still here, she says with a smile, leading him into a shop filled with fine garments. I really want to change. Heel is confused. See, change, Sierra explains. This outfit isn't bad, but it's full of sweat and dust from the adventures of the last 2 days. She then puts him on the spot. So, boy, what kind of outfit would you prefer? While Heel stands there awkwardly, Sierra begins browsing the various outfits on display. She mischievously holds up a particularly skimpy outfit, causing Heel to blush furiously. A flustered Heel waits patiently, while Sierra changes with the help of a Kale attendant. A moment later, Sierra emerges in a stunning new outfit. "Well, what do you think, boy? Bring on the compliments with no reservation." Heel, completely flustered, manages to stammer, "Coo, it looks good." With her new clothes, they head back out into the city streets. As they walk past statues and grand architecture, Sierra seems to be enjoying herself. "Are you sure we're heading to our destination?" Heel asks, feeling a bit lost in the massive city. Sierra playfully calls back, "If you don't hurry, boy, you're getting left behind." Sometime later, they take a break at a fountain. Sierra lets out a sigh of exhaustion. Heel notices, "Are you tired? We have been walking around a lot." "No," she replies, "I'm just not used to having a physical body." Just then, Heel's stomach lets out an enormous growl, breaking the serious mood. "I have last night's leftovers." The two of them, along with Shell, enjoy a quick meal. After they finish, Sierra gets his attention. "Boy, what do you think of what you have seen and heard of the underground world so far?" Heel takes a moment to gather his thoughts. "I honestly keep feeling overwhelmed," he admits. "I've never seen any of this in the royal capital. I don't think there's a civilization on the surface now that surpasses Vela." But he trails off, looking at the vast, empty streets. Sierra stands up, ready to move. "My stomach is satisfied, so let us keep going," Heel quickly agrees. Their journey continues, deeper into the magnificent but empty city. Finally, they descend a long flight of stairs towards a massive, ornate door. "It's here," Sierra announces. She turns to Heel with a serious, almost predatory grin. "This is the door to the Dryad Room. I'm counting on you, Cave King." Heel is stunned. She knows about Cave King. Well, Rihanna knows. With a deep groan, the ancient doors swing open. They step inside a vast, circular chamber. In the center stands a colossal, glowing formation reaching toward the ceiling. "A shining tree," Heel wonders aloud before correcting himself. "Number, is that a mineral?" They gaze up at the crystalline structure, which twists and branches like an ancient tree made of light. Suddenly, Heel's eyes lock onto something within the mineral, and his jaw drops in shock. Encased within the heart of the shining mineral is a woman, her eyes closed peacefully as she holds a glowing orb aloft. Heel recognizes her instantly. It's the woman from the statue in the garden. Sunlight streams through the curtains of a luxurious canopy bed as birds chirp outside. In this opulent room, Rihanna slowly awakens, a haze of confusion clouding her features. Her mind is a blank, trying to process where she is. Suddenly, reality snaps back into focus. Her eyes fly open in shock. Looking around the vast, ornate bedroom, she can only think one thing: where am I? She slips out of bed, her bare feet sinking into a plush carpet. This room is amazing," she marvels, still completely lost. Drawn by the light, Rihanna walks towards a grand set of glass doors leading to a balcony. She cautiously opens the door and peeks outside. Her breath catches. Spread before her is a magnificent, sprawling city under a bright, open sky. Her mind reels, trying to reconcile the sight with her last memory. Wait, I was in the underground ruins. The impossibility of it all hits her at once. Wah, a town, what a sight. The scene flashes back to the dark, oppressive architecture of the underground. Back to the true present, in the depths of the underground city carbuncle. Here, Heel and Sierra have reached their destination. They stand in a chamber labeled the Dryad Room, before a massive, tree-like crystal. And encased within it is the serene figure of a woman, holding a glowing orb. Heel stares in disbelief. A person coming out of a tree? No, wait, it's a statue carved in the trunk. A flash of recognition hits him. This woman, he's seen her likeness before in the statues scattered throughout the ruins. But he thinks, gazing at her peaceful face, this one feels different from the others. I feel something coming from it. Sierra smirks, breaking his concentration. Now, don't stare at a naked lady so much. Heel flushes, completely flustered. Don't make fun of me, just tell me, what is this tree? Sierra's playful demeanor vanishes, replaced by a serious expression. Dryad, she says plainly. In your words, it would be a spirit tree. Heel looks back at the crystalline structure. Spirit tree, this room itself also has a great sense of holiness to it. Sierra taps the crystal. Well, we call it a tree, but as you can see, it's a mineral, and that is the reason why I brought you here. Your job is to destroy Dryad. Heel freezes, the command not computing. Did you say destroy, just now, he stammers. It's simple, Sierra says with a confident smile. She gestures to his hand. It should take you one swing with that Cave King of yours. And then Rihanna gets her body back, she declares, striking a pose. Isn't it a good deal? Heel steps back, refusing. Wait, you can't just tell me to destroy it all of a sudden and not tell me why. Isn't this spirit tree precious? He points to the figure. It's like the one in the garden, it's the same person, right? Nane, she's been protecting her words like they're precious this whole time. If she was here, she'd be against destroying it for sure. He looks from the statue's face to Sierra's, his resolve hardening. I don't want to hurt this person. Sierra is taken aback by his sudden defiance. Her eyes widen in genuine surprise. Then she stifles a small laugh. What's so funny? Heel asks, annoyed. Nothing, Sierra replies, waving it off. But the Dryad has to do with us Velans, she states coolly. You shouldn't concern yourself with it. Of course I do, Heel shouts back, clenching his fist. If I did it, it would be by my hand. After coming all this way, I can't say I'm not involved anymore. He looks her dead in the eye, his voice filled with passion. I want to know more about Vela, Miss Sierra. Faced with his unwavering determination, Sierra lets out a sigh and a small smile. Fine, if you insist, I will speak a little about the past, although I don't know if it will convince you. She turns back to the crystal. First, this woman, as you pointed out, she is the one that was also in the library and garden. Her name is Dominus Vela, the last Empress of Vela. Heel is stunned. Empress of Vela, no wonder there are statues. Sierra's gaze darkens. Yes, the last. When the Black Calamity ended the world and the Empire was sent underground, she was the one who saw it happen. The scene shifts back to Rihanna, standing on the sun-drenched balcony. She's still trying to make sense of it all. And then, I was wandering in an empty white void, I saw Shell, and then what? It's no good, I can't just think about it, I need to act. I'll start by checking my surroundings. As she turns, the sound of the doors opening behind her makes her jump. 3 robotic dolls glide silently into the room. Dolls, Rihanna whispers, watching them approach. Good morning, one of them chimes. Rihanna stares, startled by the voice. Standing in the wind with such light clothing will be bad for you, another doll advises. A shocking realization dawns on her. I can understand the dolls. One of the dolls bows slightly. Let us get changed, Your Majesty. The word Majesty echoes in her mind, triggering a strange vision. Suddenly she's seeing through another's eyes, an elegant woman with long, silver hair smiling into the breeze. If only you could know how nice this wind feels. Rihanna's consciousness feels like it's splitting in two. She sees the Empress walking beside another attendant, a scene she is somehow part of. The dolls begin to dress the Empress, and Rihanna's mind screams in confusion. She looks into a mirror, but it's not her own face that stares back. It's the Empress, now clad in magnificent royal attire. What's going on? Her mind connects the dots. This person, it looks like, no, it really is that statue. Standing on the balcony, now flanked by the dolls, she finally understands. Is this the past? As a guard approaches and bows, addressing her as Your Majesty, the truth solidifies. She isn't just seeing the past, she's living it through the eyes of the last Empress. Rihanna's vision of the past continues. A soldier kneels before Empress Dominus Vela, his voice urgent. We have an emergency. Dominus's expression is grim. Is it here? The soldier confirms her worst fears. Yes. The news is dire. The Black Calamity has appeared, in the green crystal mountain of Veril, the magic ore town. The vision shows the magnificent Velan capital, a stark contrast to the impending doom. Inside the command center, it's chaos. What about the remote viewer? An operator yells. Another explains the Black Calamity is causing a large disturbance in the magic elements. The order is given, increase the power, get more relay Argo. Empress Dominus strides into the room demanding answers. Status report. An advisor approaches her, his head bowed. Your Majesty, the Akina Army Corps reports that 60% of civilians have been evacuated, but the rest. Suddenly, a distorted image flickers onto the main screen. We are getting a visual through a scouting Argo. The image stabilizes, revealing a horrifying sight. A massive, amorphous black entity is swallowing the entire town whole. Buildings crumble and are absorbed into the writhing darkness, a tide of pure destruction. Rihanna, witnessing this through the Empress's memories, is horrified. Dominus herself remains stoic, but the tension is palpable. Even the hardened operators can't stomach the sight. Ooh, how repulsive. The vision fades and we're back in the present. Sierra explains the history to Heel. According to the records, the Black Calamity was discovered during the reign of a king generations ago. At first, she continues, it was small. People and animals were simply swallowed by darkness, disappearing from the local geography. But then the reports began to ramp up, as did their scale. It consumed people, then villages, then entire towns. During Empress Dominus's time, the whole world was threatened by this calamity. Where did it come from? Why? No one knew. All we knew was that it reacted to life and preyed on it to grow. We used our machina to fight it, but as it grew big enough to swallow towns, our forces were no longer enough. Heel connects the dots, horrified, and you were left without a place on the surface. Even the power of Vela couldn't handle it. It's not as though we had no plans, Sierra replies coolly. She looks at him pointedly. Do you know what the cornerstone of Velan civilization is, boy? Heel is taken aback. Sierra chuckles, foo-foo, surely someone who lives in Sheol knows. The realization dawns on Heel. Yes, Sierra confirms as images of their advanced technology flash by. Ore is the power of Vela. Its unique properties were researched, bringing rapid advances to our science and magic. It is said that long ago, a meteor fell on this land. Heel's eyes widen. A meteor fell? Are you talking about the legendary celestial stones? Sierra dismisses his excitement. Well, leaving your country's astronomy aside. Our geologist said that when the meteor crashed, it shattered and mixed with the Earth. It carried something radioactive, and over a long period of time, combined with the impact, heat, and the magic elements of the land, a special ore was born, or so we assume. Heel's mind is blown. The scale is getting too big, he mutters, clutching his head. He looks at Sierra, desperate for a silver lining. Then, did you find an ore that could fight it? Sierra's expression turns somber. I wish we did. The vision returns to the past, to the height of the battle. Vela's golem army unleashes everything they have, but their attacks are swallowed by the darkness. In the command center, Empress Dominus issues orders trying to hold the line. Giga's squadron defend the eastern gate to the last. Apis squadron continue attacking from above. But it's a losing fight. An advisor approaches her with more bad news. An operator screams in panic. The Black Calamity is expanding further, the eastern gate has been breached. With no other options, Dominus makes the final terrible choice. Use Catamilla. Her advisor bows his head, understanding the weight of her command. Certainly. Back in the present, Sierra explains. We had a device on the highest point of the castle. That miracle stone gave us Velen's power and we wanted to track down its home. So we built a tower to observe the skies and uncover its mysteries. In the past, a massive golem takes aim. Fire. It launches a special missile. Prepare a guiding stone missile. Target the center of the Black Calamity. The guiding missile streaks through the air. It plunges into the heart of the dark mass, establishing a lock. Coordinates locked. The operators work frantically. Hurry, the signal won't last long in the Calamity. On top of the castle, the massive celestial guiding tower Catamilla begins to power up, its light stone glowing with immense energy. With a fierce cry, Empress Dominus gives the command. Activate Catamilla. A colossal beam of light erupts from the tower, piercing the heavens. The beam serves as a beacon, and in the cold darkness of space, a meteor answers the call, changing its trajectory to plummet towards the planet. On the ground, the observers can only watch in absolute terror, as the sky itself seems to catch fire. The meteor descends like a teardrop from the gods, a streak of white fire aimed directly at the heart of the Black Calamity. In the present, Heel is speechless. You called a meteor. Sierra explains the grim truth. It was a feature we used ceremoniously. Once every 10 years, we would call upon a meteor that burned in the night sky and celebrated. But here, it was turned into a weapon, to stop the expansion of the Black Calamity. The result was absolute annihilation. The swallowed town and its citizens were completely blown away, leaving nothing but a smoldering crater where life once thrived. The vision shifts again to the aftermath. Empress Dominus walks through a now silent palace hall. Rihanna, still seeing through her eyes, feels the weight of the Empress's decision. Up ahead, a hooded figure waits patiently by a pillar. The figure approaches. Your Majesty, at this time. Dominus cuts him off, her voice weary but firm. Skip the introduction. How is work proceeding? The aide reports Carbuncle's expansion is going smoothly. We can evacuate 3,000 more citizens. A flicker of relief crosses the Empress's face. Wonderful, when the time comes, guide me, I want to see with my own eyes. But as Rihanna watches, her eyes widen in shock. This person. The aide bows, revealing a tattoo on the back of his hand. I am undeserving of your words. Rihanna recognizes the symbol instantly. It's the crest of the Cave King. The vision continues, showing Empress Dominus Vela in a grand hall. A hooded figure kneels before her, reporting, Carbuncle's expansion is proceeding as planned. We can evacuate 3,000 more people. Vela smiles, magnificent, you will guide me when I inspect it. The man bows his head. Yes, you are too kind. As he does, the vision zooms in on a complex crest tattooed on the back of his hand. Rihanna, watching through Vela's eyes, is shocked. Is that? Her mind races. The Cave King crest, although its shape is a little different from Mr. Heel's. Vela's expression turns curious. By the way, she begins. She leans in, looking at the man's shrouded face. Why are you hiding your face? The man flinches. He hesitates before answering quietly, because I was called, unsightly. Vela, undeterred, reaches out playfully to remove his hood. The man recoils in panic, but Vela's mischievous grin shows she has no intention of stopping. She lunges forward with a poof of smoke, shouting, Don't back off. The man scrambles away, pleading, Why, your Majesty, please don't play with. With a determined look, Vela grabs the hood. She yanks it back, revealing a man with wild, unkempt hair, a scruffy beard, and a weary, scarred face. He looks absolutely terrified. Vela and her attendant stare, momentarily stunned into silence by his rugged appearance. Vela tries to stifle a laugh but fails. She bursts out laughing. Wahahaha, you really do look unsightly. Is that a bird's nest on your head? Has anyone told you that beard doesn't suit you? The man can only stammer, That is why I said. After her laugh subsides, Vela's expression softens. I see, however, that shows how focused you have been on your work. With a sharp snap of her fingers, a group of attendants instantly appears and hoists the man into the air. As they carry him off, Vela crosses her arms. Take him to the dressing room, you need to mind your appearance as well, mining Chief Rock. Rock struggles helplessly, yelling, Please put me down, I can walk on my own. As the scene unfolds, Rihanna's consciousness questions her situation. She all reef in the past, but why is my conscience inside the Empress? A memory flashes in her mind, the drawing of the crest she found earlier. I saw that Cave King mark in the underground garden. Putting it all together, she realizes, but Rock, that's him. The man from the statue. Suddenly the vision distorts violently. Rihanna's consciousness cries out, the scenery just, what? The feedback is too intense. Back in the present, Sierra in Rihanna's body clutches her head. Heel is startled as she suddenly stumbles. She loses her balance, falling onto the soft, gelatinous body of a nearby slime. Heel rushes to her side in the Dryad room. Miss Sierra, what's wrong? Sierra waves him off, regaining her composure. Just light dizziness, I haven't been in a body in a long time. Heel is still worried, but you almost collapsed all of a sudden. Sierra, however, seems more interested in her landing spot, and more importantly, Shell is quite comfortable. She pats the slime beside her, a playful look on her face, and this chilly jiggly feeling, how about you sit next to me, boy? Changing the subject, she begins her story. Fufu, the dreaded black calamity. She explains it seemed to have vanished, but it sprung up from nowhere. All we could do was delay its encroachment of the land, but still, we had to buy time. Until Carbuncle was complete. Images of a massive underground metropolis fill the air. There was a giant underground area because there had been mining since the founding of Vela. We turned it into a city where people could evacuate. Sierra continues, in those 30 years we evacuated roughly 70% of the surviving population, 600,000. Heel is stunned by the number, 600,000, that's a lot. What are you talking about? It was possible precisely because it was underground. She reveals the secret to their success, through the Cave King crest. Heel instinctively looks at his own hand as the vision shifts again for Rihanna. Rihanna finds herself in a dark, cavernous space. What? The world suddenly shook. She looks around in shock. Before her, a massive underground excavation is underway, with workers and golems clearing rock. She's bewildered. Is this underground when? Her attention is drawn to the hooded figure of Rock, who raises a glowing pickaxe. Ice axe, he shouts. With a single powerful swing, he carves an enormous, multi-storied building directly out of the cavern wall. His men cheer. That's our chief. The wall of rock became a living area so fast. The sound of his power echoes through the cavern. Rock turns to his crew. All right, you can finish up. They respond with a resounding yes, leave it to us. He then walks over to where Empress Vela is waiting. Thank you for waiting, he says. There was work I had to finish. Rihanna gasps. The man who stands before them is the same mining chief, but now he's cleaned up, confident and handsome. Well then, allow me to guide you through Carbuncle, your majesty. Rihanna is completely lost. Our Rock, he's completely, but what is this? Did time shift? Meanwhile, Vela chides him, don't call me that, I want to lay low while looking around. As they walk, Rock speaks with pride. This power was made to support the mining civilization of Vela, and although I am unworthy, I will use it to the best of my abilities. Vela looks on. I haven't seen your skills in a while. She glances at his hand. That Cave King crest, it's a good thing you inherited it, Rock. Her words echo into the present, shocking Heel. Cave King was made. Sierra confirms it. Yes, crests themselves were made by Vela. I'm not an expert, so I can only give a rough explanation. It's a blend of magic and genetic engineering. Crests use information like abilities, techniques, and experience to create a shape that's carved into the body, and I should mention that they are inherited. Heel repeats inherited, Sierra elaborates, even if the owner dies, someone with the same crest will be born, and the previous owner's achievements can be inherited. And among them, Cave King is the oldest crest. She continues, throughout the long history of Vela, different generations inherited it, kept digging, achieving, and slowly its power grew. Sierra looks at Heel's hand. It could be called a cornerstone of Vela, aren't you proud, boy? Heel looks away, flustered. It's complicated, I didn't do those things. Sierra smiles knowingly. Fu, it's nice to be modest, you haven't mastered the crest yet, have you? She then turns pensive. But it's strange. Have so many generations gone by that something as big as the Cave King and the fact that crests can be inherited was not known. Heel looks over at Sierra, his curiosity getting the better of him. Miss Sierra, he asks, what was the Cave King actually like? Sierra pauses, a thoughtful and slightly uncomfortable look on her face. Well, he was quite talented, but... The vision flashes back to a younger, more rugged Rock, proudly presenting his masterpiece to Empress Vela. Please take a look, Miss Vela. This is the extent of my current power, he boasts, gesturing to a colossal statue of the Empress herself. He explains with immense pride how he personally handled every detail from design to construction to create a worthy symbol for their new underground city. Back in the present, Sierra deadpans, kind of a creep. The vision pans across the magnificent, sprawling city of Carbuncle, built deep within the earth. For a time, it was a thriving metropolis. Citizens filled the streets, shopping at markets and living their lives. It was a marvel of engineering, a perfect replica of the capital they had left behind on the surface. Life went on, with unique subterranean vehicles carrying people through the grand avenues. But decades spent without seeing the sun began to take their toll. A deep melancholy settled over the people. The once bustling streets started to feel hollow, haunted by the weary faces of those who had forgotten the warmth of sunlight. Despair began to fester in the shadowed corners of the city. On a grand balcony, Rock turns to the hooded Empress Vela. What do you think of Carbuncle? He asks. She replies softly, it's splendid. Vela looks out over the city lights. You've done a good job recreating the capital underground. I have no complaints about the houses or facilities, though one thing was not necessary. Her gaze falls upon the giant statue of herself in the distance. Her companion marvels at the sight. It really is incredible. If it wasn't for the ceiling, I would have forgotten we're underground. She hesitates, her expression turning somber, but... Suddenly Vela overhears the citizens below. Hey, is that the Empress? One whispers. Another citizen recalls, the last time I saw her, I was on the surface. That was 20 years ago, she was about your age then. Vela overhears their conversation and closes her eyes in sorrow as her companion tries to comfort her. A child's voice cuts through the murmur full of longing. That's nice, I want to see the surface one day. Vela's expression hardens with resolve. The vision stutters violently, the memory becoming unstable. As Vela and Rock stand on the balcony, the hopeful words of the citizens echo around them. Rock's face is a mask of grim determination. Vela's companion looks on, a deep sense of worry in her eyes. The vision fades, returning to the present. Heel pieces it together. I guess even Carbuncle wasn't ideal. Sierra explains, yes, people are beings that live under the sun. As they lived underground for too long, their exhaustion became visible on their faces. She continues grimly, but as long as the Black Calamity remained, they could not return to the surface. And that was why it was put into motion, Sierra says as Heel looks towards the statue. The Dryad Plan. The vision shifts again, and Rihanna clutches her head as another wave of memories crashes over her. The scene changes to a high-tech laboratory. Empress Vela stands with her retinue looking around. Where are we now? She asks. A young, white-haired researcher explains their critical problem. Preservation methods failed until now because we were thoughtless about Aram. An Aram, a soul, can only exist in a living being. If its body stops, it breaks. The researcher Sierra gestures to a containment pod. Therefore, we should store them separately. Rihanna's consciousness reels in shock. Is that no, Sierra? Sierra explains her creation. Kavo are artificial beings that serve as temporary hosts for Aram. With some water, they can theoretically live forever. An advisor leans in to inspect one of the pods, noticing the swirling energy within. Sierra, the Kavo. The Aram seems to be trying to escape, he observes. Sierra confirms his fears. That is the current problem. Kavo are immortal, but the Aram won't stay still. She elaborates on the fatal flaw in their plan. It takes an average of a year and 3 months for the Aram to reject their temporary home. Sierra turns to the Empress. Majesty, Vela simply replies, yes. Vela reaches out and gently places her hand on the glass of the Kavo's container. A sudden jolt of energy surges through her, her eyes widening in shock. A glowing crest appears on her arm as the vision floods her mind. The symbol of the Dryad crest flashes before her eyes. The psychic backlash echoes through time, causing Sierra to cry out in pain in the present. Heel rushes to her side, panicked. Miss Sierra, you really aren't feeling well, are you? Sierra clutches her head, sweat beading on her brow, but forces herself to speak. I'm fine, just listen. She points a trembling finger at the large statue before them. You see that orb she's holding? The vision zooms in on the orb, revealing the intricate symbol within. On its surface is the Dryad crest. Heel's eyes go wide. Did you say crest? Sierra's voice is strained with urgency. If you don't destroy it, the power of Dryad will, the Aram of the people. Her words trail off as the pain intensifies. Heel can only shout her name in alarm, Miss Sierra. The vision explodes into a chaotic montage of the past. In the war room, reports flood in. The Black Calamity has appeared in the Golden Brown Valley. Reporting, the Black Calamity is in the mining town of Andorra. Vela realizes with horror, it's in 2 places at once. Rock immediately starts issuing orders to hasten construction and expand medical facilities. The Empire crumbles under the strain. Crime rates are rising, food supplies are critical, and advisors plead with the Empress to reconsider her plans as time keeps running out. The memories become a torrent of pain and chaos, overwhelming Rihanna's consciousness. My head hurts, stop, it's swallowing me. Flashes of the final moments appear, a strange wind whipping through the palace halls. Sierra looks on with cold detachment. Nane. Her companion Nane stares in wide-eyed terror. Her face contorts in a silent scream of no. A monstrous shadow, the true form of the Black Calamity, looms over the capital city, ready to descend. The memory shatters like glass. The psychic feedback is too much for Heel, who collapses to the ground, crying out in pain. He looks up, gasping, was that Rai? He sees Sierra clutching her head, fighting to stay conscious. Rihanna, he yells. The scene cuts abruptly to a massive castle under a starry sky. The royal castle Illumina, in the kingdom of Sand fails. Deep underground, within its foundations, a king and a young man stand before a glowing pedestal. The king warns him sternly, don't touch it carelessly, Leslie. If the seal is lifted, we will have no way to suppress it. Leslie looks at the floating object. There is still nothing on the surface, right, father? The king glares, replying, nothing. Leslie suddenly grabs the crystalline prison containing a swirling black mass, a fragment of the Calamity. A manic grin spreads across his face as dark markings appear on his skin. We cannot, he says, his voice dripping with ambition. We conquer. Back in the Dryad's chamber, Heel finally catches his breath. He now understands, the crystal before him isn't just a tree, it's a battery. If not for the Dryad's power, the people's Aram. Suddenly Sierra, who had been recovering beside him, gasps and glows with a faint light. The shared memories are too much for her. She collapses in pain as Heel cries out, Miss Sierra. A wave of energy hits him too, and his world goes white. When his vision clears, Heel is no longer in the crystal chamber. He's standing on a path in a lush green garden. That light. In the distance, he sees 2 figures. A jolt of recognition hits him. The underground garden here. He's witnessing a memory, watching 2 people he knows only from history. Heel's eyes widen. Over there, is that the Empress of Vela and the big guy next to her? He watches as the man, mining chief Rock, raises his hand, and the crest upon it begins to glow with immense power. Rock focuses his energy, his expression calm and determined. A ribbon of pure power peels away from his crest, swirling in front of the Empress. The energy coalesces, forming a beautiful, glowing pendant right before her eyes. Heel, a ghost in this memory, can only watch in awe. The crest just created that. Rock presents the finished piece to his Empress. It is done. Empress Vela nods in approval. Yes, well done. But Rock's expression turns serious. You really won't change your mind. The Empress smiles, holding the pendant. You gave me a fragment of Cave King. You know what that means, right, Rock? She continues, we're the same. In fact, if we were to compete, you would have a big disadvantage. Rock can only sigh in resignation. Well. The weight of her words hits Heel, so that really was a piece of Cave King. Empress Vela's mood shifts, a playful glint in her eye. How about we make a bet for old time's sake? She points at Rock, her confidence absolute. Of course, I'm betting on my victory, and you on yours. Rock looks at his Empress, a mix of admiration and sorrow in his eyes. Your Majesty. Then a brilliant, determined grin spreads across his face. I accept, and I will win. With their bet made, Rock gives a final, respectful bow to his queen. He turns and begins to walk away, heading directly towards the invisible Heel. For a moment it seems like Rock can see him, his expression faltering. But he's just a memory. Rock's form passes straight through Heel's body. Heel stumbles back shocked. Yua, he went right through. As he watches Rock walk away, a chilling realization dawns on him. That was the last time I saw his back. Rock vanishes, but Heel notices someone else has appeared by the Empress's side. That voice. His heart stops, it's a vision of Rihanna. Rihanna. At the sight of her, the memory shatters like glass. The garden dissolves and Heel finds himself plunging into a vast, bizarre space filled with glowing honeycomb structures. He tumbles through the abyss, his fall strangely slow. Yua, I'm falling or not. Landing softly on one of the structures, he's completely lost. What's going on? He cautiously explores the strange, hexagonal walkway. He peers into one of the cells. That's a weird wall, these things are all lined up in narrow spaces. Looking down, he sees the structure stretches into infinity. It's like a beehive. Is it like this all the way down? A familiar voice echoes around him, explaining the purpose of this place. Time stone, stops a material's power. This way, we could preserve bodies. Heel looks up and sees the source. The vision of Rihanna, preserved in a crystal pod at the very top. Her voice continues, detached and cold, but Aram couldn't be contained in a stopped vessel. Heel desperately calls out to her. Hey Rihanna, it's me, Rihanna. But she doesn't hear him. The memory continues its explanation. That's why we needed the power of the Dryad crest. He stares in disbelief. Can't she hear me? He realizes this isn't his Rihanna, just another echo of the past. The scene shifts again, pulling him into a massive circular chamber lined with strange pods. The Dryad's power is to rest souls. And there he sees a much younger Nane. Nane, her voice young but clear, explains their grand project. We made a device to replicate that power, a Dryad replica. The vision pulls back, revealing the full scale of the plan. We put the souls in Kavo to sleep to wait out the age of the Black Calamity. That was the Dryad plan. But the memory turns grim, showing scenes of chaos and failure. But development of the replica was difficult, and we had little time left. The people of Vela were panicked, their time running out. A war map shows the Black Calamity consuming the world. The Black Calamity spread at an alarming rate, refugees increased, supplies dwindled, even the Empire was being worn down. Heel watches the tragedy unfold, horrified. Rihanna, wait. The Empress's voice now narrates the desperate final act. We started the plan without waiting for the replica to be completed, because it was clear Carbuncle was reaching its limit. The Empire was overwhelmed, unable to support the flood of people seeking safety. Their civilization was crumbling, their people perishing before their eyes. The vision returns to the Empress and young Nane standing in the Great Hall. But mostly, the Empress's voice echoes, because I had already made up my mind. She explains her fateful choice. I gave the go-ahead for the device after hearing everyone's advice, but wasn't there a simpler way from the start? Young Nane looks up at her queen, sensing the gravity of her words. Majesty. Heel watches, a terrible understanding dawning on his face. Nane spots the pendant in the Empress's hand. Is that Shell? Empress Vela gives her a sad, resolute smile. She gently places a hand on Nane's head, a final, tender gesture. Nane, I'm leaving the harem of the people of Vela with you. With her final words spoken, the Empress stands alone in the center of the chamber. She lifts the pendant Rock made for her. And without hesitation, she swallows the fragment of Cave King. An earth-shattering wave of power explodes from within her. Shards of crystal erupt from the light, forming around her body. In a blinding flash, Empress Dominus Vela sacrifices her own body, transforming into the great crystal Dryad to power the salvation of her people. As the vision fades, Heel is left staring at the very same crystal, now understanding the true weight of the history sleeping within it. Heel recoils as the vision ends, the psychic feedback hitting him like a physical blow. He gets his bearings, his mind racing. What was that? His thoughts spiral as he sees Rihanna's collapsed form. The past, Miss Sierra's memories, but Rihanna was there. Snapping back to reality, he rushes to her side. Rihanna. The girl groans and slowly pushes herself up, her voice weak. No. She looks at Heel, a weary expression on her face. Sorry, it's still me. Heel breathes a sigh of relief, but his concern deepens. Miss Sierra. Sierra stands, brushing herself off. You kept quiet about what the Dryad really is if I destroy that. Good grief, did you see my memories? She asks. I figured you would hesitate. She turns away from him, her tone suddenly grave. It seems I have less time than I thought. Sierra grits her teeth, a wave of pain washing over her. Riena's body is rejecting the foreign substance, it's rejecting my Aram. Heel is stunned. Rejecting, Sierra explains that possessing another's body was a new, untested field of Aram research. She looks down, admitting her own recklessness. My Aram will probably break if I stay here. Well, I did have it coming. The real issue is Riena, Sierra clarifies. Her consciousness is becoming muddled with my Aram. If I break, I might end up taking her with me. She gestures to the massive crystal. And we're trapped. It's because of the barrier created by the Dryad. It blocks the Aram from leaving. Her eyes narrow with grim determination. I have one final order. I would rather do it myself, but... That barrier is protected by a piece of Cave King. We need the power of your real Cave King to destroy it. Heel desperately searches for another way. Can't you use the ruins devices to go back inside Shell? Sierra just scoffs, and what then? Heel remembers his earlier questions, his hesitation about her true motives. He's at a loss for words, unable to argue. Sierra's tone softens, becoming almost playful as she beckons to him. Come closer, boy, closer. She lets out a small sigh, deciding to take matters into her own hands. In a flash, she yanks him forward by his collar. She pulls him close, their foreheads touching. I'm sorry I was dishonest by hiding things, she whispers, so I will show you everything. Another flood of memories begins. I watched over Vela even after going to sleep, she explains, by synchronizing with Nane. Nane was supposed to be the core of the Dryad replica. Out of all the Aduz Machina, she had the highest sync rate with my Aram. The vision transports them to a desperate battlefield. That day, the biggest black calamity ever drew closer to the capital. The Machina fought with everything they had at the final fortress. Heel witnesses the apocalyptic scene, countless Machina waging a hopeless war against a tidal wave of darkness. Sierra's voice echoes through the chaos. This is my final memory. Catamilla, the guidance tower, was engulfed by the black calamity and went berserk. It called a meteor shower down to the continent. He watches in horror as the ancient civilization is wiped from existence in a storm of fire. The empire was brought to an end. The vision fades to a vast, empty ocean under a lonely sky. Just how much time has passed? 1,000, maybe 10,000 years. Back in the present, the weight of ages hangs between them. Those of us who will die are from a long-gone civilization, Sierra says softly. She confesses her greatest failure. My decisions kept failing to save the people, and in the end, I even robbed them of their Aram's freedom after death. Don't be misled by that thing, she says, glaring at the Dryad. It's nothing but a mimic, a prison that traps them in an eternal hell. It can no longer protect the people of Vela. As the spectral image of her true form, Empress Dominus Vela, appears behind her, she makes her decree. Sierra Dominus Ru Vela entrusts her final wish to you. She looks him dead in the eye, her voice filled with royal authority. Heel, Lord of Sheol and Cave King, liberate my people's Aram. Her gaze is unwavering, a queen placing her entire legacy in his hands. Heel's eyes widen, the gravity of the request hitting him all at once. He clenches his fist, the Cave King's crest flaring to life on his hand. He has made his decision. All right. Sierra watches him, a bead of sweat tracing down her temple. Her long gamble is finally coming to a head. Heel turns to his companion. Shell, look after Miss Sierra. With that, he walks toward his destiny. He grips his pickaxe, the familiar weight a small comfort. As he approaches the Dryad, his mind is clear. Were her decisions wrong? I can't say, but I do understand something. Watching him go, Sierra sees not a boy but a ruler. Those eyes are the eyes of a king. The ones I saw when I looked up, ever since I was a child, the kind of king my hands could never reach. Heel channels his power, his body glowing with the Aram of the Cave King. With a powerful roar, he swings his pickaxe, aiming to shatter the crystal prison in a single blow. Sierra smiles, confident in the outcome. It was quite a long bet. How do you see this result? But her smile vanishes in an instant. Heel's confidence turns to pure shock. An ear-splitting clang echoes through the chamber as his pickaxe bounces off the Dryad, completely ineffective. The recoil numbs his entire arm. Why won't it break? The Cave King's power meant to destroy it is utterly repelled. Sierra's voice cuts through his confusion, filled with terror. Boy above you. He looks up just as the crystal begins to warp and twist, forming a colossal hand above him. The crystal hand smashes down, swatting Heel away like an insect. He skids across the stone floor, the impact knocking the wind out of him. From the ground, he can only watch as the Dryad continues its terrifying transformation. Massive, fleshy tendrils erupt from the base of the crystal, writhing like snakes. Heel scrambles to his feet. The Dryad is gathering its branches. The tendrils begin to merge and solidify into a humanoid shape, leaving Sierra speechless. What this is? The form fully materializes, revealing the face of the former mining chief, Rock. Sierra stares in disbelief. I didn't hear of this, Locke. The story flashes back to a sun-dappled underground garden. Mining Chief Locke, his cape billowing, turns his back on Sierra and Nane. Without a word, he walks away down a long tree-lined path, leaving them behind. Sierra's eyes widen in disbelief as she watches him go. From her perspective, Locke stands resolute at the end of the path, ready to depart. Sierra and Nane stand on the stone walkway watching him. Sierra wonders aloud, what are they thinking? Locke turns back slightly, a faint smile on his face. Sierra, Nane, did you come to say goodbye? As he turns away again, Sierra calls out why. Her expression hardens with anger. Why did you give it to her? You know what will happen if Her Majesty uses that piece. Locke's voice echoes back down the path. She's not someone you can stop, you know that, right? Sierra points an accusing finger. Enough jokes, if it was you were the only one who could have stopped her. He glances over his shoulder, his tone softening. I feel better knowing you're here. With his final words, he continues to walk away. Take care of Her Majesty. As Sierra starts to follow, Nane holds her back. No, Sierra, leave him. Nane is left alone, staring at the statue of the Empress, whispering her title in despair. The scene abruptly shifts. Sierra awakens on a cold, metallic table. A voice calls to her, are you awake, Sierra? It's Nane. Sierra's eyes open, but there's no recognition in them. Sierra bolts upright, completely disoriented and confused. Surrounded by unfamiliar faces in a lab, she turns to the only one she seems to know. Hey Nane, are you sure about this? Suddenly Sierra lashes out, grabbing Nane in a panic. Damn you, I knew it. Nane tries to calm her down. The repairs should have been successful. That's not what I mean. Sierra glares at her, full of distrust. Why did you save me? What are you after? Nane's expression becomes deadly serious as she leans in close. I have a question for you. What is the Dryad Room? Sierra looks blank. Nane explains the grim reality. You've lost your memory, so I need to ask you something. We snap back to the present. An immense pillar of crystal erupts from the floor, shaking the entire chamber. Heel stares in shock at the figure forming within the crystal. It's that guy. I saw him in Miss Sierra's memories. The crystal solidifies, revealing the stoic form of Mining Chief Locke. Sierra breathes his name in disbelief. Locke. The crystal Locke silently materializes a pickaxe, and Heel's eyes widen in alarm. Without warning, Locke attacks. A wave of massive, razor-sharp crystal spikes bursts from the ground, tearing across the room. Heel braces for impact, stunned by the sheer scale of the assault. He grips his own mithril pickaxe, preparing to defend himself. Heel swings with all his might, crashing his weapon against the crystalline tsunami. The force of the impact sends him flying backward. He's completely overpowered, thrown aside by the relentless crystal tide. Stunned, Heel can only gasp, wah. He stares at the crystal wall, which is completely undamaged. This mithril axe smashed Leviathan's scales, but it just bounced back. Watching from the side, Sierra knows this is bad. Heel's hand trembles from the force of the blow. The crystal is impossibly tough. Suddenly a voice rings inside Heel's mind. Listen, boy. It's Locke communicating telepathically. Your inability to break it isn't about physical toughness, it's the power of the crest. This is a fragment of the Cave King's power, meant to protect the Dryad. It has simply manifested in the form of its original owner. The Crystal Guardian stares blankly. A fragment. Locke's voice continues, you are the main one, so your advantage should be clear, or so one would think. But there's a gap in proficiency. Despite being a mere fragment, its power outperforms yours, preventing you from using the Cave King's true ability. Locke raises his pickaxe again, summoning an even more devastating wave of crystals. Face forward, it's coming. Heel panics, shouting at Sierra, that's not what you said. You told me this would be easy. Sierra retorts, completely flustered, quiet. How was I supposed to know the main wielder would be weaker than a fragment? Ignoring their argument, Heel throws up a defensive shield. Shell, take Miss Sierra to safety. The attack shatters his defense, blasting him off his feet. He hits the ground hard, but manages to land on his feet. As the Cave King's power surges through him, Heel has a revelation. This power, it's the same as that time. No, it's different. This isn't a rampaging power, it's controlled. He looks up at the terrifying display before him, realizing this is the true, refined power of the Cave King. Heel stands alone, facing a fortress of impenetrable crystal. The crystal Locke watches him, its expressionless face betraying no emotion. Blood trickles down Heel's face as despair sets in. This is just a fragment. Are you sure he isn't the main one? His leg trembles, his confidence shattered. There's no way I can win. He glances back for a moment. He sees Shell carrying Sierra to a safe distance. His gaze returns to Locke, who stands guard before the Dryad, making no move to attack. Then, with a roar of frustration, Heel charges forward again, striking the wall uselessly. The impact jars him and he nearly gives up. What am I even saying? But something inside him snaps. He lets out a defiant scream. Fueled by pure desperation, he unleashes a furious barrage, yelling, I can't lose. In that moment everything clicks. I've been feeling that something was odd. I couldn't see them. Those lights, the ones that show the optimal places to strike. It's because I wasn't truly bringing forth the Cave King's power. He closes his eyes and focuses. When he opens them, he can see the weak points glittering across the crystal's surface. He tightens his grip on his pickaxe. Now. With newfound resolve, he declares to himself, the main one, Cave King, is me. From afar, Sierra watches as Heel begins striking the wall with purpose, each hit landing on a specific point with a flash of light. She worries, clenching her fist. Is it hopeless? Why is Locke pushing this far? She analyzes his movements. The fragment is only protecting the Dryad. It's defending, not attacking, for now. The terrifying possibility dawns on her, but if that fragment goes on the offensive for even a second, that boy won't stand a chance. She's torn. What should I do? Should we pull back? No, but... Her eyes are wide with concern as she watches the impossible fight. Heel continues his relentless assault, chipping away at the unbreakable wall. Sierra watches his unwavering determination. He doesn't stop, his face a mask of focus and grit. A painful smile forms on Sierra's face as she understands. Ah, in a situation like this, I see now. It makes sense that he's the one who inherited the Cave King's power. Suddenly an intense pain shoots through her body, causing her to cry out. She clutches her chest, her body spasming. I can't delay this body's rejection any longer. A vision flashes in her mind, the trapped spirit of Rihanna. No, not yet. Rihanna's consciousness is trapped inside my Aram. She realizes the horrifying truth. At this rate, when my Aram is destroyed, it will pull Rihanna's soul down with it. Watching Heel fight for their lives, Sierra makes a choice. If nothing else, I need to stop this. We open in a flashback from the perspective of the creature named Shell. In the beginning, there was only a void, a silent, empty darkness where it couldn't see or hear anything. But then a sound, a rhythmic thudding from somewhere far away, a noise it felt like it had heard before, pulling it towards consciousness. Suddenly, a deafening crash shatters the silence as the wall of its world breaks open. Rock and debris rain down as something carves a path through the darkness. Through the dust and smoke, a silhouette appears, causing the newborn creature to recoil in confusion. As the dust settles, it becomes clear. Someone's there, Shell thinks, seeing a person for the very first time. The figure is Heel. He speaks, but his words are in a language Shell can't understand. He seems to be asking, "Who are you?" Shell is completely lost. "What are you saying? I don't get it." Heel then points at the creature, speaking a single strange word. Shell is taken aback. What was that?" Heel clarifies, "Your name, you're connected to the Sheol Reef, so I'll call you Shell." He gives a warm smile, finishing the introduction. "Nice to meet you." The scene snaps from the past to a spiritual plane. Rihanna's Aram, now self-aware within Sierra's memories, sees the vision of Heel and Shell's first meeting and cries out, "Mr. Heel." She clutches her chest, reality crashing down on her. "I remember, I'm in the past. No, that's not right." Looking at the memory of Shell, she understands. "This is your memory, isn't it?" Just then, her ears perk up as a familiar sound echoes through the memory. It's the sound of Heel's pickaxe from the real world. This sound, I've been hearing it this whole time. Realizing Heel is in danger, Rihanna's form ignites with fiery resolve. "I have to go to Mr. Heel." Back in the present, Heel is desperately chipping away at the massive crystal construct Locke has created. Locke watches with a cold, empty expression as Heel pours every ounce of his strength into each swing. Heel feels a change, a vibration traveling up the pickaxe. This feeling. He focuses, syncing his breathing with the rhythmic echo of the pickaxe in his very bones. An old lesson surfaces in his mind. Calm down, mining isn't about muscle, it's about the power of the Cave King. He raises his pickaxe, no longer swinging wildly but probing. He senses it, a single, glowing weak point. The voice in his memory finishes, "Just guide it there." With a precise strike, Heel hits the weak point, sending a crack spiderwebbing through the crystal. Even Locke looks surprised. But Locke isn't done. He raises his own weapon, gathering an insane amount of crystal energy. Heel can only watch in shock. He realizes with horror, the corundum is gathering around his axe. Locke unleashes a colossal wave of razor-sharp crystal. Heel braces himself, roaring, "Come on, Cave King." The two forces are about to collide, but Locke's attack is on another level entirely. Heel begins to buckle under the pressure. He grunts, his teeth clenched as the raw power threatens to overwhelm him. The crystal wave slams into him, a tidal wave of force that sends him skidding backward. The sheer pressure is crushing him, pushing him to his absolute limit. His feet dig into the stone, but it's not enough. Damn it. Heel grits his teeth, his arms shaking. It's no good, the gap in our power is just too big. Just as he's about to be blown away, a hand gently covers his own on the pickaxe's handle. Heel's eyes widen in disbelief. It's Sierra standing right behind him. Miss Sierra. She meets his gaze with unwavering faith and yells, "You can do it, Mr. Heel." Her words are all the fuel he needs. With a renewed battle cry, Heel unleashes a new surge of power. Energy flares around their combined grip, glowing with immense light. Together, they let out a synchronized roar, pouring all of their combined will into one final push. Their power erupts in a massive shockwave, completely shattering Locke's crystal assault. The attack is obliterated, proving that what one can't do alone, they can achieve together. The combined attack slams into Locke's crystal form and the reaction is instantaneous. A massive shockwave erupts, sending Heel and Sierra flying back. The crystal guardian begins to fracture under the immense pressure. With a deafening crack, Locke's entire crystalline body shatters into pieces. The explosion rips through the chamber, blasting Heel and Sierra off their feet. The entire dryad structure implodes, sending a storm of crystal shards across the room. They tumble helplessly through the air, unable to control their fall. Locke manages to skid to a halt, absorbing the impact. Even Shell gets pummeled by the falling debris. Heel and the girl crash to the ground, knocked unconscious by the blast. Slowly the girl's eyes flutter open. "Mr. Heel," she whispers, her voice weak. She rushes to his side, shaking him gently. Mr. Heel, are you okay? Heel groans, the pain washing over him. As his vision clears, he stares at her in disbelief. Rihanna. His voice cracks with desperation. Rihanna, it's you, right, really? She gives him a small, reassuring smile. Yes, I'm Rihanna. The confirmation hits Heel like a tidal wave of relief. He can't hold it in any longer, his face contorting with overwhelming emotion. Without a second thought, he pulls her into a desperate hug. Thank goodness. Rihanna is taken aback by the sudden embrace. Mr. Heel. He buries his face in her shoulder, his voice muffled. I was so scared, I thought I lost you. Hearing his raw confession, Rihanna closes her eyes, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Then reality snaps back into place. Heel's eyes shoot open as he realizes how close they are. His face turns beet red, completely flustered by his own actions. He practically leaps away from her. Sorry, I hugged you all of a sudden. He can feel his heart pounding in his chest. But Rihanna gently pulls him back, pressing his head against her chest. Heel stammers, Rihanna, your chest is. She smiles softly. Can you hear it? Heel, utterly confused, can only manage an A. I am right here, Rihanna says calmly, and I am not going anywhere. Her words wash over him, calming his frantic heart. Rihanna. A moment later, Heel chuckles, noticing their little companion. Haha, I see, Shell is here too. But their reunion is cut short by a heavy footstep that shakes the ground. From the dissipating crystal dust, the glowing, ethereal form of Locke emerges. Rihanna recognizes him instantly. Locke, he's a fragment of the Cave King, the protector of the Dryad. Heel braces for another fight but realizes he's completely spent. This is bad, that last attack took everything I had. Locke raises his arm, not to attack, but as if to offer something. Heel instinctively flinches, preparing for the worst. A band of light forms around Locke's wrist and shoots directly towards Heel, wrapping around his hand. The energy sears into his skin, forming a complex crest. This is, Heel stares at the new mark, feeling a surge of unfamiliar power. Locke's voice echoes through the chamber. The fragment accepts you as Cave King, boy. Heel whips his head around, that voice. He looks up towards the crumbling structure. Locke's spiritual form is already beginning to fade away. As Locke vanishes, the entire crystal structure around them begins to disintegrate. The great mountain of Corundum, the heart of the Dryad, is no more. The fragment's power is gone, Heel realizes with a start, but then what about the Empress? As the last of the crystal falls away, it reveals the preserved form of Empress Dominus Vela, cradling the harem of Vela. Rihanna gasps, the Empress. Heel clenches his fist, unsure of what comes next. Rihanna places a comforting hand on his shoulder, both of them watching intently. But just as she's revealed, her physical form crumbles into dust and light, fading away completely. Silence falls over the ruined chamber. The Dryad is gone. Heel speaks into the quiet, a hint of melancholy in his voice. This is good, isn't it, Miss Sierra? Just then, the grand doors at the far end of the room begin to rumble open. They swing wide, revealing figures on the other side. And in the doorway stands Sierra, her face a mask of pure, unadulterated rage. Heel's eyes widen. Sierra. Nane and the Zalma rush in behind her, trying to keep up. Sierra, wait. The rest of the group arrives, taking in the scene. Mr. Heel, Princess, is this the Dryad room? But Nane's attention is fixed on her partner, Sierra. Ignoring everyone, Sierra explodes with fury, launching herself directly at Heel. How dare you destroy the Dryad? Heel shoves Rihanna to safety, bracing for the attack. Sierra, wait. Suddenly, a brilliant, ethereal light erupts between them, stopping Sierra in her tracks. It's Nane, projecting a barrier of energy to halt the attack. Sierra's rage turns to shock as she's held back. But it wasn't just Nane. From the light, the majestic spirit of Empress Dominus Vela materializes before them all. Sierra freezes, completely stunned. The Zalma stare in utter disbelief. Is that? Heel and Rihanna are just as shocked. Rihanna whispers her true name, Miss Sierra. Nane simply watches, her duty fulfilled. The Empress smiles warmly at her loyal knight. It's been a while, Sierra. Overcome with emotion, Sierra collapses to her knees. Your Majesty. Dominus chuckles softly. Hey, I can't see your face if you kneel. Come here, Nane. Sierra's voice is thick with shame. I apologize, I was unable to protect the people of Vela. Dominus dismisses her apology. What are you talking about? The calamity that day was unstoppable, it destroyed everything. But this room, the Dryad, is still here, and that is only because you protected it. She then turns her gaze to Nane. And you, Nane, good job watching over the Kavo. Because of you, the harem sleeping inside were at peace. Empress Dominus Vela's ethereal form kneels before her two most loyal subjects, Sierra and Nane. With a gentle smile, she places her hands on their heads. Well done, she says warmly. You fulfilled the mission I gave you and protected the harem of Vela. Sierra and Nane look up, stunned, as their Empress declares, you two are my pride. Heel and Rihanna watch the touching reunion from a distance. Vela then turns her attention to the others. You have all done a lot for me. She addresses Shell, the slime. It must have been taxing being my cradle for so long. It was very comfortable and I had nice dreams. Next, she faces Rihanna. I'm sorry for borrowing your body without permission. But Rihanna smiles back. Actually, no, I had fun seeing the Empress's memories even for a short time. Finally, Vela looks at Heel. Boy, good job undoing Dryad's barrier. I thought you were a little unreliable, but you have the makings of a good cave king. Heel looks down at his crest, shaking his head. I couldn't have done it alone. Rihanna saved me, you all did. Vela considers his words, a thoughtful look on her face. Yes, that might be one way to do things. She winks playfully. Just make sure you know how to escort a lady by the time the main event comes. Heel is completely flustered. He quickly changes the subject, his expression turning serious. Miss Sierra, what will happen to the people of Vela? Vela gestures to the glowing Kavo orbs. Of course, without Dryad's barrier, they will follow the providence of this world. They will shortly. Boy, will you listen to one last selfish request? Go where they are supposed to. In a flash of light, the entire group is teleported to the surface, overlooking Heel's town as the sun rises. Vela gazes out in wonder. I saw it in Rihanna's memories, but I wanted to see the surface with my own eyes. That world that was swallowed by the Black Calamity has recovered its light and is active with people. Seeing this makes me truly happy. Sierra and Nane approach her from behind. Your Majesty. Nane asks the question on both their minds. Are you leaving? Sierra adds, we are finally able to speak again. Vela turns to them, a bright smile on her face. Sierra and Nane, I have a new task for you. Sierra is taken aback. A task? Vela's expression becomes serious. Listen closely, this will be your most difficult yet, starting today. Live to your heart's content. The two are utterly bewildered. For soldiers who have only known duty, the command is incomprehensible. Live. Vela chuckles softly. You look like you don't understand, you can mull it over a lot, I know you can do it. Her form begins to glow intensely, her edges starting to blur. Heel watches concerned. Miss Sierra. Vela turns to the group. I'm sure you have a lot of questions, but the time has come. She looks directly at Heel. I have one piece of advice as your precursor, the basics of being a king lie and how you deal with people. As she speaks, the glowing orbs of the Velan Aram begin to rise from the town. They ascend into the morning sky, a brilliant cascade of light. The entire group can only stare in awe at the beautiful spectacle. Wow, this is all. Sierra takes a step forward, unable to accept the farewell. She walks towards her fading empress. Her hand reaches out, trying to grasp Vela's one last time. But Vela's form is already translucent. Sierra's eyes widen as her hand passes right through. There is nothing left to hold on to. She can only watch as her queen, her purpose, ascends to the heavens. Vela's final thoughts echo through the air. I have no regrets, the successor of the crest is alive on this land of the future. That is what they. Her voice fades as her essence becomes one with the light. On the ground, Sierra clenches her fist, trembling with unspoken emotion. She turns away from the group without a word. Heel calls out her name, but she continues walking towards a nearby cave. Nane speaks up. I will also return underground, I can't leave the machina. Sierra stops and looks back at Heel. I have no memory, I don't remember my past with that empress. But I want to think about the last task she gave me. And with that she disappears into the darkness, leaving the others behind. The old man chuckles grimly. To your heart's content, a difficult task indeed, one that can take us our whole lives. Heel stares at the cave entrance worried, but still those two. Suddenly familiar voices shout from the village. Boss, welcome back. His people rush to meet them, confused. What was that all about? Light came out of the slimes. Heel scratches his head. Where do I start? Just then a loud growl echoes from Heel's stomach, startling everyone. Rihanna claps her hands together, breaking the awkward silence. Everyone, how about we eat first? The idea is met with immediate agreement. They hadn't had time to relax and eat, and there was much to discuss. Gathered around a table laden with food, the group begins to share their stories. They talk about the vast underground city, the still operational machina, and the incredible sights they witnessed in Empress Vela's memories. As they talk, Mr. Varus diligently writes everything down. It will be useful to tell the others if we sum it up in writing, he explains. One of the warriors looks on, amazed. So there was something that awesome down there. But he quickly gets overwhelmed. My head can't process all this stuff about old Vela, the dwarf agrees, same here. Varus stops writing and looks up. Mr. Heel. We need to carefully consider what to do with the legacy of Vela, correct? The conversation turns to the more dangerous parts of that legacy. Machina are one thing, but are we okay with those chimera? It would be very dangerous if they came to the surface. Full panics, they only obey Sierra. Could we ask Sierra? Rihanna holds a small creature, her expression full of concern. Sierra and Nane, they must still be in shock after losing Miss Sierra. I'm a little worried. Heel listens to everyone's concerns, deep in thought. Suddenly his eyes light up. Everyone, I have an idea. The next morning, the village is bustling with activity. A large pile of supplies is being gathered. Heel looks at the mountain of crates and barrels. Is this a bit too much? Rihanna worries. Terran can't carry all this. Full suggests, how about we rein it back a little? Heel decides, well, we prepared all this, so we might as well get Slimes to help. Just then, one of his men runs out of the cave entrance. He's in a complete panic. Mr. Heel asks, what's wrong? You're all flustered. The man stammers, we have a visitor. Heel turns to the cave, his eyes widening in surprise. Stepping out of the darkness is Nane, but she's not alone. Floating behind her is an entire army of Kale Machina, their single eyes glowing ominously. Heel can only stammer, Nane, wait, wah.